Good day, everybody. Welcome to Drew Pavlu Show, episode 28. Who would have thought we'd make it to episode 28? Very powerful, very important, isn't it? I know that the entire world has been waiting for this episode. We're going to be discussing the India-Pakistan ceasefire, but also going to be discussing GTA 6, which is also a very important thing. I think we need to talk about GTA 6. If you're watching, please leave a comment so that I know just who's here. And that will be very important because I will try and answer questions as we go. We'll be talking the India-Pakistan ceasefire, but yes, we'll also talk a little bit of GTA 6 and just the news of the day as well. There's been another attempt by Putin to claim that he wants a ceasefire. Of course, he's lying. We'll discuss that. There's all sorts of things to discuss in this one. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, please, again, hit the like button and write a comment. We've got a great comment by Easy Money. Certainly one of my favorite chatters. King Drew is back. Thank you, Easy Money. I appreciate all the work you've done to try help my stream. I know that you reached out to Dan and Destiny on their recent All In podcast. Hopefully, I'll join one of those shows in the maybe next couple of weeks. That'd be great. We trusted the plan. We knew that Destiny didn't hate Drew. We all just trusted the plan, right? Now, guys, what exactly should we start with? Should we start with GTA 6 or should we start with the India-Pakistan conflict? Because I think maybe GTA 6 is some lighter comment. Yeah, man, DGG loves you. Hope they have you on the chat. Thank you, bro. I love the community. I love the community. And I hope that more of them can check out my videos. It'd be great. Let's start with GTA 6. It's very, very important, isn't it? GTA 6. I was watching new GTA 6 trailer whilst had the video open in another tab, and then your voice appeared whilst they were in the card. And for a second, I thought you were in GTA 6. Bro, they should put me in GTA 6. You know, Jackson Hinkle claimed that he was going to be in GTA 6, which was obviously bullshit. Let's watch. And how is everybody on this fine day? This is the 11th of May. We're streaming from May 11. Only a few people on the YouTube right now. We've got a lot more people on Twitter, 200 people on Twitter. Guys, if you're watching on Twitter, I would really highly recommend you go to my YouTube. It's a lot easier to view on YouTube. And YouTube is where I'm really trying to boost my streaming. So go ahead and go to the YouTube. How's my audio today, guys, by the way? I'm going to look into getting a new mic, but for now I've got the Rode and it's okay. It's okay. We want to get a better mic. When Nicholas Decker asked, what do you endorse? He kind of cooked you, bro. In what sense? On what part of the video are you talking about Nicholas Decker cooking me? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the part where he was endorsing like the Pakistani grooming gangs? Because that was pretty cooked. I don't know what you're talking about there, man. We love you, Easy Money, but I'm not sure about your Nicholas Decker claims here. I like some of the Nicholas Decker, but you know, some of the stuff, you know, he's an economics student, fair enough, but you also have to study philosophy if you want to comment in these areas. I think he needs to look at some of the some of the very strong criticisms that exist of utilitarianism. Let's watch. I think that's slop. Okay, we'll watch the trailer. Yeah. Okay.
What you doing up there?
I was just fixing some leaks.
Seriously, dude, you got some time on your hands. I got some properties with paying tenants.
Well, that's why you came by?
Just
Yeah, Decker is extremely autistic. I still like him, but yeah, extremely autistic.
go get me my checks.
See you, Brian. Love you, Jason.
Now look at this, guys. It's amazing. It's amazing graphics. I'll put the. Now look at that. Isn't that amazing? GTA 5 was probably my favorite ever game. You know what? When GTA 6 comes out, maybe I should actually become a gaming streamer. What do you guys think? Would you watch the gaming streams? It's funny because I know that I'm only known for politics, but that would be potentially very important. Why MAGA hate GTA 6? Very true, bro. They just hate all freedom and fun, don't they? I remember when Jackson Hinkle was trying to get GTA 6 banned? MAGA hates everything. MAGA is against GTA 6. MAGA wants to extend GTA 6 to 2027 with the tariffs. It's actually fucked up. Maybe, but don't make it boring. You mean the streaming with the gaming? Don't worry, I'm not boring. Why didn't you ask Decker how would he feel if he didn't eat breakfast this morning? In what context, Christopher? What do you mean? Is Tracing Wood Grains coming today? Not today, but I'm gonna have Tracing Wood Grains on this week. Drew, give up. You're wasting your young life. You have ADHD and you'll never make it as a political commentator. That's Satan talking. We're not going to listen to you. Fuck you. We're not going to listen to these horrible people who want to deceive us. That's the voice of the Antichrist talking. Don't you think, guys? Yes, absolutely. You have that personality to be a successful game streamer. See, guys, we've got some positive comments here. I'm not going to listen to the deceiver. We're not going to listen to the great deceiver, Lucifer. Don't let yourselves fall down to the haters. The haters will try and discourage us and demoralize us. Do not fall to them. We will never give in. We will never give in. What are your thoughts on the India-Pakistan situation? We will get to that. Don't worry. We will get to that. But we will start with. I think we will start with GTA 6. That's what the people want to look at. Minecraft YouTuber Arc when. Very true. I'm serious. You have no fluidity. You're nervous. I've seen your personality before. You have good memory retention, but you don't have comprehension. What are you talking about, man? I'm not nervous. I'm having fun. Fuck you. I'm chill. Drew is fighting two battles at the same time versus Bad and Panada and Friendly Geordie's fan base. Dude, it's so sad. I'm getting my YouTube likes have been ratioed so badly. If the DGG community can come in to help me, I mean, Bad and Panada just like sicked all his fan base on downvoting my video, and now the Friendly Geordie's fan base is smashing my video. It's very hard, guys. I've got these very powerful fan bases against me, and I'm just a young bloke. I'm just a young Greek Australian bloke with just a lot of beauty in my heart, and we're being persecuted brutally here. Your way to deal with your insecurities is to attack everything head on. Nah, man, we're fine. We're fine. We're not. You've never actually looked inward, dude. I'm not listening to the Antichrist.
I'm here for Lucia Caminos. She's supposed to be getting out.
What's your name?
Jason Duval.
I seen you here before.
You might have.
Guys, very, very important. We're winning the Friendly Geordies like-dislike war. 48 likes or 42 dislikes. You have to make sure if you're a follower, if you support Drew Pavlou, go to my video, like it. Don't let the enemies win. I could imagine you as a Rasputin figure under the future Jacinta Price government, worshipped as a god after handing her son a Panadol when he experiences headache. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? That's a beautiful comment, Surf Sherpa. I think Surf Sherpa is a very right-wing bloke, but he seems to be very funny based on his tweets. I could imagine you as a Rasputin figure under the future Jacinta Price government, worshipped as a god after handing her son a Panadol when he experiences headaches. The regime, the Jacinta Price regime. What makes you think that, Surf Sherpa? Friendly Geordies would be anti-GTA 6 because he would somehow say the game is anti-Labor. Very true. That's factually very correct. Bad and Panada and Friendly Geordies are all anti-GTA 6. So is MAGA. I got locked in a building with Geordies once. Tell us what happened. That's pretty messed up. Last news. Pakistani army just downed Bombardino Crocodilo. Thank you, Nandor. Calling it now, the male protagonist in GTA 6 is an undercover cop. Why do you say that?
Hey.
Hey. We happened to be at the same party. Hands above your head, now!
You, stay.
Doesn't it, guys?
I remember in the time.
It's a new beginning.
You break the news, isn't it?
Looks fun. Looks very fun.
Trust me, this place is just the start for us.
Ring the bell! Shots, baby!
The only thing that matters is who you know and what you got.
You have so many famous people that follow you on Twitter. How? I've just been shitposting for so long, man. I've been shitposting for so long, and you know, Is it your FPS lagging or in game? I'm not playing, dude. I'm watching the stream. I was reflecting, guys. Like Drew Pavlov 2020, I had so much more support, and I had a lot more. I had a lot more media coverage and everything. So that's why I had those famous guys following me. We don't have that these days. It's very sad. It's very sad. GTA 6, something to live for. Yeah, dude, it's keeping me going. Looks like Paul Walker a little bit, Fast and Furious, and he also just looks to be clean and professional. Just got a feeling. Is your yeah?
Gotta do this. We're doing it right.
Yo, D, this full effect? They got your name, address, they got everything.
Us cops, we gotta protect each other.
Many are saying it was a team effort the 2020 days. So true.
You and me, bro. You got this.
We got it.
Do you guys think that they're a cute couple? I think they look really nice.
You got this.
We got it.
Why do you disavow Bruno? Bruno who? Bruno Massais? Fuck, man, I remember watching the GTA Vice City trailer in like 2002. Dude, I was 3 years old in 2002. That's messed up.
Say my city, baby. My city, baby.
Come to Fields Ammunition today. We got more guns than the law allows.
Hey.
Hey, if you got friends, can you hook me up, please?
Looks good. I'm honestly, I'm May 26, 2026. Guys, I'm literally, that's keeping me alive for the next year for sure. Hands above your head now. Friendly George, see how during the bank robbery scene the backdrop is red. I can confirm Rockstar has links to Susan Lay's auntie and hence why CCS is wanted. Yeah, dude, that's literally like Friendly Geordie's mindset for you. 4-hour stream today. Okay, Drew. No more being lazy. Dude, 4 hours is very hard, okay? I'm not being lazy. I need some more viewers. Unfortunately, we've got a lot, only 10 people watching right now. We need to really try and boost this. We need to boost these numbers, guys. If you're watching on YouTube, remember, please go share the link around. You got to hit the like button, spam the chat, help me reach more people, guys, because it's a shame. We've only got 10 people watching right now on the YouTube. Got 650 in total on Twitter, but we want to boost these numbers, guys. We want to boost these numbers. I'll be doing, dude, if I can get 1,000 people to stream, I'll literally stream like 6-7 hours a day for sure. But at the moment, we don't have enough people at the moment. So I need your help. Everybody who's watching, I need your help. Anyone remember when Jackson Hinkle was saying that this looked like Zionist propaganda? Dude, that was just the biggest, that was just like legit farming. He was just farming hate. Drew, would you be willing to move to Victoria in order to contest the 2026 state election and reach your final form as an upper house MP? I don't know about that, Tosh. I'm not sure. That's a big ask. That's a big ask to move all the way to Victoria. All my family's here. All my loved ones are here. That's a big ask, my friend. That's a big ask, but we can think about it maybe. About 100K people watched the OG Vice City trailer. Damn. They should have the Raphael Down scene in GTA 6. Fuck, I'm so keen. I'm a late gamer, but there's been nothing in soundtrack, story, characters, graphics compared to the GTA series. This will unironically change lives. You don't get to 1,000 viewers without streaming for long hours. Yeah, true. But how do I get to 1,000 live viewers, guys? How do I get there? Because right now we're starting so small. I didn't realize the Cypriots were cowards. Mate, come on. It's a tough one. It's such a tough one. It's such a tough one, dude, to move my entire life to Victoria. That's a really tough one. Move all the way to Victoria so you'd be stuck in the same room with Paul Hanson for me payment for your day job. Nah, dude, it wouldn't be for the federal Senate. This would be for the state parliament. Dude, I love the federal parliament. I'd love to be in the federal parliament, but one day when I'm much older, but when will we get the Drew Pavlik cooking show? Me and my family are waiting. Dude, did you see it today? I did one today. Let me show it to everyone. I did a cooking show today. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna put up the Drew Pavlik cooking show. 1 second. Con says, bring back the Sack Dan Andrews party. So true. Guys, look at this.
Australian. Here's how you cook real kangaroo.
Guys, this was my dinner tonight. This was my dinner. Please get your mum to do saganaki. That shit hit, dude. Saganaki's the goated. I love saganaki. If you guys don't know what that is, it's like a bit of Greek cheese. It's so good. Okay, guys, watch the kangaroo.
Here's how you cook real kangaroo.
Drew drinks. A drinking show would be more fun. Oh, man, I don't even drink. Would I be willing to do that to get the likes and the views? I don't think so, guys. That's a tough one. Guys, what's the kangaroo one? Okay.
Here's how you cook
I'm not going to get distracted by the cons. We're going to watch this all the way through, okay, my friends?
real kangaroo meat, mate. Full Aussie meal. 100% Australian. No tariffs on that, mate. You fucking beauty. Now remember, there's no point to living unless you're having a laugh. So I recommend having a quick fun dance while you're cooking. Really helps to pass the time. You fucking beauty, mate. Can't get fucking better. You fucking beauty.
Beautiful stuff.
No worries in the world. Oh, and I dance with my dog too. Can't get better. Now here's where things really get interesting.
I put some eggs on as well.
Put on the kangaroo meat. You don't need any gay cracking ball, mate. Just fucking put it against the table. Just pour that shit out.
How good's that, guy?
You fucking beauty. You fucking beauty, mate. Just like we're out of the bush. Oh, she thinks she's a fucking croc. Oh,
my dog actually stole the kangaroo steak.
Hey, give back the kangaroo meat, you fucking mongrel. Now that's some fucking beautiful fucking tucker, mate. And at the end, the artist admires his work. That's some
the artist of work, my friend.
Mate. You don't have to have it look like Jamie Oliver or something like that. You know, it looks beautiful. And that's fucking bush tucker for you. That's a real fucking
beautiful bush tucker, guys.
You already had some, you mongrel.
How good is this, guys? This is my dinner today.
10, mate. This fucking beautiful kangaroo meat, mate.
How good is this, guys? You beauty, hey, you beauty. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. What are the best arguments against veganism? The righteousness and the beauty of a kangaroo steak, I'd say. Hey, Drew, fix your buffering issues. Do I still have buffering issues? What's wrong? Is there any literally buffering on the stream? I've got literally the fastest internet you can get in the country. I don't understand. This is brutal. If it's buffering, I've got to just kill myself because I've literally got the most expensive internet you can get in Australia. The Economist says that the true death toll in Gaza could be as high as 109,000. Horrifying. I mean, that's horrific. That is really horrific. I mean, I call on Hamas to surrender and end this war. I hate the war, man. I hate the war. I want the war to end. Drew, you should travel to the Red Sands and film another one and go hunting for some kangaroo myself. Well said, mate. Well said. No buffering. That's a troll. That's good. Yeah, did you fix it? I think I've fixed it. To be honest, I think it was potentially my guest that day, unfortunately. Great bloke, but I think it might have been his internet that was stuffed up. Yeah, he's trolling. Okay. If we weren't supposed to eat meat, then why are animals made out of food? He's got a point there, guys. He's got a point. According to Hamas, who launches missiles from civilian zones? Unfortunately, guys, like I call on Hamas to end the war. I call on Hamas to ceasefire. Hang on, guys. Just hang on. Don't worry, guys. No Hasan empty chair streams here. I just had to quickly go get my phone. It was on charge.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? We have to teach you this lesson, old man.
Drew Pablo calls for the war to end. That means the war must end. Very well said, Easy Money. I couldn't say it better myself. So cruelty to humans bad, but cruelty to animals is okay. I don't like cruelty to animals. I would like to see as little cruelty to animals as possible. Oh my God, dude. Should I watch this? Guys, should I watch Ozpill with Sarah Stock? Oh my God. Let's watch a little bit. Maybe we watch a little bit. Let me watch some
What's
of it.
going to happen?
I'm not endorsing it, obviously. We're just fucking watching it. We're just going to see what it says. Damn, Drew, you're going crazy with this streaming shit. Man, I'm trying hard, This is 28 days. Dude, this is 28 days of streaming in a row, And we're going to get to 100. I'm trying really hard. If you guys have tips, I want to try build the following, right? We've got 20 live viewers on YouTube right now. I think maybe 40 watching live on Twitter. And, it's will the live chat be on the stream soon? I've asked my editor a billion times, dude, to work it out. I pay this man, you know, we ask him to fix it. We ask him to fix it. Look, I'll try see if I can make sure that tomorrow I can put the chat on the video, right? Because at the moment I have to manually select comments. Free Palestine from Hamas, well said. Julian says, I've never seen you commit to something so much. Oh, dude, I'm trying so hard here. I'm trying so hard. How much longer? Dude, it's so hard. I've got ADHD. Guys, I've got ADHD and I've got, it's hard for me to do things consistently, right? And I've done this for 28 days in a row. I think maybe last night, late night isn't the greatest for Australian viewership. Saturday afternoon, you had like 40 guys. Yeah, that's another question as well. Like what time I should do it? Because sometimes I think I should do it morning Australian time because that way I reach the North American audience. And like 50% of my Twitter following is probably American and Canadian and everything. But then other times I'm like, I want to do it nighttime Australia time to reach an Australian audience because I love the Australians as well. So it's very hard. When you don't have buffering issues, you have 20 to 30 plus viewers. I mean, I don't have buffering issues right now. Isn't Ozpil your friend? Look, I haven't talked to Ozpil in like a couple years, probably. I haven't like properly talked to Ozpil in years. Like basically he volunteered on my 2022 federal Australian election campaign. And that was before he was Ozpil. That was before he even had a TikTok, I think. But you know, I would say that like, maybe I agree with like 20% of what he says, but he's like full white Australia and like, he's like a full white Australia ethno-state guy. And I don't agree with that because like, I still think that people from different ethnicities can assimilate into the wider community and stuff like that, right? So like, I'm not attacking him. I'm not going to like, I'm just, like, look, at the end of the day, we've got different views. Like I do think migration should be lowered, but I'm not like a white ethno-state guy. And, you know, Ozpil unfortunately has become more far right, I'd say. And he's hanging out with people like this Sarah Stock girl who like, you know, they do love to like hate on Jews and stuff. I don't think I've seen Ozpil do anything, you know, anti-Semitic or anything. I don't think I've seen that, but he unfortunately, like, I guess he hangs out with Elijah Schaffer and stuff. And sometimes they do that stuff, right? Hasan is meeting with Jean-Luc Mélenchon today. When's that? I will fucking watch that live. When's that? Fuck, I hate Mélenchon, man. Just do a 24-hour stream, cover all bases. Facts. I'm asleep in the morning. Don't do that. Dude, just take your meds. Facts. Julian, that was actually really fun the other day when you joined the stream. It was actually funny as hell. I think whatever time it is, you should at least be consistent. Guys, what do you guys think I should do? Should I do it mainly morning time Australian time and reach a North American audience, or should I do it late night Australian time and reach like evening Australian audience and like morning Americans? Drew X Ozpil, crazy Drew Law. Yeah, it is literally crazy law. Who would have thought that, right? Free October says he dog whistles as well. Really? So what does Ozpil say? Would you be fine if Australia was 90% Indian? Dude, I don't want Australia to be fully wholesale changed overnight, right? Like, I want the essential character of Australia to, as it currently stands, I would like it to just remain as it is. I want the essential character of Australia as it currently stands to exist. And I want the country to be recognizable when I'm old and my children to grow up in a recognizable country. I've got absolutely no problem against Indian people. I love Indian people, great Indian migrants to this country. But of course, I don't want any one ethno group to just like come in and then just dominate the country, right? Because that changes 250 years of Australian history. I mean, look, I think if you look at 250 years of Australian modern history, right? The essential character of Australia is kind of like a European Western country. And that's not to say that it should be exclusionary. I think like Asian migrants should absolutely be welcomed into the country, especially, you know, if they respect all the laws and they want to assimilate and work hard and stuff like that. Of course, I've got no problem with that because my family assimilated. But I don't want, obviously, to those people trolling saying, oh, you want the country to be 90% Indian or whatever. Dude, I don't want the entire country to change, right? I'm not a radical. I'm not revolutionary. I just want Australia as it currently exists. I think the current makeup of Australia is relatively good. I don't want it to be fully changed, right? I think give morning a try at least once and see how it plays. I've done a couple morning streams for Americans and it has gone relatively well, but still about every time it's about 30, 40 viewers, right? Let me come on again sometime. It was awesome. Monday to Friday, Oz PM, Saturday morning, North American, and Sunday. Yeah, look, maybe I'd do that on the weekend, right? The issue is, Drew, is that the process that brought this about us said this is the same issue with Conservative Party LNP at Concerning Slot. Thoughts on married people? I like married people. I've got married friends. Actually, you know what? I'll invite Chris and Julian on just for the, you know, it helps the stream when we've got people to talk to, right? It makes it a lot easier. I'm gonna invite them on. We got about 20 live viewers on Facebook right now. It's on YouTube right now. It's building up a bit, which is good. Been thinking as to why it seems like only your evening streams is buffering sometimes. 1, your guest net. 2, Australian net companies restrict net in peak times evening as all net plan is unlimited. 3, while net plans are unlimited, now speed is restricted at time. Should I quickly check my Wi-Fi speed? Okay, let me quickly show you. I'm literally gonna stream as a Wi-Fi speed test, right? Okay, ADHD first.
What's gonna happen when white?
Okay, guys, ADHD. First, we do the Wi-Fi speed test. Then I invite Chris and Julian on, and then we're gonna watch the Ozpill thing, and we'll comment on it. Get Tosh back on too. They're awesome. Yeah, I can have Tosh on as well. Ben with cut. Newbies on Wi-Fi. Okay, let's test it out. This is my speed test, right, guys? That's pretty fast, isn't it? That's pretty fast. So downloads about 600 megabytes. Not for you, for us, because we can't afford top tier net. But why would it be slow for you guys but fast for me? Wi-Fi speed checking Groper. Speed is fine, no buffering. See, guys, this is the funny thing. This is basically the fastest internet you can get, I'm pretty sure. I got like the Superloop 1,000 megabyte download, 1,000 megabyte uploads thing. It does get restricted a bit. So it's supposed to be 1,000 upload, and I get 350 right now. That's almost civilized world levels of internet for this godforsaken country, lol. Guys, guess how much I pay for that per month? I pay 220 Australian dollars for that every single month for 600 download, 350 upload. It's supposed to be 1,000 upload, 1,000 download, but like half the time it's never that. And like I want to complain, but the sad thing is like it still is literally the best in Australia. Like, are you on a $5,000 a month plan? I'm on $200 a month. $200 a month. Australian internet is so shit. Can you please talk to Nick Fuentes? Look, I literally would, but I don't think he ever would do that, right? Because he hates me and I hate him. Why not get Starlink? Dude, Starlink is slower than this. Starlink is like 200 upload, 50 download. I've actually looked into Starlink. I used Starlink when I was in Ukraine. It's actually slower than this connection. So Starlink, what's the Starlink speeds? Yeah, guys, so Starlink offers, it varies between 25 and 220 megabytes upload. No, 25 and 220 download, and then 5 to 30 upload. So, dude, like mine's like 10 times faster than Starlink. Plus, it's about the same as what I'm currently. Get Drew Link. Yeah, we should launch a Drew Pavlu satellite into fucking orbit, and then that way we can get super fast internet for the stream. Starlink has more latency too. What is that? What do you mean by that? Hang on. Okay, I'm going to now send the invite link to Chris and Julian, and then we will watch the cooked Ozpill Sarah Stock stuff. And like, it's a shame, dude, because Ozpill's funny and he's jacked, so he would be, if he was like a sort of porter of democracy, he'd be a great propagandist for democracy. Unfortunately, he's going down the really ethno-state route, which is a real shame, my friends. Because you know, in all my experience with Hugo, very funny bloke. Like we were great friends back in the day. Did you DM Destiny about anything else? I haven't DM'd Destiny. You're in the 0.01% of internet speeds. You're good. Yeah, dude. I've got a really good internet speed. The sad thing is that I'm paying a lot of money. Like, you know, in Ukraine, for the same internet, you can get it for like 1/10 the price. Starlink is only 25-50% better than cellular. I see a ton of people from my high school following Ozpill. Dude, I see like younger cousins and stuff who are like 12 fucking following Ozpill. It's fucking scary. And again, like, I just wish he wasn't so full on ethno-state, right? Drew rich as fuck. Nah, dude, I'm actually so not rich at all. Guys, I'm actually in a lot of trouble, and I'd really love it if you guys could donate, because my rent each month is 3,500 Australian, and I'm making maybe like 2,800-ish on my social media income per month. So every month I'm like going backwards in my savings, and I think in like 2-3 months time I'm going to hit zero. So I am actually in a bit of trouble. So if you guys can donate, I would really fucking appreciate it. We really need to get to like 1,000 streams, right? Because I basically, what happened was, I'll quickly tell you guys, I basically liquidated all my savings to try get Drew, that rent is too damn high. Dude, it's fucking sucks, right? It's fucking sucks. So what happened? I'll quickly explain this to you guys, right? So I was living at home. I was saving a lot of money because I was able to obviously live at home with like, I was paying my mum like a little bit in rent, but like it was really cheap, obviously. But I've got a comment by this guy, Easy Money, dude, just live with your parents. Dude, the problem was I could literally never stream. I could literally never make videos because I had like a really tiny room. I didn't even have space for a desk. And then I could only really stream in the living room, and it was a cramped townhouse. And like my mom and my sister would be cooking, and then they'd get mad at me trying to make videos. And it was just like a horrible thing, right? So it just wasn't working. So I had to move out, get a place. And I got this place, and I literally looked for places, and I literally applied for like 70 different places. This was the first one that accepted me. It's $3,500 a month. And I was like, okay. When I paid that price, I was like, shit, okay, I know that in 6 months, I'm going to go down to $0 in savings. I'm going to be fucked. But just give myself 6 months to try and make this work. And that's why, that's exactly why I'm now doing like literally like a stream every single day. Cause I'm like, I have to make this work. I have to make this work. How can you afford that? Yeah, dude. So as I said, I can't afford it. Basically what's happening is I had enough money in savings that like I'd basically be fine for like 4 or 5 months. But I knew that after basically like 6 months, after 6 months, I was going to hit zero. So I'm basically on track right now. Based on the current amount I'm making like maybe 2,800 to 3,000 a month on my social media income. And then my rent's 3,500, and then obviously got to pay money to just like fucking get food and groceries and all that stuff. So unfortunately, man, I'm probably going to hit zero and lose all my savings by about July. So I've basically got like 2 more months to make it as a fucking streamer and a YouTuber. Otherwise, I'm fucked. And I'm actually not really sure what I'm going to do. Is Twitter good as income? So I make about $2,000 a month on Twitter. In a good month, maybe it's like 2,500. And then I'm making like a couple $100 from my Patreon, a couple $100 from YouTube. But I've got a comment by, yeah, dude, the problem is like, I literally applied for 70 different places, and 70 places basically rejected me, right? Because I'd be just Google search my name, and it's just like, China wants to kill him, like all this shit, right? And so I'm like, when I got accepted into this place, and it's a couple bedrooms and everything, I was like, shit, it's above my price range, but I've literally been rejected by 70 places. Just got to get anything I can. I got the place, and I was like, okay, give myself. I know that I've got enough money in savings that I'll pay for like 6 months, but around June, July, I'm going to start hitting fucking zero. And so, guys, if you're watching and you appreciate my work and you don't want me to go fucking bankrupt and you want me to keep making stuff, please consider like just literally subbing for like $5 a month, $10 a month. It would actually help a lot, right? Subletting. Yeah, I might sublet. But like, I'm getting about 30 people watching my streams every day. If I have 30 people just put in, $10 a month, even that will make a difference, right? So I need your help, guys. I need your help. I'm probably gonna hit zero in my savings in a couple months' time. And I also owe $30,000 to the Brisbane City Council, because the Brisbane City Council, I lost to them in court. They tried to fine me for a blank sign I held. I held a blank sign outside the Chinese consulate in Brisbane. They fined me. I tried to contest it in court. I lost. They want me to pay $30,000. So I'm in a lot of trouble. Okay, hang on. I've got Jewel and Christian. Jewel and Chris are going to join. Okay. Are you there, Cobbers?
Yes.
Hello, Patriot.
Did you guys hear my spiel?
Yeah, e-begging. Yeah, we heard your e-begging. It's fine.
I'm e-begging. Look, guys, the problem is, right? The problem is, extraordinarily high rent in Australia right now.
Well, isn't this what Ozpil talks about? Housing
as I said, I want to lower migration.
To think about.
Dude, I want to lower migration. I want to lower migration. Yeah. I'm just not like an ethno-stater like that, right? Okay, Steve Sane's in. Thanks, Steve, for joining. Okay, let's watch. Let's see. How are you, by the way, today, Julian?
I'm excellent. I've been
Look at this,
listening
guys.
to
Look at this comment.
listening to some new music that's come out.
What music?
Shit. Yeah, I don't think I can say.
Who's been releasing music recently?
And white people do.
One of the big ones.
The
guy you had
P.
a big
Diddy?
party for.
P. Diddy?
Yeah.
Oh no,
I
that's
didn't know
Hassan
you were at
Piker.
the
That's
Diddy
not.
party.
Sorry. That's Hassan Piker with P. Diddy.
Oh, right.
No, I think this one went on Sneeko. I think
Why don't you just talk to Osbill? You know what? I actually would talk to Osbill. I'll literally have him on a stream. And like, look, what I say is I want to decrease migration, but I don't believe in like full ethno-state stuff. Can you ask your friends what they think of the Bronze Age collapse? Julian and Chris, what do you think of the Bronze Age collapse?
I think Chris will have much more to say about that than I will.
Well, so are we taking a serious like history punt here, or are we doing like the?
I think
like,
Swindon's. I don't know why, but Swindon's just been trolling me. I think Swindon's an NSN guy, unfortunately.
Look, if we're talking about the Bronze Age collapse as a historical fact, I think it's likely an emergence of sea peoples from the sort of Eurasian steppe who come down, and I think you've seen that through a lot of the early
sea peoples
Indo-European. Yeah, I suspect
the sea peoples.
I think the sea peoples are probably like of steppe origin who come down through the Black Sea, and just
we'll look into the
fuck
sea
everything
people.
up. If you remember your history, Drew, you should. If we're talking about the Bronze Age collapse as a book, and by that we're talking about Costin. No comment on Costin.
Costin Alamaru. I'm not going to
comment. No, you got to give him his full title: Sheikh Doctor Costin Alamaru.
Sheikh Doctor Costin Alamaru. We've all read Bronze Age Pervert. I thought
Have you actually read the book?
Yeah, I have. It's just Nietzsche. It just repackaged Nietzsche with some edgy comments.
It is funny though.
It's funny, but like I don't think like I'm a Christian. I reject like the whole make your own morality shit. Thoughts on Moldbug? Dude, I do not like Moldbug, like the monarchy shit. It's cringe. Did the seamen destroy the Bronze Age? Guess. Oh, that's very funny. Stream has become a uni tutorial. Yeah, dude, we're very smart here.
We could make it.
It's an intellectual show. It's an intellectual show.
I'll bring out some slide decks. We'll have some handouts. We'll have a couple of questions at the end. And you can visit me during my office hours, but I probably won't be there.
This is actually, honestly, I think the Drew Pavlik show is far more intellectual than Hasan. We were watching Sarah Payne the other day. We've been reading through The Economist on stream. I literally got up my The Economist subscription. I'm just literally going to read it on stream later. But,
God, not this again. Yeah, and then you had Nicholas Decker on, which was that was.
Oh,
I watched about half an
guys,
hour
what do you
of
think of Nicholas Decker? Hang on, let me bring that up.
No,
that was so fucking cool.
Drew, here's what my counter would be. So Chris was saying earlier, like, you should just like jump him. You should like beat him up. And I was saying, what would his counter be from a utilitarian point of view, right? Like, what is the utility if we were beating him up for him to like, for us to stop beating him?
The utility.
Yeah,
guys. Every time, all utilitarians always have the same.
Yeah. Someone says autonomous subscription. No wonder he can't pay the rent, dude. I have to have my newspaper subscriptions. It's very important for the intellectual underpinnings of the stream. Should we watch Nicholas Decker? Let's watch it. Let's watch
like 2 minutes of you watching you. It's very.
Drew solved the calculus problem live on stream to show the intellectualism. I'm unfortunately not a mathematics head, my friends. Do not redeem nuclear warhead cell. Okay, let's just. Nicholas Decker said one of the most all-time insane fucking psycho shit that I've ever seen. Like this was literally one of the most insane. Okay, let's watch this. It was literally insane.
I'd expect that much the same crimes would be done in Pakistan, and I'm far happier that they are doing them in Britain, where there is.
Bruh, that is so fucking insane. Look at my face when he said that.
Modern police force.
Like what?
That would be more likely to arrest them, and I think the total amount of crime in the world would have gone down.
This is like
this is the ultimate luxury. This is the ultimate luxury belief of a kid who, and we know one of these people who was never beaten up enough at school. Winnie. This is like a Winnie, like this is a Winnie. This is a
Actually,
Winnie
we should have Winnie on stream sometime.
No, he won't come on. He's, he doesn't do that kind of. He doesn't do open debate.
How utterly mental was it though? Like Nicholas Decker, I think literally must be like the most autistic bloke I've ever encountered because he's literally like such a luxury belief.
Yeah.
It's like a computer. Like he literally was like, oh, you just have to accept like a certain amount of rape because like at least like there's a police force in Britain that might be able to potentially stop it. Like what the fuck? How do you even think like that?
Even if we took his precepts as true, that doesn't mean you need to import them so that they can do more raping. Like,
but he actually said if you think about it in terms of utility, he somehow was like, well, there's going to be less rape overall because the British police will be more effective than the Pakistani police at stopping it.
Yeah,
like,
I think
how do you
should
trade that idea?
I think Nicholas should take a brave step and offer his. I'm sure it's very tender and virgin. Bussy in Minecraft, of course, to the Pakistani rape gang.
I disavow. It's fucked up.
Okay. No, but I mean, if it stops them from raping, then that's going to increase utils.
But how like robotic? How fucking like calculator robotic?
It's just
like,
it's fucking autism. It's literally fucking autism. Like there's not even like he's autistic. Like this is autism. It's total categorization.
How the fuck do you even think this? Like
these people would not have lived. Like these people would have Bronze Age collapse. These people would have been exposed at birth. It's not even an issue. And like the second,
he also argues for infanticide. He literally said that the mother should be able to kill the child because it increases utility.
I mean, this is just classic Singer. Like that's sleazy.
But the thing is, like, dude, Nicholas, that would have happened to you, man. Like that's the thing. Like you would have been. They would have like left you on the fucking like mountainside, like in ancient Greece.
We still
Drew,
could.
sorry to interrupt. I'm just gonna join on my computer, so I'm gonna be leaving and then.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. No worries. Dude, how fucking mental is this worldview though? Where he's like, Britain. I don't know why, but like Britain, because Britain's developed and rich. I suppose it's actually like becoming more and more a failed state. But for some reason, like just because like for now it's like I don't know, it has the same GDP as like Czech Republic. Therefore, it has to accept the burden of importing literal rapists.
Yeah.
But he's not even. This isn't even his. He's not even arguing for migrants. He's literally saying explicitly they need to import rapists because at least they'll be stopped in Britain, which is not even the case. Like as we all know, like the grooming gang scandal, like they didn't stop them. That's the whole point of why it's so bad.
They literally didn't. No. And if you could identify them, Matt, you could just tip them out in the ocean on the flight over, or like over Central, just chip them out of the plane.
But apparently, like in his theoretical worldview, he's like, oh well, you theoretically could stop them. Like you theoretically would have a better chance of stopping them in Britain. Therefore, send them all to Britain. Like what the actual fuck, man? Like that is the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, and this is the same stuff with the effective altruism AI cult, right?
Yeah, well, I you know the funny thing is when I started the protest in 2019, I was under the influence of like effective altruism and stuff like that. Like you have to give up every single second of your entire life to stop genocide, sort of shit. And like I now see that whole Peter Singer thing as just like it's just you can't live as a human being like that.
No, it's just you are still, and this is what those people. I use the word people loosely. Believe is that you are just you are basically a floating intelligence, right? You're made of meat. You are fundamentally made of meat, like, and you will have desires and wants and wills and human behavior, which is underpinned by millions of years of evolution that you cannot dispense with because you live in like a nice gated community in the US or wherever the hell this kid lives. I don't know. He's got a kind of a Canadian.
He lives in America.
I don't know. He's got kind of a Canadian phenotype, but yeah. But it's essentially all a luxury belief, right? Again, like,
it's
and this
so
comes
luxurious
back to
to think like this.
This is like, yeah, if we started beating you with a belt, Nicholas, like you would ask us to stop, even though
even though it adds utility.
Even if it, like, let's say we was no, I actually thought about this when I was watching it. If we could stream, how do I say this without? This is a philosophical experiment, but if we could stream us beating Nicholas,
I disavow before you even say it.
Yeah, I know. If we could stream beating Nicholas or anybody with a belt, but particularly Nicholas, because he in this case should be offering himself up to this altar. If the amount of utils produced by the gooning worldwide, if whoever watches that shit on the line, outweighed his suffering, then morally it's justified. Actually, it's
well, according to his
immediately
that's why it's retarded because according to his theory, if the entire world voted like, oh, we'd all get a lot of happiness out of just like bashing Nicholas Decker, like according to his theory, he has to accept that.
And look, I know there are smarmy little counter arguments to this, but utilitarian like ultimately falls on both counts of we have to let people suffer for everybody to be like marginally happier. And there are several experiments. These are first year philosophical. These are first year philosophy.
So I said to him, I said,
you remember this? Yeah,
dude. I did philosophy at UQ. I got 7s. Like this is like first year slop to me. So I said to him, have you ever studied philosophy? And he was like, no, philosophy's retarded. I don't want to study philosophy. And it's like, dude, the problem is you're doing philosophy and you're doing it in a retarded way because you haven't studied it before. So that's literally what he's doing, right?
Yeah.
He was trying to make it like an economic argument.
Yeah, and economists are even worse. They are truly like economics is basically magic with more steps.
He doesn't even see that he's doing. He doesn't even see that it's a moral argument. He doesn't even see that he's doing philosophy. He thinks that you can just do an economic study and prove somehow that literally picking up all the rapists in Pakistan and particularly the rapists, like not even like this is the funny thing, right? Like he's not even saying like, there might just be some rapists in the market. He's actually saying, like, in his ideal worldview, Britain would go to Pakistan and literally say, tell us the worst, like 1,000 rapists in your country. We will take them to Britain and then we'll stop
the top rapists.
That's his worldview.
Pakistani's top rapists. Yeah.
Because that's the funny thing. He doesn't even say in this stream, he's not even saying like, oh, it's just an unfortunate downside of letting like he's not even saying, well, 99% of the people who come are just normal people. He doesn't even say that. He actually outright says it's actually a net positive for the world if specifically rapists come because they have a better chance of being stopped in Britain. That's like literally his insane argument.
Beautiful.
So insane. Jewel, are you here?
Allowing grooming gangs.
Hang on. You here, Jewel?
He's under attack. Give him a sec.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if Jules in there.
They attack him.
To Britain.
Sorry, okay. Could you repeat that? So you're saying it's better that grooming gangs go to Britain because the British police force is a modern police force, and therefore there's overall in sort of like net utilitarian terms, there's less grooming gangs in the world or something. Is that your argument?
Yeah. Yes.
Why? So mental. Eh?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, what about, for example, like the victim? Imagine that was your political platform. Imagine you just go to like Birmingham. Imagine you just go to like fucking a British town and just start door knocking and just be like, hello, like we specifically want to bring in as many rapists from overseas as possible, specifically because the British police service is better than third world police services at stopping them. Therefore, there will be less rapists.
Holy Jewel. Oh, the microphone.
I cut out his mic. That's messed up.
Excellent. Yeah, that's I'm under attack.
Like, they were predominantly sort of like white girls in Britain, and there seems to have been racially motivated hatred that motivated a lot of these crimes, etc. Like, should those victims not be, their interests not be held into account? Like you can't just say, well, you guys have to have that suffering. It wasn't my mic. It was, look, in overall terms, at least there's not going to be more Pakistani victims. I mean, wouldn't the British people be like, we shouldn't necessarily have that taken into our country?
So what is the trade-off then between?
Listen to what he says here. It's so mental. It's actually amazing what he says here.
White Britain rape.
Like, we shouldn't necessarily have that taken into our country.
So what is the trade-off then between White Britain rape rates and Pakistani rape rates? Like, how many Pakistanis should be raped to avoid one white British?
No, you can see. No, so you can see he's smiling there because he thinks he's got you. It is.
That's so retarded, though. What the fuck?
It is the most facile argument. It is quite simple, Nicholas. You don't. No, he's not here to respond.
Can you guys hear me now?
Although, yes.
Okay, excellent.
Wait, Joel, you have to turn up your mic. It's too soft.
God damn it.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck is that argument? Like, so he basically says, so if you don't specifically take in the grooming games, you want Pakistani women to be raped. What the fuck? Who thinks like that, man? Sounds like a fucking retarded ChatGPT. Cut him some slack. He has Asperger's, is autistic, and he's bisexual. Dude, we're all bisexual and autistic. I'm just joking.
I can speak for everyone in this call right now and say we are all Asperger's and bisexual.
But only some of us are autistic. You have to guess who.
Here. No, fucking here.
And it's not me.
Big Thinker, actually, this is a great comment by Big Thinker. Our police force is better equipped, therefore we should push it to its limits by importing millions of Batman villains. We should like, just test them out by just like, literally just bring over like fucking 1 million copies of the Joker. Because what I love here is like, he's not even saying that like, it's an unfortunate downside of migration. He's literally just saying, no, you should explicitly say the criminals specifically should be welcomed in. Amazing.
Well, I was thinking you could have like economics leads you. You could have like a talent show, like Britain's next top Pakistani rapist or something.
This is a great comment by John. This is retarded and ridiculous argument. No country will accept its own citizens being raped to stop the rape. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I know. When you actually put it that way, what the actual fuck? Who argues like that? Like, your country has to accept rapes to stop rapes occurring in another country. Yeah, why can't
somebody who's never been hit at all ever in their life makes this argument, which is why the belt, like the belt, bring it forth.
He's making us neoliberals look so bad. Yeah, I literally said, please remove the Ukraine flag from your Twitter. Please, for the love of God, take it off because it's making us look so bad, dude. Oh my god. Like, why do you have to suffer? Why does like a girl in fucking like I don't know?
I mean, you can make a perfectly utilitarian argument that like Ukraine should have just given up in the first like 10 minutes. Right, less people would have died, therefore less suffering would have happened. Even if Ukrainian citizens had suffered a worse quality of, a 10% worse quality of life, though the Ukrainians that had died are obviously suffering, an infinite decrease in quality of life. And the country's war torn, so everybody, it's most things.
He explicitly believes in abolishing borders, and somebody made the good point. They were like, how can you claim to be a Ukraine supporter if you want to abolish all borders? Like, that's literally that's what Ukraine's fighting against, retard. Like, Ukraine is literally trying to stop Putin abolishing their borders.
So how sincerely do you think he holds these beliefs?
Well, I don't know. I think,
he could be griefing.
He does believe in this stuff. Maybe he exaggerates it slightly to get a rise out of people. I don't know. But like we had an hour and a half debate. And at one point he was saying, well, infanticide raises utility because the mother is happy or something like that. Like, he has a lot of insane views. He also says that he wants to have 6 children, but he doesn't want a single one of them to be genetically his. He thinks that people shouldn't.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I don't think.
We're happy that he doesn't do it.
Not only am I happy, I just think he's not going to have them. I think that. But I mean, who would breed with that specimen?
Okay, no, you know who actually did. Chris, this is so funny. Do you know who actually offered to have sex with him on Twitter?
Ayla? What? Like?
Yeah, Ayla.
Don't worry.
Nation ever.
Ayla also shouldn't have children, to be honest. Like, none of these people should have children. It's actually better if they don't.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be Ayla. The second that you said that, I knew it had to be one person. Look.
Yeah, Ayla said
he's not going to have any kids either.
Yeah, I know, which is good for society. Ayla said Ayla had a tweet where she was like, me and my group chat of like other girls, and I assume that everyone has to be autistic in this. And again, no shade on autism because I'm like slightly autistic. All my friends are, but everyone has to be like extreme. and she's like, in our group chat, we discussed offering you an orgy in response to you like liking your tweets. Ayla actually said that to Nicholas Decker.
Did he get the orgy?
No, she said that they pulled back at the last second because they thought he might not be truthful enough or something like that. Let me find this. Because what happened is when he got kicked out of his house.
Nick Decker bashing on the door. Ayla, let me in. It's Ayla.
Oh my god! So he got kicked out of his house. And hang on, imagine the kid of Ayla and Nicholas Decker, the horror. That would actually be the Antichrist. So it's actually really good.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go back. Infanticide is okay, and it's not the details of the mother or the father.
Okay, Nicholas, we accept your arguments. Oh my god!
Go true king. Go off. Like, yeah, go on.
Look, let me show you. Let me show the Ayla tweet because what happened was so he got kicked out by his landlord. Kicked him out of his house because he made a tweet saying he was going to kill Trump or saying that people should consider killing Trump. And then the Secret Service visited him. And then in response to all this, he literally posted his street address and just said, guys, like, if you want to kill me, here's my address. And then his landlord, like, understandably kicked him out at that point. And then he did a GoFundMe for that. But then in the end, he decided to donate the GoFundMe money to charity, he did it on those, like, effective altruism grounds. And then Ayla said, Ayla said that's why they didn't do the orgy.
He could have just with the money he could have just paid for a consulting, whatever the 6,000.
Read this.
Pussy. I mean,
read this. Actually, a while ago, the girl chat did have a somewhat serious discussion on whether or not we should start awarding honorary orgies for good tweets inspired by you. We decided we were unsure about your ethical integrity, though, but there was an alternative universe where you had affairs with 12 older women at once. So fucked up. And then Hinani said, "What makes you doubt Nick's ethical integrity? Lying about the give well." Actually, so fucked, man. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up.
Yeah, all these people would chipper. Like,
no, I like Hanani. Hanani's funny.
Okay, Hanani is funny, but for reasons that are.
No, we love Hanani. Hanani's good. But
I like Richard Benania. He's not bad.
And look, I even think Nicholas Decker is kind of funny, but he is extremely annoying. He's extremely annoying and objectively has really psychotic views.
I mean, if you ever get him back on, you should ask why we continue to give Africa food aid.
What's going to happen when white people...
Well, I don't even... Well, you know what? He actually made a pretty gamer comment in the stream where he was talking about African-American crime. So, like, I don't even understand Nick... I don't even know...
Autistic. It's just autistic.
I think he's just, like, fully autistic, right? In this house, Richard Hanani is a hero. End of story. Here. Should we watch the Ozpill thing now?
Yeah. Okay, let's see... Look, can we like mute?
Oh my God, look at this comment. Wait, look at this comment. Drew set up a debate between Joel Davis and Nicholas Decker. Holy fuck. That'd be fucked up. Can you imagine that?
That would be somehow less productive than your debate with Joel Davis, and that's fucking crazy.
Should we watch it? Should we watch it now?
Yeah, okay, let's punish ourselves by watching.
Start to become
This is gonna be slop. And I want to preface this by saying Sarah Stock is slop. Like, she's one of those... She's just like a younger version of, that Fox News thing where like they just will find like some blonde lady and then they just make her like a news presenter on Fox News and then all the boomers eat it up. Like that's Sarah Stock and she's like just
Shari
slightly younger. No, I like Shari. I like Shari. Shari's
I know. We know why you like Shari Markson.
No, Shari supports me, so I like Shari Markson. But
yeah,
I'm talking like Pam Bondi and shit.
Shari,
Shari's good. Shari's good. We're talking about like Pam Blondie and shit like that. Sarah Stock's like that for younger version. I just think she's like full slop, but and she just like, if anybody actually finds Sarah Stock attractive, you're actually probably homosexual yourself. And I'm actually saying that very seriously. If you find Sarah Stock attractive, that's probably a sign that you're either third worlder or you're homosexual, like spiritually. Thoughts?
I haven't had a look at her yet.
Okay, let's watch it. Yeah. Maybe that's too mean.
Let's have a look.
Okay.
We can immediately make a
minorities in their own countries.
If we slip and fall into minority status, things like political correctness aren't going to protect us, and things like multiculturalism and the doctrine of that won't protect us because currently we can't be contributive to that.
What would you say is like the biggest difference?
I'm sorry, dude. If you find Sarah Stock attractive, I think you're either gay or you're like.
I like her Dasher.
Or you're like from a third world country that's like a developing country.
Yeah, but Dasher is somehow dreamy. Sarah, this is not as good.
Dasher? No, I'm not commenting on Dasher next
that
between the
she's
US.
got like the Dasher style vocal fry.
Drew still wants to be on Red Scare.
No, I don't. I hate Red Scare. I hate Dasher. She looks normal. I'm sorry, Easy Money, but no, just because of I'm just saying because of the whole vibe around her, because her whole thing is she's like a fucking white nationalist political streamer. Like she's supposed to be like the based woman sort of thing. If you fall for that, it is a sign that you're either spiritually homosexual or maybe from a third world developing country. That's actually a fact. I think that is true. Thoughts?
Well,
you've heard it here first.
Well, then call me a Mogadishan, bro, because.
No, but look. Okay, just
Jewel is our top homosexual Mogadishu warrior.
Read this comment, please. Read this comment. There probably is an assembly line somewhere that is making all these blonde women who spout North Korea propaganda levels of right wing slop. That's what I'm talking about. And that's why I'm saying I'm saying if you fall for that factory. No, I'm saying if you fall for that production line, it's a sign of like third worldism or spiritual homosexuality. And I, of
Very
course,
powerful, very
Lily
powerful
Gaddis.
statement.
I'm talking
Very
about
powerful
Lily
statement.
Gaddis as well. I'm talking about Lily Gaddis as well. Lily Gaddis is probably actually a better example. Actually, you know what? I was being too mean to Sarah Stock. I actually think I was thinking mostly in my head of Lily Gaddis when I was saying this. Lily Gaddis, I think, is the perfect. And someone saying average Greek perspective on blonde women. No, we love blonde women. I love blonde women. But what I'm saying is the specifically right-wing news presenter blonde women, if you like them, you're gay or you're from a third world developing country. Okay, let's watch it. Let's watch it.
How much religion is intertwined
Oh no, Trump is Jewish, bro. Oh no.
with politics. You go to any of these college Republicans or Turning Point, there's no way.
Do you reckon Ozpil's tapping that? Do
Look, I hope if they dragged him on here for, I hope so.
You know what? Honestly,
he's
if
smiling.
Ozpil's tapping that, I actually would say respect.
I think that answers your question, dude. Look at him right now.
Ozpil's Chad, and if he was to tap that, I would actually say, respect. I actually respect that. At the end of the day, I still hate her because she's just like the Fox News blonde woman phenotype, the Fox News presenter blonde woman produced in a factory phenotype. But
yeah, bring
so I
me
still
more
hate
Peter
her.
Cred than MILFs. Bring me more Peter Cred than MILFs. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Look,
No,
I would say,
what are you talking about?
I wouldn't endorse her. I'm
You're
saying
wrong. You have no taste. You have no taste.
This is actually a funny comment by Mitchell Dawes, and it's actually true. Lehecking-based woman has arrived. This will thwart the allegations of sexism from the left once before. That's what I'm talking about, dude. It's like it's a strain on like the right where they're like, "Wow, we found a based woman, bro, and she's blonde and she loves MAGA." Like that shit is really cringe. It's like a factory line. They're producing these people on a factory line, and I know there's. You know what? I bet someone's gonna clip this up. You know what? I know someone's gonna clip this up, and they're gonna be like, Drew's Turkish and he hates white women.
Incredible. This is it. Can you hear this, Julian?
No, bro.
They're gonna clip this up. I hope they clip this up because this is great. This is
bro, I hope they clip this up.
No, hang on. My mic went down. Let me just explain myself a bit further because I'm worried.
Videos up,
Let me explain myself a bit further.
His video's off now. This is great.
Hang on.
This is the Drew production value.
Why is it fucking hell? Hang on. Let me fix this. Fucking hell. It's so frustrating. Maybe God was intervening to be like, shut the fuck up, Drew. Do you reckon God was intervening to be like, shut the fuck up, Drew, before you fuck yourself?
Thoughts? Yeah, God question thoughts.
Do you reckon God like turned off the camera to be like, just shut the fuck up, Drew? Like, you're going to get clipped and all the Nazis are going to attack you. Hang on. Why is it fucking not working? 1 second. 1 second, guys. I'm going to go back into my rant. It's really important. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, that's a better angle. We can't see. That's the Munjaro angle.
220. I love Drew's round face. Facts.
Yeah, that's getting clipped and blown up to like
at
least twice as big.
Okay, let me just. I'm just going to explain my theory one more time. To preface this, white women with blonde hair and blue eyes, of course, we respect them. But I'm just talking specifically like the MAGA ones with the crazy like makeup, the fucked up, blown up lips, the really heavy junior makeup, and they're like just all Fox News presenters. That's a particular phenotype, right? The Fox News right wing based woman epic archetype, and they're all like blonde, and they've like dyed their hair blonde. And I'm just saying that particular, if you're attracted to that particularly, you are either gay or potentially, from like a third world developing country. And but like again, I'm saying I'm not applying this to just blonde women in general. I'm just talking in specifically the based far right women with blonde hair archetype. That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
Atheists. There's no one who's like anti.
I think that's fair, right? Like
yes.
It, right?
We have labored this point now, Drew.
Does it make sense to you?
Yeah,
it
man.
may be
I guess.
like women, yes, chat.
Like I don't know. I think people like to look at pretty women, so they get pretty women on. It's pretty intuitive. Like
yeah, but I'm talking the specific ones that they have on Fox News and like the right wing. Like
they do look very similar, don't they?
They all look similar.
I was gonna comment on Sarah Stock because I thought she was like there was one of these people that like right wing Twitter made famous because she like made a video not the GoFundMe woman, but like a different woman a while ago made a video saying the N-word, and they made her like
that was Lily Gaddis.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought that was her.
Yeah, no, and Lily Gaddis is the perfect archetype of this, where like
This is
it's
like the
just
same
like
thing.
they just found a generic blonde woman who had like le-based far right opinions, and then all these guys are like, "Holy shit, bro, this is epic!" And like, guys, if you fall for that, you're either gay or you are, part of a sort of developing poor country. I think that's actually this fact. It's a third world mindset.
You're loving third world at the moment, Drew.
It's a really good because I'm talking. It's about a mindset. It's about
Yeah,
culture,
yeah.
it's about
I don't
values.
know. Yeah, sure. I'll let you have it, bro.
Okay, let's watch it. Okay.
Christianity. Once whites stopping the majority governing.
I've got a comment. Drew, don't act like you wouldn't kiss Lauren Southern up and down. No, that's disgusting to me. I've got a girlfriend. I'm very happy, actually. Thank you. That's disgusting.
Body in their own countries and fall into minority status. We're going to enter like multipolar societies. And you can look at countries where white people have relinquished power in the past. It never ends well for the remaining white population.
Actually, great comment by Max Hooper here. Ann Coulter was the original blonde right-wing nut jog fembot. She acts like a guy in drag. Actually, fact check true. That's such a brilliant comment by Max Hooper. I'd say once in every 100 comments, Max Hooper will just like hit the nail on the head and just get like a bullseye on the dartboard. That's a beautiful one, Max. Well said.
My name's Sarah Stock, and you're watching Almost Serious. I'm filling in for Elijah Schaefer today.
Dude, she's
We're
filling
joined
in
by
for
one of our
Elijah. That's fucked. At that point, just imagine, right? You're filling in for Elijah Schaefer, and you're like right-wing fembot. Like, it's over at that point. It's over. And I think I think I'm fair enough. And I think it's fair enough to say that, but we'll keep watching.
favorite Australian.
And I want to clarify. I'm not even attacking Ozpill right now. I'm just attacking Sarah Stock,
who goes by the social media handle Ozpill on TikTok, where he red pills Australian Zoomers about just how much their country is being destroyed. You might have seen him in a viral video where he questioned Charlie Kirk about America's national identity, specifically whether or not America would still be America if it were 90% Chinese or 90% Indian. I think you can probably guess.
Come on, guys. I've actually hit the nail on the head here. She looks like a robot.
That's what the answer was to that. I think both Ozpill and I are very concerned about the massive waves of Indian migration to the West and the infiltration that we're seeing from them in our governments. So yeah, thanks for joining us, Ozpill.
Yeah, it's good to be back on now in the one-on-one. Which
Ozpill mogs. I want to say Ozpill actually does mog Sarah Stock. I would definitely say that. I'd say Ozpill's definitely mogging Sarah Stock. And I'm a straight guy here. I'm straight. I'm completely straight. Not attracted to men at all.
Those 28 hours on the bottom of the Beat nightclub floor really really got you, huh?
No, I'm saying from an objective sense.
Drew's take on this debate so far has been Sarah Stock. If you like Sarah Stock, you're gay, but also, oh my god, isn't Hugo so sexy? like, is this a fucking analysis that came on the stream for, dude?
Drew's gonna start posting Handsome Thursday Ozpill shots to his Twitter.
This is just an
you like this?
Dude.
You like?
You were like, oh, get this woman off the screen, and Hugo, so dreamy.
Disgusting femoid. Oh, beautiful. Oh, twink. Oh, beautiful. This is quite.
I was complaining about Sarah Stock for like 10 minutes, and then Ozpill's like, I'm like, Ozpill's pretty Chad. Okay, I actually admit that was too gay of me. I repent. That was fucked up. I agree. That actually was fucked up. Okay, we'll watch it. No, I just meant that because he's like, I used to be friends with him, right? I meant it in a fucking straight way, obviously.
Okay, he kneel. Okay.
I would bet 10K that Drew would go out with Sarah Stock if she hasn't. Fuck no. You could offer me $1 million to go on a date with Sarah Stock. I would say fuck no.
I'd do it for $0 though.
You could offer me $1 million. I'd say no.
Which is good.
Ozpill on the other hand. sorry. I'm just shitposting. Okay.
Finally, stretch out and talk about India.
Like I used to.
Yeah, and how long have you been?
I don't agree with his ethno state stuff.
In the States for again?
I think I'd say since early January.
Okay, cool. What would you say is like the biggest difference between the US and Australia? Like good or bad?
What I've noticed, like in what I've been most involved with politically, has been just how much religion is intertwined in the States with politics. Like you go to any of these colleges.
Kevin Nagar is saying that India would actually be better off if less people went from India to America. Max tells me to do more debates. I will do more debates. It's just I don't have anyone to debate right now. I'm just shit posting right now.
Or Republicans or Turning Point or anything. It's like if you're in or involved in those things, there's no atheists. There's no one who's like anti-Christianity. Whereas in Australia, the word is I think like secular. Like it's a lot. It's not a necessary thing to be right wing in Australia or to be involved in our versions of those young political groups. So that's probably been the most striking.
I just want to clarify again. When I said that Ozpil's a Chad bloke, I meant that in a homie sense. I meant that in a homie sense. I'm against I meant it in a fucking homie sense. Completely non-homo. Completely non-homo. I'm just fact checking that. Okay, just fact checking that. And again, I support the LGBT community. I'm not against anybody. I'm just saying I'm straight personally. I just don't find Sarah Stock attractive. But okay, continuing.
So would you top or bottom for Ozpil?
No, fuck off, Chris. That's disgusting. I disavow. That's fucked up.
Oh, can I bring it back
because everyone professes it.
Saying,
what did you say, Joel?
Commentary on this because he's talking about the religiosity in politics in America. I think it's very true. The first thing, so when I went to America and I walked into the first thing I saw on the television, it was Newsmax, and then the first ad was for a gun. And then the second ad was for like a Christian Zionist nursing home.
Go
incredible stuff. Drew, we need to get you into one of those.
Yeah.
That's where we're sending Drew. We're sending Drew when he runs out of rent money.
Yeah, you can either live or work there. I think you'd be like a live-in, like a personal care assistant, Drew.
Genius. Okay, we watch it.
That's interesting. I respect that.
I definitely noticed that.
There's a lot of tension, I think. I sense a lot of tension between Sarah and Ozpil here. Thoughts?
Bro, are you going to comment on fucking anything other than like...
Okay, we might
too with Canada. I'm originally from Canada.
See, again, Sarah Stock's from Canada. That's another point against her. Okay, continue.
Dual citizen, even though I'm not a congressman or anything like that. But yeah, Canada and Australia have like a lot of similarities, like obviously both under the British Crown, both getting massive waves of immigration from India. And we also both had an election recently, and we both had the left-wing party win.
Yeah.
Like past few weeks. What do you think about
Ozpil's lip read? That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. I'm against it. Fuck you, dude. Okay.
Very kissable.
She's wearing a wig. Fact. Actually, that'd be so funny. Captain Dreamer for a debate. That'd actually be so funny. King of Corinth. Don't worry. I support King of Corinth because he gave me a lot of money. He bought 5 memberships for the show.
About that? Like, are you happy about that? Or
personally, like myself and my contemporaries or whatever you'd call them, my mates, yeah, we're pretty excited by that. Like that would spell out a pretty good future for the right wing in Australia.
The mass migration. True.
Not sure how Canadians took it. I mean, I'm not that involved.
I know King of Corinth. I know you're joking, and I thank you for buying 5 memberships to the channel. Don't worry, I was joking too. We're good. We're all good, brother. We're all good. I was having a laugh. I was having a laugh, as they say in Australia. Don't worry, King of Corinth. You're a top chatter.
In their discourse, but it feels like in Australia, it was like it might seem odd to some people, but we're definitely celebrating that loss of. It's called a right-wing conservative party, but the reason we're celebrating is because it's been masquerading as that.
So Ozpil is celebrating the loss of Dutton.
And so now a real option.
So you're like an accelerationist.
Friends are though.
What'd you say?
I think most conservative people I know are
celebrating the loss of Dutton.
Yeah.
I mean, I do know a lot of young conservatives.
I think that's a pretty standard opinion for like young right-wing guys.
For young right-wing guys, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, it is effectively a party that wears the skin suit of and you're seeing that right now with the leadership machinations. That are we going to choose
Susan Lane numerology? Susan Lane
numerology, or does Centre Price like just even dumber, and like Angus Taylor, who is just the most monstrous.
Jacinta Price, that would be like Jacinta Price would be like a Cami Badenoch option. Hey, like they're like the whole thing would be like, see, we're not racist. Look at who we've selected as our leader. Like that's the whole reason why they're doing that, right?
Yeah, it's literally the Leheckan based woman thing. Again, but done differently. It's the same trap.
Easy Money says, what party does Ozpil belong to? One Nation. No, dude, he even hates One Nation. He says One Nation's not right-wing enough.
Yeah,
Pauline Hanson went to like a secret.
Pauline Hanson's a grifter. Pauline Hanson's
literally retarded. Like she's got like the IQ of a fish. She's got an IQ of like 60. But like
beautiful James Ashby behind her.
Yeah, but I think the reason he hates Pauline Hanson is because she went to like a Sikh temple one time and she put on like a turban, and then like that destroys all right wing credibility. I think for these guys, right?
I'm not sure that's what it is. I think like
that was one reason he did cite that a lot against Pauline Hanson, but probably the main reason is she is literally fucking retarded.
Well, that's a very visual. If you're doing a bunch of TikTok and Instagram, Instagram reels, right? That's really a really easy visual way to depict it. But it's much more likely that's because Pauline is a massive grifter and has made no headway.
Well, she is literally retarded.
Yes,
she is literally retarded. Like she couldn't, like she has no idea. Like even just in terms of,
well, she does have acumen, right? She does get more Senate votes than you did.
Yeah, of course. I mean, she's been on the scene for like fucking longer than I've been alive. Like,
yes,
I think
like,
yeah, she literally. She actually 3 years before I was born.
Yeah, no, look, I would hesitate thinking that she's dumb, but she is a grifter.
She's got like rat cunning. She's got like the cunning of like a fucking like badger. Like
I'm not sure she's
brain,
smart.
I'm like she knows how to tie her shoelaces. She's not that retarded, right? But like she can't actually do anything for shit. And like half it, like she's like probably 40 people have ever been elected under the One Nation banner, and probably like 99% of them have left the party under like fucking, infighting. So she is pretty stupid politically. That's actually a fact. Like, of the 50 or so people who've been elected for One Nation over the past, like, 28 years in Australian politics, like, literally probably 47 out of the 50 have, like, defected from her party after, like, infighting. Like, she is legitimately fucking stupid. That's actually a really funny statistic. That's actually true. I'm not even exaggerating at all. Like it actually, all of them did get, like, she just fights with everyone. It's insane.
Is that right?
I think the only one she hasn't fought with over all this time is, like, James Ashby.
Well, isn't she like paranoid about like anyone contesting her leadership or something?
It was because the first iteration of One Nation, she got kicked out of her own party. So after that, she's like fully obsessed with like blocking anyone who potentially could be a rival.
Yeah, it's like it's almost Farage-esque. Yeah. Anyway,
she's kind of like the Australian Farage, but I'd say Nigel Farage has 30 IQ points on her.
Easily.
Yeah, easily. Like for example, Nigel Farage worked as a banker before going into politics. Like whereas Pauline Hanson was like a fish, like she did a fish and chip shop. Like, yeah, not trying to be mean, but like she's like literally pretty, like she's just a normie who just kind of like lucked into her position because she like said something mean about Aboriginal people, and then the Liberal Party kicked her out, and then yeah, it was like a firestorm, and she just kind of like she really did sort of luck into her position. Isn't that the case?
I mean, that's a lot of the history, but
skill. It wasn't like clever acumen, right?
Well, so what happened is she got pre-selected by the Liberal Party. She was going to be contesting a seat that was safe Labor. So like she basically got pre-selected. Labor, yes. Yeah, but she got pre-selected to run in Oxley, which at the time was fully safe Labor. She was never expected to win in a million years. And she wrote a letter to the local paper complaining about Aboriginal people. And then John Howard kicked her out of the party over that. And then the fact that she got kicked out of the party, it became a massive media storm. And then people, like, against all odds, elected her in that seat. And that's what then made her, like, really famous in Australian politics. And that was 1996. And that was 3 years even before I was born. So it's literally 28 years. But yeah, let's just literally watch the video because it's been like 3 minutes. We've only watched 3 minutes so far.
In accelerating the decline of this, like, quasi right-wing party in favor of, like, an actual one coming out, accelerationism comes with a lot of baggage, but in that specific scenario, it's been a successful job because our mission pretty much in the months preceding this election, I didn't endorse any party. I didn't actually really make much content to do with the election except to say, if you're watching my stuff, you shouldn't vote for the Liberal Party and listed a bunch of reasons why. And by all accounts, I think it worked. Like there's people really close to me, my friends who were just like, we call them rusted on, like they just would always vote Liberal. They didn't even know the policy. And the weeks preceding the election, they're like, okay, well, who do I vote for instead? To which there weren't many options, but the point is that they can now come. There's room now. Yeah.
No, that's good. I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same thing in Canada. Like the Conservative opposition.
I wonder how Ozpil got to be this way because I knew him like 3 years ago and in 2022, and he wasn't like this at all. But
and it was just really, really weak, really bad. I mean, if he was running in the US, I don't even think people would think that he's a Republican. He would probably come across like a Democrat.
It was really funny. The memes on X I saw, his name is Pierre, right?
Yeah, Pierre
So
Poilievre.
It was like, oh guys, I can't believe our conservative right-wing option lost. And it's like,
Sarah Stock is so hot. No, leave the chat. Leave the chat, Findling. Get out of the chat. You're not welcome here, my friend.
He's right.
No, get out of the chat.
like him in the turban
Much
in
to
some
think
temple,
about, Fine,
like 100 different times in 100 different
Oh
places.
my gosh, yeah. He loves like trying on costumes and like pandering to like every single ethnic group. Like if there's like some kind of like diversity festival, he's there. It's like
Yeah, and like more memes about that have been coming from like the left celebrating like their triumph over the right, and then you look over to the right and they're just like shrugging like that wasn't a loss of ours. Like we campaigned against him too, which is pretty hilarious. Like I don't think they're ready for like understanding the next level of discourse that comes from this. Because if I was the guy who lost, in our view, is left wing. It's in Australia and Canada, and leftists are seeing that as some triumph over.
Guys, Dutton was not left wing. Like that's pretty ridiculous. Come on, like.
I mean, it depends. It depends where you sit on the spectrum, Drew.
Okay, but like nobody could say Dutton lost because he went too left wing. Because if it was because he went too left wing, there would have been a big. Wait, what did you say, Jewel?
Is he saying he lost because he was too left wing?
He's kind of arguing that, right? And like, look, at the end of the day, like people could have voted for these right wing minor parties, right? Like One Nation and Trump and the Patriots, and that didn't happen.
They did. No, well, they did. They did. You can literally look at the polling. Like you can look at the. I don't think we have the official stats back from the AEC yet because I haven't cut them up yet. But yeah, like Rennick and One Nation did exceedingly well, and you do have the rise of like One Nation in these traditionally safe Labor seats across the country. Like the One Nation is it's not showing up because they're not winning seats because at a local level it's not going to happen. But it is like it is swinging.
That he's right that the LNP lost because there is a big appetite for right-wing politics in Australia, I think.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
I think that there is a degree to which Australians have an appetite for conservative politics in Australia, and that did contribute to Dutton's loss. I do think that much is true.
So you actually think that Dutton lost because he wasn't conservative enough?
No. I'm not saying that was even that was even close to a primary factor at play, but I think that was part of it, but probably a very small part of it.
I just think if it was a larger part of it, you would have seen much bigger shifts towards the minor right-wing parties. Because in the end, like I think One Nation might get 1% extra of the vote. Trump and the Patriots went backwards, like which is like the Palmer Party. Like you didn't see a big rise in the right-wing vote really anywhere.
Well, I think
Drew, we haven't even got the numbers yet, Drew. Like,
okay, let's watch it. Let's keep watching. We keep watching.
I can pull up my Excel spreadsheet if you'd like.
Okay, we keep watching.
Fascism, which is like, dude, he's pro open borders, same in Australia. They didn't want to like really.
And he's like Joe Biden.
Yeah, literally, like
it's like Australian Joe Biden. He's a fascist.
Which, as you said, like in the American politics, those guys would be Dems, probably on the left of the Dems.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
no, it's crazy, but yeah, I don't think people in the US, like they're still pretty bad here politically, obviously.
Yeah.
But I don't think they have any idea like just how bad it is in like Australia, Canada. I mean, even I feel like the UK is maybe a little bit better. Would you say?
Than Australia?
Can we stop her right here?
Yeah.
Can we stop her right
I mean,
here?
just the way that they've been
How's
steaming
UK
ahead
better
with
than
those...
like UK is the shittest of everyone. Like UK is
UK unfortunately it's by far the biggest shithole.
It's over.
UK is like over, and then like what's she trying to say? Like, oh well, the based right wing party is going to come in because of reform. Like,
well, and again, it depends on where America we're talking about, right? Like, this is not.
The funny thing is, we would have all. I mean, Jewel and Chris, you would have all seen this. That there are like right wingers in Britain who think Nigel Farage is not right wing enough because he won't endorse deportation.
No, he has. He has. He
has now.
He has, as of a couple of days ago, he has reversed.
I didn't see that. When did he say that?
Again, I don't actually watch Nigel's fucking announcements. I just get the like downstream.
I didn't hear that actually. I'll see that
commentary at view. But yes, he did. He basically did a term. He
said he'll create a minister. Okay, so he said he'll create a minister for deportation. So
and look, and honestly, that's like, and this is the little bitch like, yeah, UK view. Like, for me, that is such a normal that is a normal function of a state, right? Imagine if Albo or Dutton said like, "Oh, we're not going to deport illegals." Like the next election they would lose. They would probably be axed by the party.
Britain does need to deport like all these illegal guys and criminals and like the grooming gangs and stuff like that. Like that's just like factual. That's just factual.
Yeah, John, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Like, I've lived there for a couple of years. There is a massive difference between, nice parts of of Surrey, or there's still a couple of nice parts of London left, versus somewhere like Telford, right? Which is just, you have to feel horrible for those places in the Midlands and the North, and they're just economically ravaged.
I went in 2022, and so in 2022, I went to both Poland and Britain in the same year. And I swear to God, like there were towns in Poland, like rural Poland, that looked so much nicer, more developed than because I went to Swindon in the same year in 2022 for a football match. And dude, like it was actually really sad. The poverty there was so bad. It literally did look third world.
Someone told me recently that they had a conversation with like a Polish taxi driver in the UK. And the taxi driver was like, "Yeah, we're thinking of going back to Poland now."
Holy fuck, dude. To be honest, I actually don't know why Nigel kicked out Rupert Lowe, as Mitchell says. Like, that was pretty...
that was because he was worried somebody was rightly going to usurp his power.
Oh, because Elon endorsed him as the leader of the party, right?
Yeah, because like, whether you like it or not, and I'd actually agree with Elon on this. I'd agree with the South African.
Swindon is the home of
Nigel isn't the guy.
Yeah,
he is. Yeah, that's where Sargon lives. Yeah.
Really? Still to this day?
Let's not forget Sargon nuked UKIP.
Yeah, he was retarded. What did he do again? How did he fuck it over?
He made a very choice tweet that you'll be able to find pretty easily.
Oh, the one about raping someone, right?
Yeah.
That was so
he wouldn't.
Retarded, dude. That's totally retarded.
Yeah.
I hate when people do that. You know what? Druckbeth Cunley is so right, where he talks about like the need for like sensible, centrist, moderate pantsuit deportations. Like, you can't freak out normal people. That's literally how you lose. And it freaks me out when you got Sargon type people going like, haha, rape. Like, I think that's fucking psycho. So sensible, centrist, pantsuit deportations like Denmark, that's where I am.
Well, Denmark only got forced into that position. I mean, that's held up a lot, but Denmark only was forced into that position because what are effectively the far right became so prominent in Denmark.
But the Danish
it bent the entire Danish political system on both the left and the more moderate right to accommodate that view. Like, that didn't come about through because the pantsuit wearing girl bosses thought it's going to be sick to deport them, right?
Yeah, well, look, this is the thing, right? Like, I'm full pragmatic in my politics. My politics are literally like, dude, if Nigel Farage and Trump are going to get elected, and all these pro-Russia parties like the AfD are going to get elected because of uncontrolled migration, just lower migration. That's literally my view as like a sensible liberal centrist, and seriously, just lower migration. And it's crazy. I saw a tweet today where it was like Keir Starmer's government was saying, "Oh, we don't know what we're going to do because we don't think we can get it lower than 350,000. We think it's literally impossible to get it lower than 350,000."
No, it's literally you're literally
like, just stop approving visas. Like, what the fuck? Like, just stop it. Like,
well, I mean, that either shows that you have no control over the borders of your country, or you have no control over the civil service, of which you should be.
The latter, the latter. But
yeah, and it is. Of course, it's the latter.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's because the Blair project of devolving power from Parliament was successful. That they are unable. They are fundamental. They do not possess the levers. Well, they think they don't possess the levers in government to actually affect that change.
But this is the same in Australia, right? Because in Australia, Albanese said, we're going to lower migration. We want to lower migration. But then it's the same thing where they're saying, oh, we don't think we can do it. So what's the problem there? We don't have devolved parliament. So why the fuck? Like, what's the problem in Australia? It's just stupidity.
It's not devolved. It's not devolved. It wasn't devolving power to the Scottish Parliament. It was devolving power to the quasi, non-governmental organization, the Quangos, right? And some of that's happened here, but I couldn't tell you with any specific. I suspect some of that has gone on here. The Australian apparatus for that is seemingly lacking. Although I will note, during COVID, they were very good at it.
They were very effective.
They were very effective. There really were no people coming in. And again, as we've mentioned on here before, the country didn't blow up. We didn't even want for illegal Chinese vapes and shitty haircuts at like $20, right? We didn't even want for the beautiful products of multiculturalism.
We just need to lower migration to sensible centrist levels. and sensible centrist levels are way
zero.
like.
No,
I wouldn't say zero. I wouldn't say zero, but
Zero.
it needs to be lowered a lot because
Chris,
look,
I think like the biggest point in favor of multiculturalism so far is the fact that I Get is now a Australian icon.
True.
What?
True. I mean, I think
What did you say,
that's the power of the
What did
Australian
Jules say?
way, I think.
Oh, I Get the illegal vape brand, like Australia's favorite brand.
Right, I don't get into vaping, so I don't know what you're talking about. But
You're too square.
Should we watch more? Let's watch
Drew's
more.
always
maybe.
been a square.
I am a bit. Yeah, no, I don't drink, don't do drugs. I'm actually very much a square. But yeah, let's keep watching.
Like the people getting locked up for Facebook comments, and like the fact that they're public
I do
prosecutors.
look. I do agree that shit's retarded. Where they do actually imprison people for Facebook comments in Britain. That is retarded. That is like straight up retarded. Did you see the one the other day where some guy got I think he was arrested for blasphemy because he burned a Quran. And it's like, I personally find burning any text like that like vulgar, but still, holy shit, to enforce blasphemy laws is just insane.
Something two-tier policing, something.
It is two-tier. It literally is two-tier
Oh,
policing.
of
Dude, look at what happened to me with the crazy bomb threat shit in London, and compare that to like the fact that like Mohammed Hijab has never had police touch him in a million years, even though he once on stream threatened to kill a police dog. Do you remember that shit?
Yes.
Mohammed Hijab, the crazy like Islamist streamer, he like literally was on video telling a police officer during a rally/riot, saying, if the police dog comes back to me, bro, I'm gonna fucking kill it. And like nothing happened to him. And then meanwhile, Drew literally goes to fucking British
Actually, no.
prison
If he killed the police dog, that's the one thing I think the British would actually put him to death for. That's literally the only thing I could actually think of the British putting somebody to death for is killing a dog.
But he threatened it on camera. He threatened to do it to he told the police officer he was going to do it, and he did it on camera. Nothing happens to him. And then meanwhile, Drew gets like a night in a British prison cell because like the Chinese embassy was like, haha, we fucking hate this cunt. Like Britain's such a shithole. Britain is a shithole. Like Britain is objectively a shithole.
Britain.
Right now.
Okay, so to wrap this conversation about these countries up, yeah, Britain is fucked, and it will just get worse.
But Australia is following the path of UKification. I do agree with that.
Yeah, and I think it's only a couple of. It's again, we're 5 or. I have thought about this. I think it's not so much that we're 5 or 10 years behind. It's that the political establishment of this country is a little less rotted, and we're about 3 or 4 years behind, and they have a bit of time to react to what's happening overseas. But you will see the same phenomena. Look,
I was on the bus the other day. I was on the bus the other day. Listen to this, right? This was a beautiful example of UKification, and I filmed this, right? I was on the bus the other day, and a bunch of like Islander like girls, like all just sat around me. I was right at the back of the bus, and they all sat around me, and they're all just screaming. They're all talking so loudly, going like, "Oh yeah, we bashed this person, we bashed that person, we're gonna bash this person." And they were talking really loudly, and they'd just been kicked out of a Westfield shopping center for trying to bash somebody. And these are like teenage girls, right? Like Islander teenage girls. And they're just talking really loud, like, yeah, I've got a court date next week, but I'm going to skip it and stuff like that. And then one of them like started like rolling their like exclusion notice from the Westfield shopping center. They rolled it up into a ball and then threw it at like a Chinese lady just minding her own business on the bus. And I just watched that and I was like, yeah, this is UKification, beautiful social cohesion moment right now.
I think the very moment I realized I have to get out of this place was like I was on the Shorncliffe line, and it was like overheard a conversation, like 2 separate conversations about like drug deals and or like petty crime, theft, stabbing. I'm like, holy shit, I actually need to get out of here.
Yeah, dude, it's fucked. It's actually fucked. Like, and can you imagine how weird it was for me that these were all like fucking teenagers. These were like girls, and like they were talking about like, oh, we bashed this person, we bashed that person, we're gonna bash this person next week. Oh, this person bashed my sister. I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck, dude?
Beautiful. No, this is beautiful.
Good comment by Max Cooper. He goes, I was in the UK around 2003-05. Everyone was complaining about all the Eastern European builders and plumbers coming in when EU extended. After Brexit, the bulk of immigrants came from the third world. Yeah, dude, that was so mental, right? Like, they're like, get rid of the Polish immigrants. Let's take in the third world immigrants.
God bless Boris. Thank you, Boris.
That was a good one, Boris. Look, you have to pay attention to the quality of the migrants. Like, Denmark did studies and they found that migrants from poorer countries, just like on average, they are massive burdens on the healthcare and education system, like for their entire lives. Like they're a net burden on the tax system forever. Unfortunately,
it's always insane to me seeing like Australian immigration discourse from say 20 or 30 years ago when we were. Do you remember when the discourse was around like boat people, like a few hundred people?
This has always been a herring. This has always been a red herring.
It's a bait and switch. It was literally a bait and switch.
And this is my main like riposte to like Howard Shills. It's like that was always a bait and switch.
It was, of course, it was a bait and switch. Like it was because they wanted to play to like xenophobic fears, but at the same time they wanted to have like mass migration.
But this 10 billion moved on, right? Because
I've got a comment. King Corinth says, funnily enough, I'm a migrant from the third world. But King Corinth, you're a good guy. Like I've got no problems against people on an individual level. No, like I've got no problem with anyone on a legal level. And like honestly, the funny thing is, I think there are people in the first world who have third world mindset. Like I think it's a cultural thing. I think you can change it, right? Like my ancestors in like feudal Greek Cyprus, like 100 years, they had like third world mindset, right? Like I still meet Greeks all the time who have like a third world mindset where they're like, they just like talk like they're still in the village. Like this is a mindset we're talking about, guys. It's not a racial thing.
Still in the longhouse.
Anyway, let's watch it.
Prosecutors will prosecute comments online.
Oh, hang on. We've got a comment. Easy Money says, what is bashing? It's just like beating someone up, man.
And they've got some pretty big fault lines opening up between like Muslim communities and like traditional white working class communities.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had riots just recently over that stabbing of the kindergarten.
I guess I mean in the UK.
You guys see? This is a mental one. Did you see the guy who did that mass stabbing of the children? The Rwandan
chucked a bunch of hot water over a.
Because apparently in British prison cells you have a human right to have a kettle in your. What the fuck, man? What the actual fuck? That's so mental.
This is something. Yeah, this is.
That is a really strange thing.
Just death penalty. Sorry, just bring it forth.
Well, that guy really does. It's that guy. You can't argue that he should live. Like he literally killed three little kids, and then he's now like bashing. Yeah, his name's Axel Rudakabana. Dude, he literally killed kids. He killed kids, and then he had a kettle in a fucking jail cell and threw it on a guard. Like what the fuck?
I saw a recent Netflix documentary. Do you mean to suggest that I thought all the people doing these crimes were like little boys, like little British boys?
Oh yeah, that was a beautiful documentary. I really love that one.
Oh, you're talking about the dumb Netflix show that.
The one you have to watch.
Everyone must watch this. Wait, are you talking about Adolescence?
Yeah, Adolescence.
That was so dumb. That was so fucking stupid.
That was beautiful. We love the British state. How good.
It was about knife crime, right? And then like they pick as the poster boy of this knife crime thing, like just this young, like 10-year-old, like white kid from a middle class background. It's like, dude, like, come on. It's so obviously like it's so obvious here. Like, and then Keir Starmer's like, wow, this is what Andrew Tate is doing to people. And it's like, I hate Andrew Tate, but holy shit, dude. Like the real problem is like Islamist extremism and all this stuff.
Yeah, no, look, having attended a British high school for a year at that age, it wasn't the white kids. Like the Afro-Caribbean kids and occasionally the Sri Lankan Tamils were the ones who carried knives on and off. And man, like I watched about half an episode. I'm just like this, like it was. I was actually laughing. Like it's an absurd little show.
I actually should watch it. We should stream it as like a joke. Hang on, I've got a comment here. So I'm confused by what this guy wants. He says, "How can you square your views on third worldism with your views on First Nation people?" What are you talking about? I'm confused what this guy wants, like, or what he means. I don't know what he means. Like, what the hell? Okay. Anyway, let's keep watching. I feel bad because we watched like 7 minutes in like.
There's a little bit of an opposition to it though.
Brewing, certainly.
Like obviously, like reform. Not that it's perfect at all, but reform's better than anything.
What's really relieving, and that's sort of the model that I was on like a mini sort of break as I was traveling around to not really make many videos, but I was flooded with comments of people sort of saying, "Oh, Labor won, now you're crying," all this stuff, and I replied to them like, "No, this is perfect because this puts us on the trajectory that sets us on the path as to what happened in places like the UK, like Germany, in Europe broadly, where."
At least the Polish builders were useful, worked hard, kept the economy going, weren't a drain on the social system. What's wrong with skilled immigrants wanting more money? They need builders badly. That's the thing. They literally rejected skilled migrants for like some people from the poorest regions of the world, and they're wondering why it's not working in Britain. Yeah, true. First Nations is a Canadian term. That's true.
The centre-right traditional conservative establishment needs to be shown to be weak and effectively like collapse in amongst itself for there to be options like reform surge past them. Because the Tories in the UK, their Liberal Party, Okay, that's difficult because in Canada, liberals are left, Australia, liberals right there.
I've got a comment. Can you slow it back down so I can see more, Sarah, please?
Yeah, we should
leave the
should
stream.
slow more.
Leave the stream. No, leave the stream.
We should see.
But make it
No,
more
it's honestly
conservative.
confusing me a little bit.
Findling's got a good point here.
Yeah, we should. I think Drew
No,
wants
no,
to
no,
go
no.
in a bit more.
Can you just pause it right there? We don't need to see.
Beautiful.
Just pause it right there.
No. I was just going to say, John, I like this comment. The poll, dude, polls are great. I fucking love the polls. Like, it's actually stunning to me that like people in Britain were like, we need less polls. Let's get people from specifically the Mirpur region.
Eritrea. We need Eritrea and Mirpur. That's actually very important.
Because the amazing thing is like they literally found like the poorest region of Pakistan. Like how's that going to work? Yeah. Also, anyone. This is amazing. Another amazing thing. If you come as an immigrant from a Commonwealth country, you can vote in British elections, which is just weird. So like, if we were living in Britain, we could all vote because we come from a Commonwealth country. But like, can you imagine like? That literally means that, like, I don't know, if you're literally non-citizen from one of these countries, like you can vote. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I only
like
learned that
a
a couple
option.
weeks ago. It's insane. No, keep going. We need to see more Sarah.
I'll go 1, 2, 5.
It's just been destroyed by reform.
Yeah, so you can be a non-citizen from Pakistan, India, Nigeria, and you can vote. That's pretty incredible, to be honest.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. The Polish builders weren't stabbing people.
And their council, like their local elections just came out again, more destruction, actually monumental. So it's, I use that as an example. Like, this is what we want. This is a good outcome because it puts us on that path.
Oh, for sure.
Hopefully we can do better than a reform though.
And now they're trying to do an even more right-wing party than reform. Have you seen like the Homeland Party?
Homeland. Did you see how they had the spokesperson of the Homeland Party in Northern Ireland? He was like a gay cruiser guy who was specifically interested in like interracial cuckoldom or something like that. Did you see that on Twitter, Chris and Jewel?
I did not see the Northern Irish BBC expert. Drew.
That was,
I don't
that
go
was
on Twitter. Only
like
you.
Organizer.
Yeah, that must have been on your side of Twitter, bro. I don't know.
No, but that was the chief organizer for Homeland in Northern Ireland or something like that, which is really funny.
Yeah. Okay, Drew.
I was actually just reading about this the other day in someone's biography. There's like Homeland. There's the National Front.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those definitely.
Is the National Front still operating?
I believe.
Really?
It's kind of odd. Like some of their right-wing parties operate even in just council elections, which I find odd. I'm not sure. Maybe there's like BNP. There's so many. Like there's a few of them.
Yeah.
Homeland had some big guys backing it. They had a bit of an issue lately.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, to say that.
You know when he said that they had a bit of an issue lately? He's talking about the fact that they had that guy in Northern Ireland who was like literally like.
Homeland was getting Homeland was getting carried by Steve Laws, who's like fucked off. So.
Hang on, I've got to find this really funny thing about Homeland in Northern Ireland. It's really funny. I'm going to put it on the stream quickly. Homeland. Where is this? Okay, hang on. This is so fucking funny. Look at this.
Once you get.
Look at this really quickly. Homeland, Northern Ireland for some reason. That's fucked up, man. I'm not gonna watch the whole video.
Is the National Front still operating?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I told you I wasn't lying, dude. Like if you type in Homeland, Northern
BBC
Ireland,
enthusiast. The BBC enthusiast.
Good on the Homeland Party. And it's funny because Ozbill's just like they had an issue lately. I love it.
I believe it's kind of odd. Like some of their right-wing parties operate even in just council elections, which I find odd. I'm not sure. Maybe there's like BNP. There's so many. Like there's a few of them.
Yeah.
Homeland had some big guys backing it. They had a bit of an issue lately.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, to say that once you get sort of a foothold of something like reform, from then you can only crawl more space to allow more options to come in. Like once that big center right dies and once there's more polarity, even on the right, yes, you can bring in more options like a Homeland, like etc. And they can themselves, once they get a foothold, then all of a sudden they're applying pressure and this shifts the entire discourse away from the far left to the right wing at the very least.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost I feel like there's a little bit more of an opposition in these European countries that's organized just because they're able to actually be nationalists, because it's just like an obvious like.
I'm speeding up. Every time she starts speaking, I'm speeding it up.
Oh, England for the English.
Yep.
If you say that like Canada for Canadians, but like no one really knows what that means.
Axel was a Christian, not an Islamist. You went insane when Syrian girl called a stabber Jewish. Fuck Axel, dude.
Or like Australia
Axel was just fucking
Australians.
And like,
dude, Axel was found with like Al Qaeda propaganda and shit like that. Fuck off. That's such a lie.
I think a lot of people, that's like highly debated, I guess, what that means.
Bruno thought.
Dude, you saw that too, right? Like, you can literally go. I'll go to his Wikipedia page really quickly. Axel.
Oh no, we're straying away from the holy light of whatever her name
Sorry,
is.
it's ADHD. It's ADHD, but I will literally find it. Yeah, he was found with Islamist propaganda. Fuck this guy. Yeah, dude, found with a PDF copy of a military study of an Al Qaeda training manual.
Beautiful.
Let's go.
Military studies in the jihad against the pirates. Like, fucking hell, dude.
Hey, Drew, I think you're going to appreciate Chris's little profile pic there.
Because they're able to actually.
What's he changed it to? Wait, is that
nationalist? Because.
Oh my god, dude! Actually, end yourself, end your life, dude. That's fucked up. That's not even funny, dude. That's actually not funny at all.
Why do you hate seeing women, dude?
Dude, that's fucked up. We may as well end the stream. We may as well end the stream. Hang on, okay, we'll watch it. I'll skip it though.
It's just like an obvious, like, oh, England.
Dude, it's very well known that Christians love to read their jihad manuals. Hey, facts. Who doesn't just read their jihad manual before praying to Christian God? That's so true.
With English.
Yep.
If you say that like Canada for Canadians, but like no one really knows what that means, or like
Canada for Canadians is a funny concept.
Australia for Australians, and I think a lot of people, that's like highly debated, I guess, what that means to be Australian.
You can definitely see there's been a project in places like UK, like Germany, especially Ireland. I've seen recently online content related to it, where they need to try and deconstruct the identity of the British to make it just a piece of paper that anyone can be British. Yeah. But there seems even in like everyone's mind, they still can't fully chase that away. So they still have to say, oh, there's a British ethnicity and a citizenship. And they have to make that distinction. And I think most people in their hearts still know that, you speak
to comment here, this chick is retarded, fact.
To someone who's like Indian British, that their identity primarily will be Indian. They say, I'm Indian British. Yeah. Whereas in places like Australia and Canada, where it isn't, there aren't really a white indigenous population, the project of obscuring what it means to be Canadian in Australia is a lot easier, because in Australia they say, well, Australia's stolen land, the whites are settlers and they're evil, and therefore the modern.
Well, they just try to pull this thing where they say that everyone's an immigrant, and it's like, sorry, the settlers aren't immigrants.
Yeah,
because there's like a little bit of a difference between building a country from the ground up that didn't even exist before, and then just like moving to that country.
Yeah, they say everyone's an immigrant, and comparing, my ancestors who again built the country from just dirt and bush into a first world functioning society, and comparing us to immigrants who rock up to our now post-industrial aging society, it is actually really offensive to reduce that all down to the common denominator. But they'll still give certain status to the indigenous. We're immigrants, they're indigenous, they have a right, they have a claim.
And it's also like, so if you're like a white Australian.
I actually do think white Australians are indigenous to Australia.
And your ancestors built the country. It's like, you don't even get
like 250 years at this point. Come on, guys. Like
the special privileges of either being indigenous or being an immigrant either.
Yeah.
Because do they not just pander to immigrants and suck up to them and everything? So it's like, you don't even get either of those things. And you're the whole reason the country exists.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I sort of recently have had a lot more clarity around this. Like there's all this moral relativism you can make where it's like, yeah, but whites built the country and they've made like life better for the Aboriginals by providing all these services they otherwise wouldn't have, healthcare, etc. And honestly, like, it is too difficult to work through that with people, and the opposition will never accept that. So you sort of like resort back to something that's like more Nietzschean, where it's simply that, well,
what do you say?
We took this land, and honestly, like, it is too difficult to work through that with people, and the opposition will never accept that. So you sort of like resort back to something that's like more Nietzschean, where it's simply that, well, we took this land. Our flag is the flag of Australia. In fact, we named it Australia. We are Australians. They call themselves Aboriginals and First Nations and sovereign people. That's the distinction.
Lamayo, you avoided the point. Having Al Qaeda propaganda doesn't make you an Islamist. He was just a retard who watched Nazi videos. Dude, he was found with Islamist training manuals. Fuck you.
They want to make. And people then say, well, you're just immigrants. But the truth is that the same thing can happen to the white Australian as what happened to the Aboriginal. That is cultural dispossession, becoming a minority in your homeland. And the point here is to make that all this mythos around what happened to the Aboriginals, you can actually say what can happen to us because that's the game of life and struggle. And so that's actually something we want to avoid. And so this is like the new sort of paradigm, because the arguments you otherwise have to make where it's like, oh, but Canadians have these values, which like is incompatible with X, Y, Z. You just have to say that the Canadians knew who they were for a long time. It's a new abstraction to make it about paper, and just trying to not even reinvent that, but just state the obvious. Because deep down, everyone knows when you say, I'm an Aussie, and you aren't saying, oh, I'm actually from the Barat region in the subcontinent, Australian dash. Anyone who's not hyphenated, if they present themselves as just an Australian, people know who that is. And the important thing now is to rehabilitate that and bring that up into the mainstream and empower people for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think there's really any point in trying to convince someone who hates you and wants to take over your country and doesn't actually care about the effort you put into building it. There's like no point trying to convince them like, oh no, like we actually have rights. Like that's just kind of a weak argument. You just have to say, okay, I don't actually care what you think, and I'm just gonna like fight for my own people. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. So you just have to convince the people on your own side to fight.
Some guy recognized me at the gym the other day, this Indian guy, and it was a chill conversation. And then at one point, I just felt the need to say that like the mission ultimately is that if we are on present trends descending into minority status, we do need a vanguard, we do need representation. And just as it's been done so far against us, where groups pit themselves against us, and it's all about being anti-colonial, anti-settler, anti-white, we need to posit our own defense.
Hang on, there's a comment. It's irrelevant. We don't love Australia because of First Nation people. We are here because of the people who built it, created the legal system, etc. If not for that, Australia would look like Haiti. I mean, I don't know. Is AI saying that I only like Australia because of First Nation people? I'm just confused by what. I mean, AI said you love First Nation. I'm confused by what AI is trying to say. If a Jewish guy had Nazi propaganda, is he a Nazi? Being an Islamist first requires someone to be a Muslim. Well, Axel literally had jihadist training manuals, so fuck you, man.
And so I said to him, I'm like, ultimately, like, what this is the motivation of is protecting, by proxy, what it means to be an Australian is protecting my Australian people.
Yeah.
Because the second that we give up these terms and we give up, the land as just being indigenous.
Ole, hey man, how you going?
We are disprivileged, and we don't even have the UK to beacon
Hey, hello, Haya. How you going? Haya is my friend from India. We're watching some Australian white nation statists, Australian white ethno-state guys talking.
Back to like that's
looking at it's interesting.
Its own problem. So we have to stand here and fight. And I said in a video the other day, like, this continent is ours. And the first step is this ideological defense, where we have to get rid of these chains and to say and assert our dominance, because people do want to take it. And even if it's not so explicit as it presently is with just like levels of immigration, that still contributes to a lack of sovereignty. Because second, democracy is reduced down to ethnic headcount in multiculturalism, because ethnic groups have very distinct voting patterns, which can be handed to, and politicians might have to try and win over the Indian vote, etc. And that's what democracy gets reduced down to. So I said, if we enter a multicultural society, we're going to have to play those same games.
Yeah.
But the first step is trying to triage that and try and reduce that such that we can play it so roughly as present.
Exactly. I kind of want to segue off of that. I think a lot of people just like know your TikTok content, these shorter reels you're making, I guess. But I don't think people realize you're kind of an expert on this whole Indian infiltration of Western government.
Indian infiltration. That's stupid, man. Come on. That's fucking dumb. Like, there's no, like, I don't like Modi, dude, but Indian infiltration, that's just like way too far.
I mean, look, no, like, can we stop that? I mean, that's not, why would that be so wild?
Oh, I mean, I know, like, obviously there was a case.
That's dead, right?
I know that, hang on. I know, wait, hang on. I know that in Canada there was the case where the Sikh guy was assassinated. That was wrong. That was fucked up.
And the nest of spies here?
Yeah, again, really bad. Again, of course, I support defending Australia's sovereignty. We have to break up spy rings. If it's an Indian government spy ring, of course, same deal. But like, I don't think, like, I think to focus on like, Indian government infiltration of Australia, like, dude, like CCP infiltration is 1,000 times ahead of that. Same with Islamists as well. Like, Islamist is such a 10,000 times problem worse. So I just think it's just like, I think it's just like focusing on something like that's a bit ridiculous, to be honest.
No, and I'm not necessarily like disputing the fact. Like, I think
because this would be one of my problems.
I don't think anybody's disputing the fact that
Okay, but like, can I say though, right? Like, I just want to say, like, Ozpil, Sarah Stock, they're going to spend this entire episode saying the Indian government's infiltrating the Australian government. And dude, like,
why wouldn't no? Can we like? Why wouldn't they be? Like, if they're trying to extend this as a great power, why wouldn't they be?
But like, can I say something?
It's not a value judgment.
I know, but what I'm saying though is like, if you compare it, like the problem of CCP foreign interference is literally 1,000 times ahead of that. It's 1,000 times worse, right? So I just don't know why you're focusing. I think it's honestly just because it's such a salient issue because of high levels of Indian immigration that they then attack India. Because I think honestly the real problem is CCP foreign interference. But
why is that? Why do you think that is? As in, why do you think
CCP? Dude, CCP foreign interference is 1,000 times worse.
Yeah, but what are the ramifications of CCP foreign interference for like Australians' lives?
What do you mean? Like, there have been Australians who've been like literally targeted for kidnapping. Like me, I literally faced a kidnapping attempt in Australia because of my views about the CCP.
That's true. But like, I don't know. To me, I think what he's going to get potentially is like basically voting bloc issues, right?
There's voting bloc issues, dude. There's voting bloc issues with Islamists, and there's voting bloc issues as well with pro-CCP voters as well. I think.
Yeah. So what's your point then, Drew? Like, I'm
just saying, like, what I'm saying. Like, let me just clarify this, right? Like,
works, right?
I would say I think people like Elijah Schaefer and like Ozpil and Sarah Stock, they're spending about 90% of their time talking about India right now. And Elijah Schaefer even had a comment the other day. He had a tweet. Elijah Schaefer said, if you're worried about Islamism in your countries, like India is 1,000 times worse. And I just looked at it, I'm like, you're actually retarded if you think that, because clearly we've got way worse a problem when it comes to Islamist terrorism and Islamist
it's a worse kinetic problem, but in terms of actual like state-directed infiltration, I wouldn't be like Islamism doesn't have a government in a sense, whereas India does, as does China. So what, like, if you're talking about active state
even against China, like it is strange to me to be like to focus, like okay, good comment here. Like, if you're retarded if you think that Indians are worse than Islamists. Like, that's how I see it, right? As well, like Islamism is, if I was rating the problems of foreign interference, right? It's like number one is CCP by far, number two is Islamism, and then yeah, I understand, like, India is a rising power. They had an assassination of a Sikh guy in Canada. I agree that's bad. But I just don't think it's even rates compared to CCP and Islamism. And I think really, like, a lot of the reason why these guys are attacking Indians is because they, like, obviously there's this whole
possible. It is possible.
There's a lot of internet racism against Indians right now.
Okay, but
I'm saying like that's why you have people like Elijah Schaffer going like, forget the problem of Islamist extremism, just focus only on Indians. And I think that's retarded. They're doing that for online views when the reality is Islamist extremism is 10,000 times worse. Same with CCP stuff.
I think you're presenting a false dichotomy here. That you can be vigilant and try and counter. And I would argue there's a common denominator in all of these factors, Drew.
I want to say to Haya. Wait, hang on. Let me say to Haya, because Haya's asking like, what the hell did Indians do to deserve all the online hate? Honestly, Haya, it's a sad thing. I think it's because of the high rates of migration and people then attack Indians because of that, and it's wrong. I think it's wrong. Like the H1B discourse. When I hate the memes where people like do the street shit and stuff. I hate that. It's vulgar. It's disgusting. Like I have a visceral. I obviously, I want to lower migration overall, but I have a visceral reaction to like just the outright disgusting hate propaganda that I see online. That's just straight up. I hate it. I don't know, like Julie, Chris, you're gonna offer like a based opinion to like attack. I don't know, like I don't know. I just see it and like it's just all over online and like Nick Fuentes was going.
It's all over online because a lot of India, like a large portion of India, has sort of
because they're overrepresented.
Entered the Western. Yeah, they're on what was reasonably Western dominated internet, and a lot of the content is shit. I mean, this is partially comes down to differing Indian cultural norms. And to a Westerner, it looks like total trash, right? It looks like trash or just like overblown and like emotional, which is which from an ironic view, like an ironic Westerner view, seeing this like in some ways, like I wouldn't say heartfelt, but like very honest, like online content is quite cringe. And I get the initial cringe, right? I watch it and I get the initial cringe.
You know what? I actually think
they haven't spent like 1,000 years on the internet like we have in terms of like a lot of them, because as mobile phones penetration gets deeper,
I think it's a class issue.
More people.
I think it's literally a class issue. I think it's because poorer Indians are going online in greater numbers, then that means people adopt classes attitudes towards that. I think that's what's happening. And I think it's wrong to tar people with the same brush, like in terms of just attacking people based only on their race. It's wrong. But yeah, okay, let's keep watching. I still think it's like retarded to be like the Elijah Schaffer take where he's like, oh, like Islamism is nothing. Like when Elijah Schaffer literally said India is 1,000 times worse than Islam. Like that's like the most retarded thing. I literally looked at it and I was like, is Pakistan fucking paying you to say that shit? Like it's just retarded.
I mean, it depends it depends on your definition of worse. But I'm just going to say
I'm
not blind. No, I'm not blind to the fact that we're literally putting India in the same position where in the same way that Kissinger or the West used China to wedge the Soviet Union, is that like we need to not fall into the same mistake of using India to wedge China and then facing the same issue down the track.
Sure, I agree with you. And I think the Modi government's very authoritarian. I think that's it's got a lot of scary factors to it. All I'm saying, right, is look, all the Indian friends that I have, they're all great, educated people. I hate the massive hate propaganda campaigns online where you get Nick Fuentes literally saying, I would rather live in poverty than next to
Shout out G.
What do you say?
Shout out G.
Shout out who?
G. No, never mind.
You mean Nick Fuentes?
No, not Nick Fuentes, our Indian friend.
Oh, yeah. But look, like, for example, this is a good comment, right? Like Superbase goes, imagine if 10 million Australians arrived in like, I don't know, like
Bali.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a good example. Like people in Bali fucking hate Australians. And it's probably because like there's a massive wave of Australians there. I think part of it comes down to volume.
Yeah, and we ship out the lowest, most uncouth people to fucking Bali. That
is actually a class thing,
right? Situation.
No, actually, you're actually right. That's actually a good example where it's like the Australians who go to Bali, by and large, it's people who are going there for a cheaper holiday, and so you often get less educated Australians and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then you get some of these guys acting like fucking retards, like where they go onto the beach and like they'll like be like naked on the beach and like Indonesia is literally like an Islamic country and they're like walking around naked outside and fighting people and all this shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
and I think it's a very fair
and people hate,
comparison.
and a lot of the locals fucking hate the Australians.
Yeah, as they should, and as they should probably run. They should probably chase them out of what is a beautiful island, which is Bali. But at the same time, like they do go home, and they are bringing tourist dollars. They're not effectively like participating as not only Indians, but many other groups do in economic rent seeking. It is economic. Like at the end of the day, they're here. Like they are not here in some sense to become members of the Australian community. They're here to collect economic rents,
and that's reflected in their like remittances, right? Like
yeah.
I want to clarify. I want to say though, like there are also a lot of people who are not like that though. And like the migrants who genuinely like Australia, genuinely want to become part of the Australian nation, stuff like that. Like I like those people, and I don't think it's nice to like lump them in with migrants who are a bit more uncouth and stuff like that.
I don't know what proportion of them have that attitude, realistically.
I don't know.
And I think that's easy to do on
idealism. They don't come here because they have idealistic ideas about the Australian nation, and that's not pejorative. I think that's just like fairly realistic.
But like there are people who they like have a genuine love for Australia. They want to become part of the nation. They respect all the laws. Like if you're a hardworking migrant that respects all the laws and you respect democracy and you're not engaging in sectarian violence in the streets, like I literally have no problem with you. I literally have no problem with those people. And like, would you have a problem with those people? I can't see how anybody could have a problem with those people. If they're literally just following the law, they're working hard, they're contributing to the economy, and they're not engaging in like sectarian violence in the street like the Hamas psychos. I can't see any problem with those people.
I actually think you're making an argument that's almost in line with Nicholas Decker. Because
there are people like
that. I mean, there are people like that, and I think that's a much easier state to achieve, and even to ascribe to the goals of an imperfect assimilation, right?
We've got a guy when you have, We've got a guy in the comments, and he goes, "I literally left my home country as a software engineer to move to the UK due to my
You should move out of the UK immediately." And I'm not saying this because I want.
Dude. Okay, but if this guy,
the UK's a shithole.
Dude,
the UK's a shithole.
Oh, you're saying because Britain is a shithole.
Because Britain's a shithole. This is not an attack on him. This is an attack on UK.
Okay, you're not attacking King of Corinth. You're saying King of Corinth, you made a bad choice because Britain's a shithole. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Bro, you got short change, brother.
I think, Haya, you've got a bit of a point in that, like, there are some people from India who have a racist caste system mentality and stuff like that. And those people can like, for example, I saw an article where in California they had to consider bringing in anti-caste discrimination laws because California was starting to see caste discrimination, and like that's a disaster. Like that's one thing where I have to say, like, come on, dudes, if you're moving from the country, anything to do with casteism has to be jettisoned immediately, and anybody who still holds to like those types, because it's fundamentally against like our egalitarian ethos. So I'd say anybody who has a caste mentality
that might be possible to do on a small scale, but once you engage in effectively the mass importation of foreign populations, you will create enclaves, and you will set the preconditions that will enable people to live in isolated communities where that can go on.
You'll shift.
Can I say one thing? Like, Easy Money makes a good point here. You literally look at like Satya Nadella, who's like the CEO of Microsoft. He's done like an amazing job, right? Like he's literally taken Microsoft to just incredible heights. He's like a fucking genius. He's obviously contributing so much to America. And then you get retarded people like Nick Fuentes going like, "Oh fuck, Satya Nadella, I wish he was still in India." Like that is explicitly retarded, right? Like if you've got somebody who's an extraordinary, exceptional individual who like is literally contributing in massive ways, and you just hate them literally because of their skin color, like that is full blown retardation. When you
consider these issues, if you're just judging it by the most exceptional individuals, I don't think you're getting a holistic view of the issue.
Look, but I'm saying you have to make exceptions for extraordinary individuals.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would particularly disagree with that.
Well, you do have retarded people, like you have Nick Fuentes literally saying like, I literally want Satya Nadella deported, and like that is like one of the most retarded things I've ever heard.
I mean, to make a sort of
if you want to deport the CEO of Microsoft just because he's Indian, you're literally retarded. Like that's just like that should be 99% of the population agrees with you on that. Like I'd say 99% of the population would agree with me on that. If you want to deport the CEO of Microsoft just because he's Indian, you're retarded.
Well, it's more on the fact that then if you are engaging in that project successfully, you are effectively brand draining these countries.
I mean,
Australia suffers the same problem in terms of losing innovation to the US, right? We have good inventors and good inventions and great R&D, right? The problem is that we can't commercialize it quite as well as the Americans can, and those A1 and and the E system visas basically skim off the top of Australian talent to go over the US and make whatever invention it is there, right? So like we are also competing with the US for that, and we suffer from the same issue.
I want to say, I do want to just clarify here. I actually agree with Kevin that the average Indian integrates very well. I'd say overall, absolutely. Compared to like the Islamist psychos that we've been seeing, like the average Indian just like literally puts their head down and works hard. Like, and I've got no problem with that at all. If they are contributing to the country and they're not causing any trouble and they're not engaging in sectarian conflict and stuff, like I've literally got no problem whatsoever.
One or two Indians.
Pickles, this is a funny comment by Pickles LeBlanc, who's like an ultra lib. He's like, in the long term, scientists suggest that most people on the planet will end up with median skin tones.
What's your point?
Okay.
I think Pickles is saying like just have full.
If after summer I end up with a medium skin tone, like it doesn't make me Gujarati or North African or something. Like that's ridiculous. What's
Mitchell
the point?
You're advocating global homo. No, that's retarded. Okay, this is a good example. I think this is literally a good example. I'd say I do think Indians overall integrate way better than Pakistanis. There are highly educated Pakistanis who do integrate well. Like for example, good example of this would be like the famous cricketer who was the Prime Minister of Pakistan, right? Khan, right? When he was living in Britain, you've seen those photos of Imran Khan where he was like just like a full Chad, like in the suits in Britain and stuff like that. Like obviously he was a highly educated and like elite individual. Like he did obviously integrate very well when he was in British society. Wait, I'll find a photo because it's pretty funny when he was like a young Chad.
I don't know. I just don't think this and this is not really a comment one way or the other, just that I don't find this very, very compelling. You could find people from any society and pick the best of them and say, look how great these guys are. Like, and again,
I am saying that because I do like elite human capital. So my point is, I think like really elite people from any country should be allowed to, migrate and they will contribute.
Yeah,
I think like
Drew, with a society with 130 IQ, whoever you can have whatever you want. You can have you can have Swedish socialism, or you can have ultra free market, and Capistan. But the point is that if you take a mean of any population, like you can't just what we are doing is not engaging in the like importation of elite human capital. We're just engaging in just whoever can scam IELTS best.
I want to say that Kevin makes a good point, and this guy's literally Indian living in India, and he says most educated Indians assimilate very well. It's when you have extremely lenient immigration policies, you start importing people without proper college degrees and that is actually the problem. That is like a big problem we've got right now in Australia.
It's a massive.
I think that is. And look, that's the funny thing. I don't think it's a race thing. I think it's a class thing. Like, I think it's like when people are coming to Australia with like false qualifications and stuff like that, and they're less educated and stuff like that's what's causing problems. I don't think it's a race thing. And as I pointed to like someone like Satya Nadella, there are obviously extraordinary, amazing people from India.
Yeah, or from any country in particular, but we're not engaging in that. What we're engaging is importing Uber drivers and people to and people who attend these like fake international colleges.
Easy Money's making a good point here. Wait, read his comment. So he goes, Drew, the problem is all elites are going to go to America, not Australia. But that's actually not true. We actually do get a lot of like elites because we're like a developed country in Asia Pacific. Like we do actually get to the point. It's gotten to the point where it's actually a problem where like all the Chinese government princelings will send their kids here, and like all the princelings will be here and like launder their money here.
Princelings go here because university here is really easy compared to over in China, dude. If you have the choice, you're not coming to Australia. He actually is right, but he's wrong in the sense that there's no way of fixing this. We're fucked.
In terms of just a living standard thing, like I did this experiment myself. You know, I could pretty much move wherever I wanted to.
Yeah, no, this is actually
I still came back to the point of why, like, it was sort of like the UK got turned down because it's turning into a massive shithole. Japan just and then
I want
like,
to say,
get to like
small
parts of the US. That's about it.
I think Kevin is very right here. And again, this guy's like literally living in New Delhi, and he's literally making a great point. He says, on average, Indians who immigrate to the US integrate really well, but when you look at Canada, the situation is completely different. Canada is so bad. It's actually true. Actually, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? A lot of Indians will literally say, yeah, the policies in Canada are retarded because like they got all these Khalistani extremists, like the Khalistanis who literally blow up an Air India plane. So I think the funny thing is, I think a lot of Indians would say, yeah, Canada's immigration policies are objectively retarded. Because they somehow came up with all these extremists. Okay, let's watch.
How many people even know about that? I don't think that many people even know that's going on.
Yeah.
How did you start like noticing that or getting interested in it?
Yeah, hey, I actually completely agree with you. Like, Canada is wrong for fostering Punjabi separatism in the name of free speech. Like, I want to say straight up, let me just first say, I think the assassination thing that happened, where India assassinated a Sikh guy in Canada, that's completely unacceptable. You can't have that. It's just, you can't accept foreign interference like that. That said, though, like, it is literally insane how, like, there is, Khalistani extremism in Canada. They should not have allowed it get as bad as it did. They literally had an Air India plane blown up by Khalistani extremists from Canada. They killed like 300 Indian people. There's literally been horrible terrorists from Canada.
I like, this is not to even harp on the Indian point, but I think this is the problem with any large enough, like migrant community in any country, is that it forms it forms potential for that kind of thing, and you see it in the UK with Islamists. The Islamist top world central is fucking London. It's not in Qatar, despite their beautiful news sources, or it's not in Saudi Arabia or Pakistan. It's in the UK. And if you employ any group en masse in large enough numbers, you will enable the preconditions to have those kind of things. Once you have a diaspora of a large enough size, of any size, you'll begin to do that and also corrode the host nation.
It's kind of crazy. Like, I would have said it's funny because a couple of years ago I thought that we had pretty good integration in Australia, and I thought we had pretty good assimilation, but it's really like the past 2-3 years where I thought, no, it doesn't. It's like literally a disaster.
Yeah, well, it's it's
like there's a lot of internal tension.
It's not as disastrous
bad as Britain,
as the UK. Which is not, but that is not a high bar. That is not a high bar.
I was kind of trying to steelman your position in my head, Drew, of like whatever successful integrations that have occurred within Australian society. I'm thinking
Greek Australians, and
Italians. Whatever, dude. But like Vietnamese was the one I was thinking.
Vietnamese is true. That's actually facts.
Yeah, Vietnamese is facts. But the reason why it's facts, I think, is because it was not in such considerable numbers as you see with other countries right now in Australia.
Maybe that's true.
Certainly not as percent. Certainly not as percent. Yeah,
maybe that's true because I do want to say I think like this is a funny thing, right? Because I think Ozpil would say, "Oh, Vietnamese Australian." Like he seems to just want full white Australian. But like, what'd you say?
I'm not sure they would. I think it's pretty indisputable that the Vietnamese community in Australia is like fine, right?
Yeah, like the Vietnamese community in Australia is like goated. Like everybody
they are goated. Everyone loves
them. Dude, everybody fucking like it's gotten to the point where like, and I know like this is funny because I know all the far right people go like, oh haha, let food trucks, because obviously like a lot of people make the argument about cuisine, and I get that it's a bit cringe.
We do have the recipes, yes.
But Chris, you have to say though, like like banh mi has actually become part of like Australian cuisine. Like it's literally like
Yeah.
now literally like kind of iconic in Australia.
Yeah, and there are like I'm not going to sit here and argue against the banh mi food truck for as a beautiful part of my daily routine.
Look,
I think I have one at least 3 times a week. So
I think
out against big banh mi has been its fucking payroll.
I think that also speaks to the quality. The Vietnamese people have a certain quality that they bring over here that's good as well.
Yeah, dude, I love the Vietnamese community here. I was going to say as well, like I think you probably are right that volume comes into it because, yeah, like, look, you're right. Like, and I've made this point as well, being Greek Australian. If I had grown up in a situation where every single other person in my school in Australia was Greek and I only ever spoke Greek and stuff like that, I never would have had a chance to integrate at all. So I think migration is good, but it has to be in low enough numbers where there can be assimilation and you don't have a massive social breakdown. There's still there's like an ability where like the majority can like learn from like some of the cool cultural practices of the minority. Like for example, like banh mi's in Vietnam.
Easy money. That's the point, bro. That's the entire point.
Like Vietnamese in Australia contributed the banh mi, which was goated, and like the majority benefited and like learned, and it's cool. There was cool cultural integration and everything. But like obviously, we're not talking about Australia being 95% Vietnamese. Like I think that's fair, right? That's a pretty fair point. I think that's pretty moderate.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're like 1%. The problem is just once you start
and like Greeks are like what? Greeks are like what? Like 2%, 1.5% maybe. Like
I don't know whatever the percentage is. It's just one person too many. one chatty son of Greek.
Yeah. This is one of those cases where I don't really look at it as a percentage, right?
Yeah, we just say everyone is good but Drew.
yeah.
Simple as.
We've got a good comment here by King Corinth. Like I think that's also like that's a very basic minimum thing where it's like, yeah, if you're immigrating to an English country, you have to speak English. Like it just doesn't work otherwise. Like it just straight up doesn't work.
Yeah, and I think that should go for any country, right? If I wouldn't.
If I was migrating to Japan,
I wouldn't expect shit from Japan and I wouldn't expect shit from Japan anyway. If I couldn't speak Japanese, right?
Yeah.
I was grateful to know a little bit. Even tourism, like I was grateful to know a little bit. But I accepted I couldn't speak the language very well, and I still made I still had some great interactions with people who couldn't speak any English. But like I don't expect the same level of support, and service. And certainly if you're moving there as an immigrant, like if you can't speak the language well, like I think not even just well, it basically like do not pass go, do not ever receive $200.
I think you're right that language is the first connection because you can't really be part of a culture without the language. And to be honest, like that's
it's a determinant of everything.
What do you say?
I mean, it's
literally the basis of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a basis. It's the basis of how you think. It's the basis of how you interact. It's the basis of
I've said this
how
before.
You maintain employment and interact with society as a whole.
Dude, I've said this before. Like because I don't speak Greek, if I moved to Cyprus, I'd feel like a foreigner there.
Yeah,
because like,
I don't count whatever mouth movements South Africans do as English. That's just
Afrikaners.
Africa, but you can believe them again.
Here's a good point by Kevin. Germany requires Indian immigrants to speak their language at a fairly high level before they integrate. It's interesting because Germany might do that, but then they've got this crazy problem with Islamism. Like Germany has a disaster problem with Islam.
Well, a lot of that are those second and third gens, and I think that's something that you see.
Thank you, Findling. Oh,
someone says, "Guess you're fucked if you're mute or deaf." Come on.
Yeah, you're fucked. You guess you're fucked if you have like a
What about?
Cool.
Dude, come on, like it's pretty like just
actually no. I'm gonna take the bait. Yeah, you are fucked. We're not gonna pay for your treatment. Sorry. Like that's actually not a host country's problem.
Let me say, I think it's sad, but also at the same time, we can't say that like we can't really have migration where you're importing people who are going to be a net burden on the health service. Like that, just what country can do that? No country can afford that. It's just not sustainable. You just can't do it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said without the you're fucked. Yeah, I just like we're not. if you are actually going to run an immigration system for a country, you have to run it for the benefit of that country and not for the benefit of the world milieu at large, because then it just becomes a race to the bottom of how many people can I grind up into a fine powder and stuff into the country.
We've got a great comment by Pickles LeBlanc here.
I might have it on my Dota match to even read it.
We've got some ultra libs here who are like, you understand that basically everyone is a net burden on the health system. Like, yeah, dude, but obviously somebody who's coming to the country as mute and deaf, like, obviously that's.
Yeah, but I don't have to take this person. I don't have to take them. I don't have to take them, right? Like, there's nothing implicit upon a nation that they have to take the poor and needy of the whole world. Like, that's not how a nation works. If you don't agree with that, like you don't agree with nation states, that's fine.
Let me say,
but I can just ignore you on that point.
Let me say, I still think that there should be some level of like humanitarian migration where like, an amount that, Australia has a pretty low rate. It's like 10,000 a year or whatever, like where we're helping people who like, are refugees. I still think that's fair. Like that's because refugees is not the problem here. We're talking about like legal migration in the numbers of like 1 million plus, right? I still think, just for the sake of humanity, you have to have some level of an asylum program. I don't think it should be too high. It should just a moderate amount, like just in the sake of humanitarianism.
I mean, I'm not fully harmless. The way I would reading that piece of law, that humanitarian law of that time period, I think that is very much meant for European Jews of like, of 1945 to 1948. I think we read a bit too much. I don't actually necessarily disagree with you, Drew, but I think I would hesitate to like reading too much into this responsibility of. I think it might be the responsibility of surrounding countries, but not of third.
Yeah, the surrounding countries, because it's the first country that you can get to that's safe, right?
Yeah, not. I went shopping and I got to Calais and now I want to hop to like the UK.
Here's a comment that Chris and Jewel, what do you think of this comment? Taking in the poor huddled mass is one of the things that helped America become the superpower it is today.
I think that's fucking stupid.
Dumb.
Do you really think why?
That's the dumbest. Sorry.
That is literally the stupidest.
What helped America become a superpower was to have an entire What helped America to become a superpower was to have basically a very lightly settled continent that it got to expand across without any of the European old world there to basically press their necks down.
Well, that's true.
It is more a quirk of geography than a quirk of
like the greatest geography ever.
Yeah,
like can't be invaded. Like you're sweet.
Yeah,
their geography is amazing. Their geography is amazing. It's geography and institutions. It's like geography and they built the rule of law. Those are the two things.
It's which is predicated on the founding stock of America, which is those weird, North Europeans, whether they're actually.
But again,
more German than Anglo in extraction, but like the Ellis, like it wasn't Ellis Island fraternity that built America. Sorry,
Pickles. Hang on, Chris. Look at Pickles' comment here. Is Chris avoiding turning on his camera because he can't be bothered shifting his clan uniform out of frame?
Yeah, that's it. No, I have an SS uniform back there actually.
Fuck man, no.
Like go away, dude. Like cringe, dude. Like I'm not going to sit here and like face lord it up on stream. Like I'm not Drew. I don't need to be, I don't feel the need to
a billion death threats from like Islamist Chinese guys.
Yeah, like
Russian
I'm not I want to yap to Drew. I want to yap on stream a bit. I don't necessarily need to like face lord it up.
Yeah.
Have like a billion death threats from Drew's enemies.
Appearing on Drew's stream and being adversarial is like the worst of both worlds, right? Because you're going to get attacked by like Drew's liberal audience and then also everyone else who hates him. So like, why would you ever do that?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I have to admit it's pretty bad. Why won't Chris show his face? Probably because like I get a billion death threats a day, dude, from like all the people who hate me. And like, that's probably why.
Only because we're just trying to have fun, man.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Australia spend more money? Here's a comment. Why doesn't Australia spend more money on assimilation programs? Like, I don't know, like, but part of it as well is like you actually have to want to assimilate as well. Like, because we do have programs to teach language and stuff like that. And some people just don't want to do that, which is a sad thing.
No, I don't want to show my face. I'm 500 kilograms fat, and I'm a greasy nerd. I live in mum's basement. What else? I'm an incel.
Unlovable incel freak.
I'm unlovable incel for it's like whatever.
You know what's really strange? You know what's really strange? Like half the comments are like Nazis going like Drew's a Turk, we're deporting him, and then the other half are like liberals who like think I'm not liberal enough. I don't know. It's really weird.
This is perfect Drew dilemma of all time.
This is the most well, like this has always been your thing though, Drew, because I remember like 2020 era, I'd go into your Facebook comments and it was all like people you hated and they were like supporting you, but it was like I said at the time, I'm like, I don't think anyone on earth hates their audience more than Drew Pavlou.
No, it's not like that.
No,
now.
Not these days.
Let me explain. 2020, what you're talking about in 2020 is you're talking about all the MAGA boomers who are loving me.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I've always been anti-MAGA. So yeah, like I am, look, at my core, I'm like a libtard. At my core, I'm like a centrist libtard. And maybe I've got a bit more conservative takes on migration.
I'm saying like it's a continuation of a theme where you have like a very polarized audience.
I don't know, Chris and Jewel, how would you define me politically at this point? Because there are like, this is actually interesting.
Like, I mean,
you're actually a perfect bellwether.
I think you're kind of like 2015 Sargon of Akkad, actually.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, no. Like back when he was on his classical liberal tip.
How am I like Sargon of Akkad at all?
Dude, not now.
Apart from the rape threats, yeah, you're a Sargon.
No, like none of that. But I mean, like back in the day, if you watch a 2015 Sargon of Akkad video where he was identifying as a classical liberal, that's kind of where you're at right now. I'm not. Are you kidding?
Why are you saying that?
I'm not trying, dude. I'm not trying to be offensive to you. I'm being like dead ass.
Why? Why though? Like, because but I'm not.
Because
I'm more left than Sargon was though.
You're more what?
Yeah, but I'm not like Sargon is like Sargon back then was still straight right wing. I don't identify as right wing.
He wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
He really wasn't. We're talking about a bygone era, dude.
I don't know. I didn't see it back then.
Yeah, I don't know. You had to be 14 years old and like
and
watching
extremely online.
And extremely online, so it's probably not a reference that you.
We've got a comment. We've got a funny comment here. International students can barely survive in Australia. Most work second jobs, and so increasing the fees will be disastrous for you. That's such a lie. Okay. That's such a lie, dude.
So what? Like, so what? Like
we have way too many international students in this country.
Confirms.
We have way too. We have. Wait, hang on. Cartman says, let's check. Should healthcare be free, Drew? Yes. Because we live in Australia. We've got universal public healthcare. That's a good thing. Like, in that sense, I'm lefty, right?
Actually, no, I've been recently having this thought is that should we have universal healthcare or universal home ownership? And you can either have one or it's a thought experiment, right? But Drew, would you prefer that we guarantee everybody a home once they, pass whatever magic test, whether it's getting married or having kids?
Cameron, I actually do think we should like tax billionaires more, but just not to like a retarded level. Like I don't believe in like taxing unrealized capital gains. Like that gets to a retarded level. But I do think in general, like ultra wealthy should pay like a bit more. I think the problem in Australia is that like the highest threshold comes in actually at such a low rate. So like it's like the equivalent of like $100,000 American dollars. It's 47%, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah. So, like, Drew, have you come across the concept? No, like on this, and I don't disagree with taxing, like the ultra wealthy more. But you've come into contact with the concept of the Laffer curve, right?
Yeah. No, I heard. Yeah, of course. And so I don't agree with like full blown like expropriations and stuff. I just mean like, I mean, look, even the other day, Trump was saying we should. Trump was talking about lifting the rate from 37 to 39% for people above 2.5 million a year in income. And like, that's the Overton window. Like even Trump saying it. So I think like, like the most ultra wealthy. I think the problem in Australia is that we tax income so much more than like fucking like, assets and land. So basically like you can be a 30-year-old professional making like $100,000 a year. You're going to get like a 40% tax rate. You're just going to get slugged. Yeah, and you're never going to be able to afford a home. And then these boomers who have like fucking $5 million in assets, like just get fucking like, it's just easy as hell for them.
Beautiful negative gearing. Thank you, Howard.
That's the problem. The Australian tax system is like set up so that like, if you're a wealthy, property rich boomer, you're just getting like jerked off. but you're like just gooning. Like the tax system is gooning you. But then if you're like a professional young person who's like 30 and you're making 100K a year, which is like you're doing well, but you're not Jeff Bezos by any means, and you're just going to get like 40% of your income slugged, and you're never going to be able to own it.
It's not quite okay. So Drew, being in that position, it's not quite 40%, but it's
what is it? It's like 35% or something like that.
It's quite like that on top of Hex, on top of trying to rent somewhere like near work. Like it's not easy. Like it's not, between all the expenses of living where the work is, and like paying all that stuff, and because of the basket of goods it is highly inflation dependent. It is rough. It is absolutely rough.
No, it is rough. It is actually like this is the problem, right? Like you can be making what is to 90% of the people on the planet, like you could be making what is a really good income, but you will not be able to get it home. You will be fucked in Australia. Like, so it is really bad for like working young people in Australia. I've got a comment by Catman. A bit more, 210 billion in net worth. Literally nobody needs that. Yeah, but dude, what you're talking about is taxing unrealized gains, which is retarded because they don't actually have $210 billion in liquid money. It's a stock that they haven't sold. So what are you supposed to do? Like, I think the concept of like forcing rich people to like sell all their stocks so that every single company in the entire world is owned by just like asset managers. Like that's retarded. Like, I don't know. That's just stupid.
That's what it will end up being. It's just asset.
That's what it would be. That's what it would be. Like it's stupid. I don't know. Like you're a founder, you make a company, it does extraordinarily well. On paper, you're really wealthy. Doesn't mean you have like $210 billion in liquid money.
And if you were to liquidate it, it would drop the value commensurately.
Yeah, because imagine Jeff Bezos.
That's the other thing.
That's the thing. If Jeff Bezos had to sell $200 billion in Amazon stock tomorrow, this Amazon stock crashes. Like, and then you don't have the $200 billion to pay the tax on. So you got to be a bit fucking sensible about this, Catman. Like, I do think that they should be taxed more, but like, when you're talking about taxing money that doesn't actually exist, it exists only on paper. That's where it becomes a bit retarded.
Yeah, it's where people get the idea about like what Larry Fink, like BlackRock, like how much money does BlackRock actually have?
Well, they don't have the money. It's an asset manager.
They don't.
Yeah. That's why it's such a boomer stupid talking point. Hey, like it's literally a pension fund, dude. Like
literally a pension fund. They're playing with other people's money.
It's so funny that people act like Blackstone like literally owns your house or whatever. It's like, dude, it's a fucking pension fund. Like, it's a fucking pension fund.
And people don't understand how particularly well run one at that, to my understanding. Like,
yeah, it's just
Well, I mean, with that many assets under control, you just basically get a levelized like market return.
I've got a comment here. Far right would see you as an Australian. Dude, the far right in Australia literally say you're Turkish, we're going to deport you. So those people are fucking retarded. Like, unfortunately. Hang on, what are the latest comments? BlackRock controls all the money to force workers and social. Yeah, it's so funny, dude, because it's like literally just a pension fund. Catman says, "Did I say to sell Amazon stock?" Okay, but like Catman, what actually do you propose?
Yeah, so Drew's financial advice: sell. That's his real fight. This is financial advice. Sell.
No, but like, I'm actually interested. What is Catman's like suggestion here? So someone has say $200 billion in stocks. It's not liquid, obviously. It's only liquid if you sell it. How do you tax these people on the wealth without crashing the stock price? Like what actually is the plan here? Let's see if he comments. Hey, Drew, was cool to see an Aussie having an interesting conversation on Destiny stream. Subscribed and keen to see more. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I'm glad to see that. Some people were saying Destiny didn't like me, but we always trusted the plan.
Again, Drew, she's been Twinkie or female.
Weren't you meant to wasn't he trying to fly you out sometime?
So last year I was going to fly to Miami to go on his podcast, the one that he did with some girl called Pixie or whatever, and Pixie cancelled that podcast after the recent allegations against Destiny. So unfortunately, Drew's Miami trip gone, fucking destroyed.
So Destiny was getting to sit in the chair while Drew was making hot stuff.
No, I don't know. Like it's just sad. I lost the Miami holiday. Let's just say that it's a sad thing.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Catman. I'm like, Catman, what's your plan to tax somebody without crashing the whole stock price? And unfortunately, there's no What was the Easy Money says Pixie never did a podcast with him? What's the other podcast? It wasn't the All In podcast. It was the other podcast that he was doing, Easy Money. Okay, hang on. Catman's responding. The point I was making is that we've got a system that lets people get to that amount of wealth. We need to stop commodifying basic. Dude, like,
you have to
what's
stop
actually
people
plan
from
here?
being too successful, bro.
Bridges podcast. Yeah, it was Bridges podcast. No, but okay, like Catman's saying, like, the problem is that somebody can get to that level of wealth. But like, what do you actually want? Like, dude, it's better to have a system that encourages economic growth.
Needs. How is Amazon commodified basic human needs?
Because when I buy something online, it's
it's your basic human need to get your fucking Funko Pop like tomorrow, like fucking.
They are providing a service at the end of the door.
Yeah, you paid for the service, bro.
Oh wait, no, not the All In podcast. It was the Bridges podcast, not the All In podcast. Yeah. Like this is a dumb like Bernie Sanders style talking point because it's like wow, Amazon has commodified your right to receive a package in one day, and it's like, dude, that's not like a human right or whatever. Like they were the ones who were like,
it's my human right. No, Drew, you're saying it's my human right to have a underpaid person in a kitchen cook me my burger at 11:30 at night, and then for another underpaid person,
and then send me a burrito taxi.
Yeah, send me a literal personal burrito taxi for this shit. You don't fucking understand.
I do love those socials who are like, oh, Uber Eats has gotten so expensive. We have to fucking end capitalism. It's like, dude, you're the most retarded person in history. If that's like literally why you want to end capitalism, like to have a burrito taxi, you're literally the most decadent person in fucking in humanity's history.
The far left actually coined a great term for this, Drew. You're gonna love this. Treatlerites. They're treatlerites.
Who came up with that view?
I have no idea. I think it's like a left Twitter thing. Tweetlerites.
We've got a comment here, and someone's like, we've got a comment here. People wouldn't give a fuck about billionaires existing if the disparity on the other side of the economic spectrum wasn't so colossal. We should be doing more to help the underprivileged in society. I agree with that. But this is the thing. I actually think the way to do that is by fostering economic growth. Because when you try and redistribute, like when you try and just end all billionaires and then hand the money to the poor, like, I don't know, Mugabe style, like, fuck, man, like you just collapse the economy.
Yep. Beautiful. What a beautiful country is Zimbabwe.
Hang on, this is actually one that actually has a good point. Like in Australia, where John Howard introduced a system where some private schools can get more money than public schools. Like I do think that's a bit stupid. Like some level of funding for private schools, because I know that there are religious private schools like Catholics and stuff like that. But look, like I do think it's like a bit stupid when you get like a really when you get a school in Australia that's charging 30 grand a year and they're getting like taxpayer funding. Like that's obviously a little bit retarded. Like I don't know. I can't see how anyone can actually defend that, to be honest. The thing is, if we replace all our public systems to private systems with subsidies, our living standards would increase tenfold. Dude, I don't know about that because like subsidied systems like Argentina, like Peronism, like collapse that country. Like if you subsidize everything, you get Peronism.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful Peronism.
Like isn't that Peronism, right? When you like
people in the chat want to watch the ego talk at like 4 times speed.
Okay, should we go back to the based blonde woman? Okay, let's watch that.
Like the first thing for me on this journey,
successive waves of immigration did build the US as we know it. Irish immigrants built the transatlantic railroad. Migrants and their children comprised. Yeah, I mean that is true. I mean that is true about. I mean he's right there. It's just the question is whether, I guess, having complete open border at the southern border is actually going to have the same helpful effects as the Irish Americans building all the railroads and stuff like that. Like 100 years ago.
So even if we take this as to be sacrosanct, we take that view to be sacrosanct. Is a bunch of people coming over the border at the south the same as coming into a country?
There's a comment. The beautiful developing.
Yeah, wow, wonderful. Yeah, like is pumping a system already full of immigration, more full of immigration at a time where America is not, doing mass expansion of, infrastructure projects, but is basically like a consumer, like an aging consumer-led economy good? Like, is that?
I mean, I think
they're not qualitatively the same thing.
It is true because they're not doing massive infrastructure projects in America right now. That's true. It's like a service economy with a aging population.
Yeah, and to making content, we'll stop. was immigration, and particularly its relationship with the declining birth rate. And there's probably like a month or two in that, and like sort of reading the discourse around it, and there not being such a dramatic positive effect for Australia. It's sort of like, why are we so keen on this and the forms of immigration that we currently have? Because when you say skilled immigrant, someone thinks of like an Austrian brain surgeon, whereas what it really means is someone who's like a
capable of like hitting 2 rocks together.
being a delivery driver. Like, that's honestly like what it can be reduced down to nowadays. And so it's sort of like,
it is funny how Australia had like they've made skilled migration, like they made the category of migration agent a skilled migrant category, which is so funny.
Perfection.
And like yoga instructors and like like some stuff that's like really clearly not I've got Max Hooper saying Drew advocating for trickle down economics. No, I'm not advocating for that. America survives by getting the best talent no matter where they come from. Once America stops that, other country. I do think he's right to that extent that like they want the best of the best. You need the best of the best to be competitive.
I don't know. I think that's like a sort of revisionism. I think that the idea that America exists because they took the best people from everywhere is kind of a very new idea. What do you think of that, Chris? Actually,
I mean, you've got to hold one line or the other, right? Like you either hold that America took the best of the best and that's why they're successful, or America took the literal slop of the world and that's why they're successful. And they all built like the railways and did like manual labor. Like if you're gonna take the line that immigration is what builds countries,
I just want to say there are like actual Nazi psychos in the account. I'm banning this Mercedes guy because he's complaining about like Indians with white women. Like if you're like a full race like cultist, like I'm not going to have them in the chat. So there's a comment by Easy Money. It goes, illegal immigration in America is an incredible net good for them. You just can't compare that situation with Europe, America, or Australia. Like, I do think that the people who say like get rid of every illegal immigrant overnight, like that is retarded. Because like obviously they would you agree, Chris and Jewel? Like obviously illegal immigration is not ideal, but you can't get rid of every single one because like I mean in some
it'll take time to physically fly them all out of the country.
No, but like, would you agree? Like, there are obviously some parts of the American economy where, like, I don't know, people like actually are reliant on them. So you can't like, I don't know, like, I don't know, they just have like
So what that does, so that just artificially decreases the price of labor, and that you're okay. But think about what you're actually saying there, right? What you're saying when people make that argument is that I need slave labor or I need like underpaid labor to do my job. Like that is not a, that is like a that's
okay,
basically
but
terrible.
But you would create a basically terrible. But you would basically create a supply shock in the labor market though, if like overnight all the fruit and vegetable and meat
you cannot round up like you can't magic them out of the country, even if you've like identified them. And you could do it in ways to stage it where you don't create a massive demand, like don't create a massive supply shock. But what that says is that your industry you need to do something different in your industry, because that's whether and that be that raise prices and then like adjust consumer demand, or hell import it, or innovate and modernize. The fruit picking one is classic because it's just cheaper, like year per year to hire backpackers or people who are basically working for, $11 an hour, rather than investing in a fruit machine, like because it's cheaper year to year. But if you look at it, if you do a long run cost, it is always cheaper to buy the picking machine. But what you're saying,
technology.
What do you say, Jewel?
I said we have the technology.
Yeah, we do have the technology, right?
I do want to say though, like
that's the thing that confuses me about this argument though, because it's like, in defense of like the sweatshop owners, in defense of like the unethical agriculture.
I'm not defending them. I'm just saying like there would.
You're not, but I think like that is like basically what the argument for a lot of these guys kind of boils down to. Like, oh, we can't force the stock of people who are already there to do like slave labor for no money, and therefore like they're evil, and therefore we need to bring in people who will do these things.
Look, all I'm saying is if you got rid of every illegal immigrant overnight, like there would be a labor supply shock. There would be a situation where like the market would not be able to calibrate effectively enough, and like at least for a few months there'd be like shortages on shelves and stuff, which like people wouldn't tolerate.
I mean, this is getting back to the like I can't have somebody deliver my food taxi.
Yeah,
but it's obviously not going to happen overnight. Like it's not going to happen overnight, and like you're not going to do it in like 24 hours or like even if you said tomorrow in the States or wherever with perfect state capacity, right? With the state was totally aligned on your views and you could identify and round them up by drone, right? You still couldn't get rid of them. Like you starting to do that, you ramping up that infrastructure to meet that input like deportation demand will signal to the market.
Here is a genuine question for Chris and Jewel, because like I want to lower migration, but you guys are way more restrictionist than I am. So genuine question, right? Like there are areas of the economy where there would genuinely be labor, there would be shortages in labor, and what would we do there? Because that is a genuine problem, right?
Okay, well, firms would either firms would consolidate, whether that be farms or do you need 100 of the effectively the same cafe on a street? You know what I meant? Let's take a walk down some of those.
We both know though that it's going to be mainly in the aged care sector and stuff like that. And what would we do for if we just don't have people to be nurses and stuff? What would we do?
Well, you're asking. You're again. I'm not an age sector wizard. If we waited about 5 years, the people that are being basically being punished by this are the boomers, and so therefore I have a very different view on how they should be treated. Although currently it's still the silent generation, so we'll cut them a little bit of slack.
What's your response to Cosmic Pizza here? Where it goes, what will Chris cut to fund the shortages in tax revenue from people paying tax from immigrants from the billions of dollars of GDP?
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff.
Well, I mean, I know you would cut all the welfare programs. I know that you would.
I wouldn't cut all the welfare programs, but I would basically smash foreign aid that wasn't directed to the region. We're not going to get into my entire taxation programs, but yes, we would massively rejig the NDIS and scram that basically into Medicare. I've
got a really funny comment here, which is full race fetishism. I've got a real race fetish comment. Drew, do you like white women? If so, would you like them to be preserved, or would you like them to be erased through race mixing? Dude, that's full race fetishism. Come on, man. Come on. It's just fucking you can have your fucking cuck fantasies if you want. It's a bit weird to me. Anyway, someone says the NDIS. Next question. No, I think it's hard to say what percentage of the NDIS is being rorted. That's the really hard part, right?
Well, once you got rid of all the parent visas, you would actually be saving money on the healthcare system because they are big costs.
Someone goes, Drew, why did you debate that neo-Nazi some time ago? Because I was trying to challenge him. Joel Davis, he was trying to challenge. He was attacking me for months. I wanted to challenge him back.
Let's be honest, we aren't deporting anybody. We're only these things happen don't happen until they do. They don't we're not deporting anybody. These things don't happen until they do. Right. And I think that things that seem politically impossible, right? And you can take that case with someone like Nigel Farage, literally a week ago. Oh no, we can't do it. It's politically impossible. I don't want to be associated with that. Right. As things progress, you see a shift in political reality, right? You could say the same thing about gay marriage, 20 years ago, or integration in the United States, 100 years ago. That's a
I want to say
argument.
I want to say my stance is still that if somebody is contributing to the society in a positive way, I don't think they should be deported.
I mean, it depends. Did that even at a base level? Let's pose this question, right? What if they are here illegally?
If they're illegally, illegal immigrants, yes, you have to deport them. But I would, but I think if somebody's not committing crimes and they are
well, they've already committed a crime. If they're either visa overstaying or that they've somehow into Australia particularly got here illegally, which is a little harder, they've already committed a crime.
Yeah, but dude, if you're just talking about just an older boiler who's not doing anything wrong and she's working and stuff like that, it's a bit I still think I think really it should be the criminal people who are criminals should be targeted, people who are actually committing crimes, and people who are not like actually
the
working.
people who are illegally visa overstaying are committing a crime.
Look, I still think if they are paying taxes, if they're paying taxes, they're contributing to the society, they're not committing crimes. I still think like at the very least they should be right down towards the end of the queue when it comes to like deporting people. If we're talking about illegal immigrants, like I think first is you have to actually deal with extremists and criminals, and like that's a big enough problem that like there's enough people who are just kind of like just keeping their head down and working jobs. Like it's not really a good use of resources anyway to like have massive
Illegals can't use, so what, that you're happy like take that to be true, like you're happy for them to be tax slaves, like just like
wait which point, which one are you
Medicare illegals can't use Medicare, pay taxes, win-win, like okay, like tax slavery is good.
That's pretty, like, to be honest, Dodo, like that actually is kind of like a little bit cruel, like because I mean you're kind of just admitting then that like they are just sort of like economic.
You just want slaves. Just say you want slaves.
I mean that's kind of like a slave, like that is kind of like a slave like existence.
Well,
I mean,
like this is the position. Like you remember that like gaff where the woman is like, "Who's gonna clean your toilets, Donald Trump?" This is like literally. I think a lot of people who espouse these sorts of views do unironically like think that we need to force we need these people because they're the only people we can force into doing things that like basically nobody in their right mind would want to do because we're accustomed to a certain standard of living.
Oh, you're talking from like the class mentality where like they're like we need immigrants to do slave jobs. Yeah,
basically.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, well, that is what like a lot of your chat is basically saying. Like,
to be honest, I think you've got a point there. Like that is pretty harsh to be like, listen, they can stay because like they're just like economic slaves, kind of.
Yeah, that is their whole point.
Yeah, they can stay so they can live in stubs, like,
and then there's
in conditions that we wouldn't, that Australian workers won't accept.
And then there's another
do things Australian workers wouldn't do.
Oh well, you know, but I really like eating yummy Uber treats, and it's like, okay, bro, that's fucking great, but like, you know, you could also just fucking get up and go to Macca's, dude, for real. Like, so I don't know. That's all.
Do you guys want to talk? Do you want to watch Hasan and Jean-Luc Mélenchon?
No, I don't want to see any Hasan. I
think that's potentially better than this. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Slave job. They're literally making more money here than your own country. Cope and seethe, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Hang on, let's watch Mélenchon because like Mélenchon's like a retarded communist, and Hasan's like meeting with him.
So nice to meet you. Pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes.
Very excited to have you. Yeah, we're live already. We've been live. And ladies and gentlemen.
So funny. Hasan's like holidaying in like a luxury resort in France during a genocide. Don't you think it's a bit sick?
Jean-Luc Mélenchon, France Unbowed.
It's me.
It's so funny that he has to put his Wikipedia. Dude, look at this. He has to put Jean-Luc Mélenchon. This is funny. They have to put Mélenchon's Wikipedia up because his audience is so retarded. Like, come on, dude. That's fucking... Like, I've known Mélenchon like for 5 years plus now. I knew Mélenchon like in 2017 in my first year of university. Like, and like Hasan has to put up like Mélenchon on his Wikipedia, like just because half his audience is just so fucking stupid.
I just want to take a stab at Cosmic Pizza for a second. Do you agree that the wages wherever you are fair for somebody, like the minimum wage for somebody wherever you are is the fair amount? Right. And if you take that to be true, whether you live in Australia or America, if that's the fair amount, then why are you essentially letting these people getting paid? Essentially, you're institutionalizing wage theft.
Yeah,
right?
Your whole point is, well, like, oh, but it's better than where they're from, and they've entered into a contract where they agree to it, so evidently it's fine. It's like, okay, even in that, you've basically admitted that it's an unfavorable arrangement for most of the people in the country who are already there. So you're basically saying, yes, but we need slaves.
Dodo, are you calling me a privileged elitist, or are you talking the other guys? Like, you're a privileged elitist. They can be here, work, take care of opportunities, start illegal, become legal. Cosmic Pizza is right.
Yeah, I'm a privileged elitist. I don't give a shit. Like, you think I give a fuck? No, absolutely not. I don't give a shit. Yes.
Look, I do think
this is the yes meme.
Let me say, It is. It's not slavery because, like, obviously they are doing better than they would.
Yeah, slavery isn't. It's an exaggeration, but we're talking about conditions that would be unacceptable to the host population.
I mean,
and we're not talking about Maccas as well. Realistically, like, let's get fucking real here. We're not talking about.
We're talking about like really. I mean, look, we're talking about like really undesirable work here. Like, that's what we're talking about, like really undesirable work.
Yeah.
You guys obviously aren't ethnic. No.
I mean, I'm ethnic, kind of. I'm kind of ethnic. I'm Greek. Like, I'm ethnically ambiguous enough that like Nazi guys literally say deport Drew. Anyway, let's watch Mélenchon because like it's just funny how retarded they are.
I don't want to mess this up because my
Superbase is so right. I am black and Turkish. Well said. I've got the pass then.
You got the pass. Are you appearing in Kanye's new music video?
So true. Dude, this is actually funny though. Like, I do want to like emphasize like Hasan has to put up Mélenchon's Wikipedia because his audience is that retarded. Like, that's pretty sad, right?
I want to come back in. I don't fucking give a shit about Mélenchon, like, you know, and Hasan sucking each other off. 15-year-olds cleaning toilets at Hoyts isn't slave labor, but we're not talking about 15-year-olds, right? And at the same time, you actually bring up a very valid point there. You are like, for those jobs which are not so bad, right? You are actually depriving, you know, young people the chance of making money, because why would I hire a kid who may or may not turn up, or like, you know, he's I can pay him a little less.
Hitting the Fortnite cart on his bathroom breaks, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Or I can hire somebody from Nepal or from, you know, Pakistan or from, you know, Eritrea, who I know is basically fucked if he doesn't turn up. Like, they need to send money back as remittances, or they have to pay their rent, right?
There's a massive power imbalance there. That is true. Like, that's just fact.
And if they barely speak the language because they're an international student, they've come on like a shoddy IELTS, right? Like, you can just fucking screw them over, right? And that is. I'm just as hard on the employers here. The employers who've done this should equally like.
So I don't think your whole point that like, chat's point that like, well, at least that's better than being in their host country. It's like, yeah, I'm sure it is moderately, but that it's not to do with that at all. It's about the ethics of whether we allow that system to exist within our society.
I think it is actually the case that like international students in Australia are pretty exploited. Like, dude, there are cases where there are like international students who are like sleeping on balconies, 10 people to a room. I actually think like we should actually have a humanitarian argument as left wingers and be like, come on, like, this is not fair on them either. You can't have all these people come to the country if you don't even.
And the quality, like the quality of, as somebody who is currently undertaking a course with international students, like my education shot, their education is shot. The only people making money out of this are the universities. And then university in this case is a generous one because most of the time it's those fake education providers. And the people who are getting their lodgings, and potentially the people getting remittances in their home country, right?
Can I respond to Kevin here? Yeah. Let me respond to Kevin. I have a question. Say an immigrant attains their citizenship. Do you still think the Australian government should be able to deport them? I only think in cases where there's like full-blown terrorism and stuff like that. Otherwise, like, you have to have. I think citizenship should only be abrogated in the most extreme cases, because otherwise, then you do have the risk of having a two-class legal system, which is wrong.
There really shouldn't be a need. There shouldn't need to be a case to abrogate citizenship. There really shouldn't. Like,
well, yeah, we shouldn't be giving citizenship to people who are going to commit terrorist attacks. Like, yeah, and that's the disaster. That's the disaster.
Yeah, the fact that we would even have to do this is an indictment upon the system itself.
Yeah, that's the disaster, right? That's the really bad. That's showing that unfortunately the system's broken, because the fact that we have people who migrate and then commit a terrorist attack, like, we just, it's a total failure of vetting.
Speak any French whatsoever. Is La France insoumise?
Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, Christ. I had to take my headphones off for that for a sec. That was bad, man.
That's so bad, dude. He's just trying to do French, and like, I don't know, he's trying to like, I guess Hasan's like, if I speak French, like, more e-girls might want to try sleep with me. That's fucking sad, man. Kevin says,
who is responsible for them?
You renounce citizenship.
Not our problem. Not our problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, it has to be their home country. Someone's saying, who is Hasan talking to? It's like the Jeremy Corbyn of French politics, but he's even more left-wing than Jeremy Corbyn. Like, he's a full tanky. He's fucking psycho. Is it true Hasan is saying he's just a liberal now? Dude, he's like, no, he's a communist. Hasan is like literally a communist. Jean-Luc Mélenchon is a communist. Mélenchon is like a full-blown communist. He's supported Putin and he's supported all these fucking insane dictators. He's sick.
Yes. Okay. All right. Perfect. La France Insoumise, the leader of the French.
Comment ça se traduit, France Insoumise?
Kill this man.
Okay. So one of the first things I wanted to talk to you about is what France Unbowed means, because we have a lot of people in my audience that are unfamiliar with.
Yeah, Cosmic Pizza, you're right. Like when he gets attacked, when Hasan gets attacked, he likes to go, "I'm just a moderate liberal. I just believe in public healthcare." And then like he's trying to like get people to not see the part where he like fully supports communists and terrorists.
French politics. So I want to get started by talking about how this party formed and what the name of it is.
Il veut commencer par savoir qu'est-ce que ça veut dire la France insoumise.
It was formed when we could not sexually abuse children in
comment
1968. After Sartre and Tiny Letter, and we realized we couldn't have, total child sex everywhere, and it was not so good.
Yeah, let's go with the Chris translation for all this video.
Chris translation. We had to form it after El Tuta threw his wife off a balcony. Dude, isn't it mental? Like one of the greatest communist thinkers of like the 20th century in France, like literally just killed his wife and no one cares. It's fucking psycho.
After Foucault said AIDS is fake and then died of AIDS, we had to form it.
Did he say that? Foucault infamously raped like a kid in an Algerian graveyard, didn't he?
A kid?
Like a minor boy.
You'll find that I think it's meant to be much more than that.
Wait, what is it?
I think he was meant to have done that to a lot of kids. Oh no!
I think Foucault was actually a sick person. I do think Foucault was
he was sick. No, Foucault was sick, dude. He was a sick man.
Because he actually this is not even just this is not even homophobic propaganda. Like he did actually
French philosopher 20th century standards. He was like kind of middle of a road in terms of his ethics, but he was pretty bad. Like by the rest of the world standards, pretty bad.
French intellectual life in the 20th century was so fucked. Like it's just like your entire society mind raped. It's actually so bad. Just like communism, pedophilia, fascism, like just every terrible fucking ideology ever.
All bad ideas come from France.
Let's keep watching.
Il va falloir que je compacte, mais nous sommes, we French are very, comment on dit, agités un peu.
We French are very, how you say, sick people.
Pedophilie.
We're very agitated people.
Yes. Oh, we know. We see all the.
Yeah, no, dude. It is actually objectively sick that Hasan Paga is migrant to America and he supports 9/11 and massacres of Americans. That is just objectively sick. Seriously, come on. What country on earth would ever let that happen?
Time with protests.
If you went to if he were in any other country but a Northwest European country, he would just be he would be deported. He would be deported.
Let's reverse the situation. If he was an American who migrated to Turkey and then advocated the PKK, he would just literally be deported the next day.
If not disappeared. Yeah, fuck.
Anyway, we'll keep watching.
Incapable des meilleures choses.
That's one thing that really does piss me off when people come from a background where their home countries are fascist and shit like that, and then they come to America or a country with free speech, and then they're they're yeah, beautiful. I'm gonna just advocate terrorist attacks now. Come on.
Yeah, Fatima Payman, beautiful soul in this regard.
Fatima Payman has contributed a lot to this country, mate.
But also the worst.
I love the part when she said, the Iranian regime, they treat women with just the utmost respect. Thank you, Fatima.
Well, Fatima, you can
Why are you a refugee in Australia then? That's actually a good question, right? Her family came to Australia as refugees, and yet she's saying refugees from Afghanistan, the Taliban. But if she thinks that the Iranian regime treats women really well, what's her problem? Why can't she live under Islamic regime then? Like, that is a question. That is a question, right? Like,
it's a very open question, some would say.
Like, okay, so she's endorsing this theocratic Islamist regime and how they treat women. And yet her family came to Australia as refugees from an Islamist regime. So how does that work? Like, is she actually, does she fear genuinely? You know, it's crazy.
Et on a du talent dans les deux
This is such an awkward combo between Hasan and Mélenchon.
And we're very talented in both domains.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, I agree.
Voilà. Le mouvement insoumis, ce n'est pas un parti, c'est un mouvement.
The France Insoumise is referred as a movement and not a party.
C'est un peu délicat.
One thing we can all agree on in this chat, all the chatters, all the people watching, plus Chris, Jewel, everyone we can agree, French is a beautiful language. Thoughts, guys?
Beautiful language, beautiful.
And gifted to the sickest people on earth, I swear.
But we love the guttural pronunciation, right?
I just put this aside for now.
Okay. Le fond de l'affaire, c'est que la politique en France, la scène politique a explosé.
The French political scene has exploded.
Les partis traditionnels se sont effondrés en même temps. Le Parti socialiste et la droite.
Traditional parties just collapsed all at the same time. The Parti socialiste, which was the center left party, and the right, the center right.
Comme aux États-Unis.
Like in the USA.
Yeah. Le Parti républicain s'est effondré et dévoré par M. Trump, et le Parti démocrate s'est effondré comme parti de gauche, dévoré hélas par personne.
The Republican Party in the US has been.
I do have to say, you know, Cosmic Pizza, you're actually right there that French New Wave cinema was based. I did a course at UQ on French New Wave cinema and the philosophers in the 60s. And Godard and stuff. Like, I do like they did some crazy shit, but they did
the perverts. The whole nation of France is perverts, right?
No, I disavow that.
No, they are, but they make beautiful art. Think about perverted nations. Japan, perverted nation, beautiful art.
Perverted nations, but
I disavow this. This is wrong.
Individuals like all the greatest fashion designers of all times, known perverts, known pedophiles. Harvey Weinstein, great movies.
What the fuck are you guys talking about at this point?
The French.
The French.
But perverts more generally.
Yeah, perverts.
That's too hard.
Mishima, massive pervert, great books.
Big old pervert.
You know,
okay, let's keep watching.
San Sebastian, I'm going to come, you know, pervert. But excellent writing. You know.
Okay, we keep watching.
By Trump, and the Democratic Party has also collapsed, the left in the Democratic Party, but unfortunately was not eaten up by anyone.
Yeah. Well, je termine juste en vous disant, nous sommes entrés avec audace sur la scène, et nous avons fait la révolution.
Someone's like, Harvey Weinstein make good movies. Fuck, bro, that's fucked up.
He did make classics. I mean, Hollywood wouldn't get away with the schlop they produce now. If
I disavow. I'm disavowing right now.
Entered with great audacity and French scene, and made a junction with
the last 4 years or so, right?
Anyway, let's keep watching. I do agree. Okay, I do agree. I've got a comment saying Erica is a good song. Unfortunately, Erica is a good marching song, even though I hate the Nazis. But continuing,
French.
I disavow it.
Popular social movements.
Okay, perfect. We have basically two right-wing parties in America, as you're aware of.
Oh, that's so retarded from Hasan. That's so retarded. Like, the Democrats are a right-wing party. Holy fuck, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, both of our parties are right-wing.
Ça fait plaisir d'entendre dire ça.
It's cool to hear it from an American.
It's cool to hear it from an American. Holy fuck, bro. Hasan's just so American. Hey, guys. He's such an American. Just when I think of an American, I just think Hasan Piker.
56% face, Hasan Piker. Yep.
Like, wait, what did you say?
Nothing.
All I'm saying is Hasan Piker. When I think of an American, I go Hasan Piker, the guy who endorsed 9/11.
I agree with chat. Why
American
are we watching this? Who cares about fucking Hasan Piker?
Yeah, man. I don't know. Every time, I'm literally almost falling asleep, bro. Like, what are we watching?
No, what? 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Because I was asked why Mr. Trump won? Why did he won against the left? And I just said no, he didn't won against the left because they are.
Someone goes, can we go back to the blonde fact?
Absolutely. So the movement more so than the traditional party system is what you're saying, and I guess this brings me to my first question: what happened in the last election? Because it seemed like the left was able to get together with even center-left parties and create a new popular front. And for a brief moment, there seemingly was.
It's so funny how like Hasan has to get up like this really basic shit on Wikipedia for his chat.
And it brought a decent amount of. It brought victory, but then it seems to me like Macron did something unprecedented and did something undemocratic as a matter.
This guy Hasan is the policy. Well, Logan Paul's visit to Japan in 2018 was well said. Show the Hasan clip where he says he's a propagandist willing to role play as well. I don't even know that clip. Please show it to me.
In one of the most important countries for democracy historically, carrying on at least the liberal democratic tradition. So if you don't mind giving my audience a little
Wow, Hasan likes the liberal democratic tradition. So
bit
true.
more background into that, that would be wonderful.
Ok, ça m'amène à ma première question qui est qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans la dernière élection? Parce que de mon point de vue, apparemment la gauche avait réussi à s'unir, même avec certaines parties du centre-gauche, et à obtenir une victoire qui aurait pu apporter de la stabilité. Mais Macron a fait quelque chose de sans précédent et donc quelque chose d'antidémocratique dans un des pays historiquement les plus importants pour la démocratie. Donc est-ce que vous devriez bien expliquer un peu ça pour les gens qui regardent?
Mais vous avez fait un résumé parfait de ce qui s'est passé.
Your take was perfect on what happened actually.
Nous sommes, c'est incroyable. Et le monsieur Macron a
Well, Mélenchon is
beaucoup de cynisme,
blazing Hasan. This is
d'audace aussi, mais au sens criminel du terme. C'est du jamais vu. Vous faites une élection, nous gagnons l'élection et il décide que ce n'est pas nous qui avons gagné. Et il appelle comme Premier ministre un représentant du plus petit parti de l'Assemblée nationale, de droite.
It was really incredible. Like Macron was very cynical about it. Him too had a great audacity, but more in a criminal sense of the term.
This is true. If Hasan was ugly, he wouldn't have as big as an audience. I've said this before. If he had the same looks as Frogan, it would be a disaster. He wouldn't even have 10 viewers.
It was like never seen. Like
thoughts, Chris and Julian. Like if Hasan looked like Frogan.
Well, yeah, you don't see any of these guys who are like absolutely hideous. Like even someone like,
and yet when you go on uni campus and you see the socialists there, not so good. I think it's biological.
Some of the girls are cute.
If you look like Mike from PA is a disaster. Mike from PA looks like a fucking disaster. Apart from alcoholism, what are other reasons why French people like Mélenchon and Le Pen? Drew just admitted that he's attracted to Hasan. I'm not attracted to Hasan at all. You're really I'm not. I'm literally not. I'm just saying.
Hasan, who have we established Drew doesn't like? Sarah Stock, like the cute one.
Yeah, Asmongold does look like a fucking cockroach. You're right.
Actually, yeah, you're right. You totally debunked my whole idea.
Wait, what's your question, Easy Money?
We won the election, and then Mr. Macron has called a prime minister who's a member of the smallest party in the French National Assembly.
Alors nous sommes passés à la contre-offensive dans l'Assemblée nationale, et nous avons fait tomber le premier gouvernement qui a été nommé par M. Macron.
Mélenchon's a disgusting communist.
We started to get on counter-attack mode in the French National Assembly, and we deposed a motion of no confidence against the first prime minister that was appointed by Mr. Macron, and we managed to fail him.
Doesn't point out that he worked with like the far right to do that, which is
historique, parce que pour la première fois, la gauche radicale.
This is a funny comment. Hasan is the only communist who doesn't look like shit, so they parade him around everywhere. That's actually factually true. Regardless of personal feeling, Hasan bin Hasan is one of the biggest political streamers in the world. It's important to know thy enemy. Also, Drew wants to look like Hasan, his dream body. Fuck. For all the stuff about physical beauty.
Yeah, it's facts.
What talks do you have scheduled? I've actually got a couple talks this week. I can't tell you right now because it's almost midnight, but we will be ending the stream soon because it is almost midnight. But I've got a couple of talks.
Dans un pays, fait tomber un gouvernement de droite sans tirer un coup de fusil ni faire un mètre de barricade.
It's really an historical fact because for the first time in this country, the radical left managed to take over a government without one shot being fired and 1 meter of barricades being
just downvoting, by the way.
Et nous allions dans cette...
If Drew looked like Hasan, he wouldn't be begging us for cash. Dude, that's fucking sad. Come on, man. I look better than Mike. Come on, I look better than Mike from PA. Come on, I deserve to have more money.
Low bars.
What do you say, Jewel?
Have you been hitting the Ozempic? I'm not being punitive, by the way. Have you been hitting the Ozempic?
Look. We chose a lot of different methods to lose weight. It's been good. We've lost a lot of weight. It's good.
What were you in 2019? But that's what you got to get back to.
Yeah.
And
look,
then
2019, when I was at my hottest, I was like
very live, very beautiful.
And when I was a twink, I was 75 kilos.
So you need to double your Manjaro and double your ADHD, man.
I'm 81 right now.
Good advice for this. I also have like good health advice. We need to figure out your fucking regimen, man. We'll figure you out.
Yeah, I know. If I can get back to 75, we can take on Hasan. If I become like a life.
Okay, so what are you doing right now? What's your workout regime looking like? What's your diet looking like? What's your workout?
Yeah, this is much better.
Someone's asked me, Drew, are you like 5'8"? I'm actually not 5'8". I'm actually like 5'11". I'm unfortunately I'm like 2 centimeters short. I'm 2 centimeters off being 6 foot, which is so fucking unfair.
You should get the leg thing surgery.
No, I'm not doing that for 2 centimeters. That's fucked up.
But like, so what are we doing at the moment, though, Drew? What are we eating?
No. Look, at the moment, I haven't been working out at the moment. I've just been doing like long walks and stuff like that.
To be honest,
I do need to work out. I need to go back to the gym.
The least important bit for you because like it's all calories in, calories out, right? So the main thing will be diet. So what
Starve Max.
You got to starve, Max.
I've basically been eating like one big meal a day and short.
Okay,
and
you cut
two
that down to
small
zero.
meals.
Are you still studying right now? Drew,
I am studying. So I've got two art courses left. So I'm hopefully going to graduate the art degree at the end of the year.
Holy shit! He's actually graduating.
I know. I actually graduate. I'm still doing the law degree.
There's still times you get suspended, Drew.
Yeah. I got almost straight sixes. Drew, you ain't 180 centimeters and 81 kilograms. It's actually facts, though. I actually am. I swear to God.
What you need to do is like actually unironically starve, Max. Like you can, facts, Drew, you can go a week without eating. And
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to starve myself because
all you require is a bunch of stimulants.
I'm not fucking with you, bro. Like it's calories in, calories out, and if you,
dude, this is actually the most toxic stream ever. This is the most toxic stream ever. Like just like 30 minutes just talking about race science, and then just like, Drew, you should be starve maxing. Like this is the most toxic.
Yeah, this is way better. This is the thing. This is the thing. If you get like Malachi or like a neo-Nazi on, you know, then they're not going to bully you like this. They're not
Easy money goes, bro. Who are these friends? These are like my friends from like 5 years ago at university, and I actually disavow a lot of their political views here. We are friends despite our political views, I'd say.
Yeah, you can be friends.
I actually wasn't trying to fuck with you, Drew. I was actually.
It is a bit retarded. Like I'm not going to start my so fucks your brain.
Sorry, I kind of forgot we were on live stream for a moment there. I'm not.
Like, dude, you should be starve.
I didn't. That's why I said starve.
This is actually the most toxic. No, this is actually, guys. This is actually unfortunately a fact. Like I'm actually 81 kilos. I've literally lost 15 kilos, but unfortunately, like I don't know. This is actually something I've got to work on somehow. It does seem like a lot of weight is like stored in my face, which fucking sucks.
I don't know. I think the only solution to that would be just losing more. Like there's no
maxing.
Typical fat loss you can do. You actually just have to fucking lose a lot more weight.
It just sucks, dude. I went from 95 kilos, which was way too much. I went from 95 to 81. Like it's pretty good.
Look,
but I've got a lot of fat stored in my face, unfortunately.
You look good now, but it is like you were boy.
I do feel a lot better. I do feel a lot better.
Boy toy here, like full on. Like I
remember, you were very kissable and beautiful. Live,
look, when I was in my 2019 phase, I was actually like, I look back at photos of myself back then. I was like, bruh, like I actually did look much, much, much better.
I don't think you would have blown up like if you didn't look so handsome at the time, like when you got punched.
Thank
you,
King.
I think if you were like an ugly fat cunt, people would be like, "Who gives a fuck?"
This actually is a very homoerotic stream. We love this. It's very homoerotic. Drew, you're young. Just slowly reduce caloric intake. Don't starve it. Yeah, I'm just gonna slowly.
Yeah. Here's Cope Pizza again with the bad takes. Maybe you should
shut up, man. Probably retarded, Drew.
What would you
know? No. This is actually a sad, dude. This is actually a sad reality. I actually fully acknowledge that losing weight would help my political career because, like looks maxing and aestheticism is actually like very important to politics. It is actually facts. Don't starve that.
It's all show game. It's all about show. Yeah.
Especially media, because like look, Hasan's actually a good example. I hate the bloke, but obviously he's presentable and like if you look like
it could actually be the hair. Now I think about it, it could actually be partially the haircut.
Yeah, man. Look,
what do you mean?
It's
like a real not a boss man barber, like some Turkish guy who's going to gas you up. You need like a. I know a guy.
You basically need a female hair.
Actually, good point. Hasan used to be chubby as well. Have you seen photos of Hasan back then?
70-year-old gay dude in West End, and he will fucking hook you up.
Yeah, you gotta.
Okay. I do actually need to find a gay hairdresser. But what do you think? What's the type of haircut that I should get?
Well, you should ask the gay hairdresser. You say you want something that flatters your face and makes you look thinner and younger, and they will do it for you.
And they actually will. And they're gay and they know how to do it.
Okay, I gotta
go
find
in
a gay
this
hairdresser.
turn me into a twink, and they will go.
Yeah, they literally, and they'll be
I've
like,
got
"Same
you, queen."
Okay, actually, that's actually a good point. I'm actually gonna make a tweet. Guys, I'm straight, but I need to find a gay hairdresser to do my hair because guys, I'm straight, but I need to find a gay hairdresser in Brisbane to help me get to cut my hair.
twinkify my yeah.
So that I look
I've got David,
better.
my hairdresser.
That's true. I actually do need to find a gay hairdresser. That is facts. You don't need to lose weight, just build muscle. If you walk down the street and Eshe crosses the road, you achieved it. That is true. That is true. I could be like, you know, that Greek huge mountain bloke who's like fucking 50 meters wide, and he's like
a Kriakios grizzly. Yeah, you should.
Yeah, maybe I need to be grizzly.
And his range of motion is about like 2 centimeters, but it is really heavy. Like, he's a god.
Maybe that's what I need, dude. Dude, just get pneumonia. You won't feel like eating, and you'd lose so much weight over a week. I'm sure there is a risk of permanent lung damage. Here. Dude, Kevin, when I went to India, I actually got sick for like a week, and I did lose some weight from that.
Yeah, losing sick is a guy. Yeah,
for some background, Drew, put on some Kyriakos Grizzly, like mad.
Go on steroids, Drew. I'm not going to go on steroids.
Maybe just some light peptides. Yeah, maybe some peptides.
Do we have any gay guys in the? Okay, guys, do we have any gay guys in the chat? What haircut should I get? Seriously, facts. Like
pizza.
Indian street food is world class. Yeah, well said. I lost a lot of weight. I lost a lot of weight based off Indian street food.
Don't need Manjaro anymore.
Okay, Cosmic Pizza says he's gay. Cosmic Pizza, what do I do as a gay guy? You think, what should I do with my hair to fucking fix it? We need the advice of the gay guys here. And I'm actually I'm actually paying homage to the gays in this sense. I'm actually paying respect to them. Thoughts, guys?
Maybe back to the beat for 28 hours. You can just ask.
Good, well said. Make the hair shorter. You look too much like a real estate agent. Really? Drew, do you like Pizza Hut? I don't actually like Pizza Hut. Grow out the sides. I don't know about growing out the sides, dude. I've always had short on the sides.
That might be it, right? And I think that worked when you actually had a thinner face.
Damn.
But the problem is that it makes your head look like a mushroom, and the problem with the mushroom is it's like too fat in the middle.
This is so brutal, man.
Well, this is why you have us here, right? We keep you grounded.
But honest,
read this comment. Hang on, read this comment, right? Jules, read this comment out.
I'm fine.
I'll read it. I've had my back doors smashed in by a blonde twunk a time or two, but unfortunately, their sense of style is not sexually transmitted.
That's fucked.
Drew,
Drew,
thoughts?
That's a horrible comment, please. That's horrible. But I am genuinely asking the gays, what should I do with my hair to fix it? Because I don't know. I've always had short on the sides, long on the top. What should I do? What would be better?
Not that. Shave the top, leave the sides grow out. I think that would take away attention from your face.
The friar look.
Just not as high, man. Like your hair is.
Maybe I need a haircut.
Maybe Drew curtains, mayhaps.
Curtains, fucking hell.
Drew curtains.
You need to shave the facials. You look like a Turk, actually. No,
this is also possibly part of it. It does make you look older and fat.
I grew out the facials because it I don't know. Do you think
actually,
I need to
maybe Drew gets sponsorship with like Lumen or Geology or one of the shill brands. Yeah, this is your chance to sell outright, Drew. Drew Manscaped sponsorship, Drew Geology sponsorship.
Shout out to Blue Chew in every podcast. Dude, if they want to pay me, I'll fucking do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, reach out to Manjaro.
Blue Chew sponsorship.
That would actually be very powerful. If Manjaro want to pay me, if any of these guys want to pay me, we'll do it. Guys, I need more comments from the gays just to give me some advice on what I need to do with my hair.
Again, another trip to the beat, perhaps, to ask. You may even get some free hairdressing services, but you want to shave beforehand. And I don't mean your face.
Someone's got a comment, Drew, seriously, why don't you have any sponsor? I don't know how to get sponsors.
Who want to sponsor him?
I don't think anyone wants to sponsor me, man.
I think Aspie should sponsor you because you just ramp it. Like
the Blue Chew sponsorship back in
hang on. Can I get a photo of me in 2019 to show the chat how good I looked back then? How should I find it?
Just look up the problem is you might get some of the bad photos if you look it up.
Hang on, I'm going to look up my Facebook maybe quickly.
Otherwise, I'm sure I have some file photos. Although probably not ones you want to put up.
Hang on. I'm gonna find it.
Oh, I've got the one where you're getting scammed by that guy for the concert tickets.
What one's that?
No, the guy who scammed you for the merch. I got a photo of that. The merch
Oh,
scammer?
that guy. Oh my god. I got the money back in the end. Dodo says there are websites where you can pay a fee. They connect you to. Can you tell me what website, dude? Like, I will use it. I just need to know where to go to get a fucking sponsor. I need to get a sponsor. I'm fucking broke.
Here we come.
Bluetooth. I will literally do Bluetooth sponsorships.
Aspie should be sponsoring you.
Aspie will never sponsor me. Do you remember when I had that post? Remember when Aspie made that post and they were like, "We need to connect with the youth on AUKUS," and then like I commented, I was like, "I'm a youth who's connected with AUKUS," and they blocked my Twitter. Did you see that? That was so funny.
No, that's incredible though.
That is pretty fucking funny.
I didn't know that actually blocked you. That's fucking incredible.
They blocked my comment.
Nice. Not him. Just anybody but him.
Okay.
You should have sent me that one. I got some input.
Okay, I've got photos of young Drew. Let me show you guys. I looked good back then. I looked good back then. Look, I looked good. I looked good, right?
No. What about the? Okay, not that. Okay, some of these. There's some fucking crazy ones.
No.
Oh, these are so funny. Holy shit.
I think I photoshopped that other one.
Oh,
I did look a lot more twinkish, I have to say.
That, dude. And Rowan's still at uni, man.
Is he?
Yeah.
I'm still at uni, dude, so I can't even.
Oh wait, no, there was a really good one.
This is really good. Dude, look how I was fucking skinny. Look at that shit. I looked good there.
You look great.
I think it was always the one of you screaming at the rally. It was always the best one.
Your hair isn't as high. Your hair isn't as like fucking
ridiculously high. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not Turkish, dude? I'm Greek. Come on.
We're not. No, he hasn't. He hasn't done a DNA test, but it's like we 100% like Turkic phenotype.
Someone commented, genotype. "Damn, you were handsome. What happened to you?" Come on, man. It's not that bad. Come on.
A year of Chinese pressure really cracked him.
It did crack me. It fucking cracked me, man. This was a pretty funny. Dude, I had funny memes. Let's see. That was so stupid. So much dumb shit here, actually, going back to 2019.
Beautiful.
Wait, what was this one? What if you went to heaven and when you got there, St. Peter said, "Duh, heaven machine break." I can't even remember making some of these posts, dude. They're so old.
I remember some of these. Guys,
this is my first ever protest. Holy shit, look at this. July 2022.
That was it. That was the banger.
That's it. That's what started Drew. I need to do a fucking video, hey, about like all this. I still haven't done a YouTube video about all that. You know what's funny, Chris? Probably most of the people watching like were not part of that. Like did not know anything about like the 2019 stuff.
That was truly a time.
That was like me right at the top. Just get waves and short sides and head back. Don't change too much. Capture likes how you are. Aspire IQ fame bit. Okay, I'm gonna look literally fame bit. What's the other one?
But are you famous enough for fame bit? That's a question.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. Like, how many people do you have to get to
followers? And don't like mention how many live stream viewers you get. Just be like, yeah, live streams.
I can't. I'll share this to you on Discord. 1 second, Drew.
Dude, this was the poster that we made. This was the poster we made for the first protest.
Incredible stuff.
And then this was the guy saying, "If you do the protest, we're gonna kill you." And then I commented back, "Fuck your mother." That's the first protest in the Confucius Institute. That was fucking fun. That was the guy who fucking hit me. That was the guy who hit me in the back of the head while my back was turned.
Bro.
Powerful stuff.
That was when it was in the Washington Post. These were all the fucking psycho comments I was getting from Chinese Communist Party supporters. Wog, white trash pig. Is Australia stronger than China? We will fucking crush you. All this fucking... Do you know the deep web? I will hire a killer through the deep web and kill your family. This is, guys, if you're watching now and you didn't know me back then, from 2019, that's like what started my fucking like career, right? My career as it exists, which is not really, it doesn't really exist that much, but. Drew, what should the Cypriots do about the Turkish occupation? Will you use your influence to advocate for our land? You shill for Ukraine and Tibet, but never for the Cypriots. I support the Cypriots. There needs to be a negotiated outcome. Oh, dude, I was Malcolm X posting even in 2019. That's funny as fuck. Look at this. That was, dude, how funny is this? This was the day after the first protest, and I posted the photo of Malcolm X peering out the window.
that was a particularly hyped day. I'll give us that.
That was hype. That was hyped. That was okay.
There
Guys,
it is. There's the photo. There it is.
That's the best one. That was actually goated. I have to say, everybody knows that. That was goated. Damn, man, we were. I remember Ian Trin fully condemned violence on both sides, like Trump. And then the CCP guys came and they just started ripping down all the posters.
They still do that.
They still do that. It's over now. The Lenin Wall at UQ is completely destroyed now. So sad.
You should go back and put it up. Again, there's still time to get suspended.
Drew, when will you reveal your GF? I'm not doing that because, dude, I get 50 billion death threats a day as it is.
Drew, I sent you some beautiful videos of early Drew.
Okay, where'd you send them?
Check Discord. Check Discord.
Discord. Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on. Holy shit. Okay, this is pretty funny. Let me okay, I'll put
some of those
are
really good.
I'll put them on the screen really quickly for the these are so fun. Okay, I'm gonna play them for the chat. It is really funny. See, they wouldn't even know. Dude, isn't it funny that like my audience now doesn't even know about those amazing times? What should I do? I need to make like YouTube videos about this, hey.
I don't know, like
you could do it like at least like a 6-part Chris Chan style autism investigation.
It's still funny to me that like the people who know about you extends beyond like me and my friends.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you guys literally knew me before like all this. Well, Chris knew me before this all happened, and I guess
yeah, I was bullying you well before before you ever got famous.
Well, we were originally enemies actually.
Yeah, we were. Some say we.
Hang on. Okay, let me try play. Hang on, I'm gonna try play video file. Maybe this will be the end of the stream. We'll watch these and then maybe we'll call it a day because it's been a long stream actually. Oh fucking! It's frozen. Hang on. Fuck.
Beautiful.
Okay, how did you all meet? I met Chris through university political circles, and he was always way more right wing than me, so we would always debate and have massive fights. And Jewel, I just literally met him. I was campaigning for student elections because when I got expelled from the university, I tried to get back into the university. My friend changed his name legally to Drew Pavlou, and we ran the Drew Pavlou ticket with him as the head of the ticket. And if we won, he was going to resign and put me in, and then I would have been on the Senate again. Yeah, it was good fun. And I think I met Jewel like literally as we were just walking. Oh, one guy does know me from back then. I saw you on China Uncensored. That's crazy that there are some people who've like followed for that long.
Yeah,
I think the majority of my audience
is from we all met on Grindr and an orgy.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Okay, this is the first video I'll play. This is the first one I'll play. This is so stupid.
Thanks, Stacey. That sounds like that mountain goat had a cock of a time. All right, so welcome to Wall Street Journal Market Watch. I'm your chief correspondent, Alexander.
I did this because I was fighting with some guy who was saying everyone should invest in military-industrial complex stocks, and I was way more lefty then. So I was like, okay, like I made like a Wall Street Journal expose of the military. It is pretty retarded, to be honest.
Joseph Philip Montgomery Burns, and I'm just going to be commenting today on what this new Iran war might mean for stock price volatility and
pretty funny, to be honest.
Human misery. So, as we all know, Raytheon's reached a 52-week stock price high today, and that's off the back of new announcements that they've managed to pioneer the use of Iraqi children as child soldiers to clear minefields. Now, after that exciting development, we're seeing great returns for stockholders. So, as you can see from this graph,
it's pretty retarded.
It's showing great returns. As you can see from yes.
Pretty fucked up.
The stock price is going. The line is going up in a direction that is upwards. So that's
pretty funny. That was in my like lefty, like anti like stock sort of phase when I was like fucking 20. Drew looks like those NPCs that die first in games and movies. You look true. So much more innocent, dude. I lost so much fucking youth and innocence from like years of just having fucking like CCP torture threats.
It's been a stressful life for you,
bro. Dude. I've got gray on my hair now. It's so fucked.
Check the one I just sent you, Drew. That's
okay.
That's
the other one. There's one more. There's one more. Hang on.
The one I just sent you, classic incident.
Oh, dude, it's actually sad that I've lost so much of my youth.
The lockdown one. Play the lockdown.
Okay, this one is so funny. I did this. Okay, for people in the chat, I did this when I can't imagine the DMs you get. You look like a potential victim of a French philosopher.
Very true. He did. He did.
So true. So guys, this one
like an Algerian boy in a graveyard.
Fuck, man, that's fucked up. Okay, guys, this is I did this when COVID started, and I was like trying to get people to do a lockdown in Brisbane. So I went around the city with like a fucking emergency siren. This is so retarded. Drew has such a hard life. He only gets to live in an apartment that rent is $3,000 a month.
It should be $6,000 a month.
So I did that in 2019. No, 2020 and no one was locking down, and I just thought it'd be funny to go around with like a siren going like lockdown immediately. That was funny. That was actually goated. That was a funny prank. We were the best pranksters, man. We were literally the best ever pranksters.
Has Drew been to Pro-E? No, Drew's never been to Pro-E. Drew is actually
No, I've been to I went to Prohibition once when I was like 18, but I never really got into clubbing or anything. But I did go to Prohibition once when I was 18. I remember when I went when I was 18, like I hated it, man, because like you're under pressure. You're like, oh, I need to go talk to girls. I just was under a lot of pressure back then, you know.
Still are.
Very sick. It could be worse. You could have had to go to Birdies.
I don't think like that. Okay, funny. One last funny video. Okay, one last funny video for everybody, and then maybe we call the stream a day because we did 3.5 hours. That's actually a long time.
We almost got to 4.
I know. I would actually go to 4, but should we just go to 4 maybe?
No. Look, if we're wrapping up now. It's a natural.
Yeah, we are. Okay, guys, this is funny one. This is. I almost got stabbed at Birdies. Sad it's gone. I used to have a joke when I was like 18. I used to be like, who wants to go get stabbed at Birdies? Like, because I hated club culture. So I just like shit post about it all the time. Be like, oh, I loved getting stabbed at Birdies. Guys, watch this one. This was actually so good. Drew, be more like your friends politically. Stop being a libtard. No, I'm libtarded to life, my friend.
We've tried for years, mate. You're not going to get him there.
Okay, watch this.
Yeah, I told him to put 100 on the cheese.
Yeah, say less, baby.
Yeah, say less.
That's so retarded. That was like me and my brother, and we were pretending we were like Andrew Tate.
Yeah, totally.
And I didn't even like this. I didn't even like smoking a cigarette. That was like, I've smoked like 10 cigars in my life, and every time I end up coughing heaps. I do it for videos.
Because like I could tell you never liked it.
No, dude, I do sometimes like it in a recreation. I'll have like one a year as a victory celebration, right?
Victor, you haven't been slain by the Chinese this year.
I haven't had any victories for a while though, unfortunately.
What?
Yeah, I told him to put 100 on the cheese. And he did.
Yeah, say less, baby.
So retarded. So fucking retarded. It's pretty funny, to be honest. Fuck, that's so stupid. Guys, okay, we've got, how many people we got? We got 23 people watching live. We've had some people stay the whole time. They're real legends. Guys, what do you think I should do next? How do we resurrect
your hair?
How do we resurrect the days of old where Drew was doing so well? Like, and we've only got 20 live viewers, really. Like, we've got to grow. We've got to grow.
IRL streams from the CBD.
What do you say?
IRL streaming.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, so a lot of the attention came when you did the stunts, right? But do you want to do the stunts anymore?
The problem is I can't really do stunts anymore because like if I get like fucking shot, like it's bad for my family and my GF.
No, but it's good. Yeah, this is you've become domesticated, Drew. See, what did we previously say? What was our previous very clear line that if you were non-fatally shot, it would be perfect. Think of the exposure.
Dude, that was the funny thing is like that was my mindset when I was like 19 or 20. Like I didn't care about anything. I was like, if I got stabbed but I survived it, it would be the best. Like
I remember you saying that it would be good if you got assassinated. I remember you saying that straight up.
Because I was like, I didn't care about anything at that point. I was probably depressed, dude. I was probably depressed.
No, you were wilding. You were living. I would say the opposite.
You once said, what did you say to me once, Chris? It was so retarded. You were like, Drew's the most like spiritually fascist man I know.
I think it was almost like that. You are.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all.
You are.
Wear a vest. Don't be a bitch. 50 Cent got shot a bunch and still alive. Facts.
Vests are
Leeching off
illegal.
Destiny is the only way. That's how Hasan, Vouch, Lonerbox, and Pisco got big. Man, I don't know. How do I get on Destiny stream more? I don't know. Someone says no, be professional. Honestly, produce videos about ongoing political drama, maybe stream a drama, upload regularly, and you'll probably develop a decent fan base. I've been doing it for like 2.5 months, and it's like growing slowly. Like 28 live streams in a row. I've been doing it. My numbers, my YouTube numbers are the best they've ever been, but it's still really small though overall.
It depends if you want to like. I think in some ways you need to branch out more. Like there's sort of two tracks to this. One is to branch out more into short form content, spamming it on TikTok. Like that's the reason Ozpil is getting interviewed by a le-based woman, and you are like languishing on here with us. Right? Now, that's part of it, right? Is that he is very
Just
good at putting that content. Well, no, you make this stuff, and then you either cut this stuff up, or you make even shorter form content based on discussions you might have had here, or otherwise putting that shit on TikTok and Reels. You'll actually get it out. Yeah,
like funny things we've said. Like we've had we had some funny moments this live stream, the other live stream we were
Facts.
on. And like if you cut them up like literal 7-second, 10-second videos and
slop.
Them,
yeah.
Slop. It doesn't fucking matter. Like that's how
I know, dude.
Streamers blow up these days.
It's so hard though, dude, because like I can't go back and watch a full 4 hours of me speaking shit. Like it makes me want to shoot myself.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's your job. No, that's literally sorry to be rude. That's your job.
I know.
That could be someone else's job. That could be like a 7.
You got 2 months on the rent, Drew.
I know. I got 2 months until I go fucking broke. So.
And maybe you can more successfully beg me to move in with you, in 2 months. But,
Chris, that office still's open, man. Like I need a sublet.
I know you do. I know.
Think of how much genius would be produced. Bet you wish you could hire an immigrant to do that. That's very funny, Dodo.
Yeah, and guess what? Because they wouldn't have to be in the country.
They would probably be on Fiverr. Yeah, they would probably be still in.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go on Fiverr. Pay them per click.
Maybe you should pay me to do it, Drew. Maybe I'll do it for you.
Dude, hear me out. Yeah, look, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna start doing. Wait, hang on. Clip that part of the conversation with Destiny where he said it was a punishment. What part? Like, why? What's the theory there? It makes me look bad, man. It makes me look shit.
No, all publicity is good publicity, Drew.
Sorry, did Destiny say on live stream with you that he was doing it as punishment?
Yes, at the end when I left.
Fuck me.
That's based. Yeah, that's.
Why would I post that, dude? It makes you look shit.
No, who cares? It's funny. Any publicity is good publicity.
True.
Especially if you're punishing Destiny. Like I don't know if you've got the barometer of the room.
I punished Destiny, and that's it. Like
that will actually. Yeah, shit like that. Just literally, like again, like ride that drama and where you're not riding the drama, just create the drama, right?
Well, okay, what about this comment? This guy says bad publicity is bad. Look at Frogan. I mean that is true to an extent, right? That is true to an extent.
Yeah, but you're not like getting on stream and saying I love, terrorism or something.
True.
There's difference there.
That's true. That's actually true. I haven't done anything that bad.
Yet. And the second thing is to
ask people in street interviews.
Well, I mean, where are you interviewing? Is sort of the first. Like, do you want like a positive outcome? Do you want a negative outcome?
Sleep you guys, but it's been great being on the live stream.
Yeah,
we love bullying Drew.
What's that?
Yeah, Jules going to have a dual nap.
Yeah, I gotta have a
Oh,
Jewel.
okay, nah, fair enough, bro. Thank you for joining. It was actually good funny. It was funny in fun. It was good fun, Jewel.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Nice.
Honestly, I think that a lot of funny humor gets produced from these shit talking sessions.
Oh yeah, like by a lot. I think you're better when you're dialoguing.
True.
Yeah.
Just chatting shit. I think you're probably right.
Anyway, bye, boys.
See, Jewel, the people want 4 hours. You know what, Chris? You don't have to say the whole time, but I'll keep going till 4 hours. It's torture, but I'll do it.
People. Yeah. No, you're being punished.
It's punishment, dude. Okay.
Actually, IRL content about controversial Australian places is not actually the worst idea.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I was gonna say, guys, 4 hours and 4 hours. If you support the 4 hours, consider a super chat. This has been hard, right? We're working hard. Try to get a debate on Modern Day Debate. They host a lot of Actually, no, that's a good idea. I did that. I debated Jackson Hinkle back in the day. I should do a reprise of the
and Super Bass is like Super Bass, like not copying Geordie's, but like that style of slightly more investigative content isn't bad.
Well, investigative. I think you're right. Investigative is actually a good idea.
I do have a list of things I think I've been noting down for you for a couple of weeks. If you want me to flick you.
Yeah, please come, give me the ideas. One that I want to look at is like the fucking casino in Brisbane that has like CCP money links. Like that would be interesting, right?
Yeah, well, CCP money links, like doing a bit more of a deep dive into that that party event in Melbourne where they weren't letting in anybody that wasn't, ethnic Chinese. Another classic.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, some of that classic stuff. You can go do the former candidate, or you can do either candidate for Bennelong as in terms of just taking investigation into the rot that was. I mean, you've just had an election. There's actually a dearth of content in terms of
true. Actually, good point.
Investigative. Just to skim through that, go through all your favorite bugbears, right?
There's a good comment here. Sorry for being mean to the chat. Julian says sorry, guys.
Unfortunately, being mean to the chat drives content. Sorry.
Actually, you know what I should bring up really quickly, guys? Very important. Very fucking important. Hang on 1 second. My Friendly Geordie's video, it started to get I guess maybe it started to click in the algorithm because it just like got like an extra 800, it got like an extra 600 views over like the past 2 hours. But
Jesus.
It's all Geordie's guys attacking me. So guys, you have to go
fine.
there.
No, that's good.
No, but I don't want to get downvoted into oblivion and stuff like that. I need.
Who cares about the downvote? No, Drew, you don't care about the downvote. You care about the sweet ad. You get the sweet impact. You get the sweet video impact. Yeah,
wait, if you get downvoted, doesn't like YouTube stop recommending it or something like that? Like
eventually the algorithm, and I'm not super up to date on the current YouTube algorithm, so it could be a while out of date. Oh, India versus Pakistan. We can actually talk about this.
Yeah, true. We barely talked about that. Fuck, that was the original point.
I will talk to you tomorrow off stream about like where you could probably go.
Yeah, no, honestly, let's literally just got to fucking brainstorm. I've got 2 months until I go fucking broke. We've got to fucking make it, my friends. We've got to fucking make it.
Okay,
I think comments are more important than like.
India and Pakistan, where are we up to? Pull up the latest news.
Hang on, let me just quickly show you my stats. Show everyone my stats. I randomly got $500. Like that's pretty fucking good.
Right?
It's not like enough to live off, but like it's good, right? And 92,000 views. As you can see, it's like literally up 999% of what it was in like 2024. In 2024, I had like
pathetic.
I had 3,000 watch hours, 79,000 views, and then in 2025, it's only like 4 months in, and then like I'm already beating those stats. So I am doing a lot better than I was.
Yeah, and a lot of that's in the last couple of months, except for that peak in March.
And like a lot of it is just since I started live streaming, because I'm now getting about 100 live hours a day, which is pretty good. Like, because this is the funny thing, right? Like, what do you say?
I'm wading through this stuff. God bless the viewers.
God bless the viewers. Yeah, God bless the viewers.
Never going to get just had a presser.
Okay, let's actually watch that maybe quickly.
Well, not even watch, but like just bring up like just give us the latest to react.
Sorts to these kind of terrorist activities because we have made it.
So you know what happened with my Bad Empanada video? He reported it to YouTube for defamation, and then they actually removed it. It's like they removed it in Australia. It's such bullshit. Stream every day, like sex every day. It improves everything. To be honest, I actually think my streaming has improved over the past 28 days. It has gotten better. It has gotten better.
Very clear that the cost will be very high. So I would like to have your thoughts.
Okay, so I'll answer the latter part of the question first. I also want to add that while the initial ceasefire agreement, as you correctly pointed out, is of the 2003 vintage, but I must remind
Oh,
you.
Annie News. Okay, I'll look up Annie News. Once you get copyright struck or demonetized, video dies. Yeah, dude, it sucks. He copyright struck me in Australia, basically. Streaming is a skill you have to practice. Yep, true. I've done about 60 hours over the past month.
The impact point.
Wrap
If
this,
I can
ramp
point
the volume
out,
down a little
this
bit.
is the impact point. The ammunition has gone through the roof and it has created a blast inside, the photographs of which you would have, all of you would have seen.
Beautiful.
And the red building, after that, there was this double-story building. It has been completely decimated by
Midnight
precision
crew.
targeting.
I'm going to do 10 more
Yes,
minutes,
please.
4 hours, and then call it a day.
The target system, which was in the north, a series of
We
buildings.
did do a little bit of his. Let the record
I'll
show.
show
We
you
did do
how
a
it
little bit
looks.
of India
Next.
Pakistan, guys.
Oh, this is something I could talk about for at least another hour.
Completely
but
destroyed.
I'm not gonna torture you.
By our
What do you say?
precision targeting. Next.
I mean, I could talk about this for an hour, but I'm not gonna
Now coming
torture
to
you.
Bawalpur,
Yeah,
this
I know,
is the
I know.
target
Just-
complex.
I'm not gonna be the Drew to your
Entirely
destiny.
Large target complex. So we had to carefully choose.
You have to give your thoughts,
the-
Drew. I've just jumped into the military thing like out of nowhere, right? So I don't
So
know.
Jack can
that
correct
we
me
need
if
to
I'm
address,
wrong.
which
Can
were
we just
high value.
Okay.
like this is basically just battle damage assessment, so it's not super like
Yeah.
it's not super informative of the current state. It's just
Yeah.
a review of
I
what
thought
happened.
there was supposed to be a ceasefire, but it broke down immediately, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, so it broke down immediately with the current reports we're seeing, and chat can correct me, is that there's currently an uneasy calm. Like it was a little shaky at the start, but they're still sort of holding.
And this is how the building looked after.
Yeah.
Do I think it will go nuclear? I don't think so. Like again, like nuclear escalation is the final step on a nation's escalation ladder.
No
whether
one's
you're
gonna do
going on,
It's too crazy.
whether you're acting under MAD or utilization theory, nuclear is not. I don't think it's a likely outcome, unless either state feels like its entire security and safety is under threat. You won't see it.
Yeah, you would do it only if your capital was at risk, right?
Or not even you just thought like, yeah, so it really depends. If you were fighting a major battlefield.
See you,
like-
Delbs. Thanks for watching, man.
Yeah. So if you were fighting a major battlefield attack and you were losing, there might be a case not under a strategic strike, but a tactical strike.
Russia
But
kind
that's
of has
re-
that strategy.
and look, most countries have that strategy under like a lot of what is said by nation strategies is not actually said by their posted strategy if they have one, but by the the systems that they choose to procure and by
Pakistan-
the way they choose to deploy them. Can we give you TLDR? They're currently in a ceasefire and they are currently holding.
Okay, Pakistan's foreign minister has warned that if Pakistan is ever invaded or attacked, it will use any weapon in its arsenal to defend itself. We're looking at the nuclear doctrine of Pakistan.
Yeah.
If Australia had nukes, we would only use them if Canberra was under threat.
No, I could foresee them being
If
used
Sydney
in
or
other
Melbourne was
circumstances.
under threat,
Yeah, more likely. Yeah, much more likely if Sydney or Melbourne. Canberra, like if they're at Canberra, you've already lost what is the like productive.
yeah, you've
part.
literally lost like the war already if you're Australia, because Sydney or Melbourne is
Yeah.
arguably more important to Australia.
Well, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, like those like if you're losing East Coast cities, that
You're
you're
over.
you're basically
government.
If you start to lose Brisbane, there's not a lot like that's and there's a reason the Brisbane line is the strategy that it was. If you've
'Cause
lost
the
Brisbane, you're
population-
kind of a bit fucked.
The population of Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne is like 65 or 70% of the country, right?
Yes.
What is
That's
actually
my-
what actually is? Hang on, what actually is the combined population? I'm going to work that out.
Yeah, but no, but I do take your point, Swindon, that it is mostly a consideration about your capital. Although there are other things that nations will hold that would either like their destruction or that they're lost would totally impact their war making ability. Let's say if you conducted a conventional strike on the Three Gorges Dam, I would be sure of it. I would be almost certain
that's a nuclear level attack. If you
that's
did
a
that,
nuclear
so
level attack, right? I would be sure of a nuclear level response if you saw NATO units starting to push through Belarus and into Russia proper, or potentially Kaliningrad. I would expect to see a nuclear response.
Do you think there would actually be, Chris? This is an interesting question. Do you think there's anything in Ukraine that Ukraine could do that could trigger a Russian nuclear response? Because I think, like, literally in the territory of Ukraine, I can't say, even Crimea, I don't know. It would have to be the actual, it would have to be Russia.
Russia itself would, the regime itself would have to genuinely feel that it was a threat. And
it would have to be like, it would have to be like a NATO army on the doorstep of fucking Moscow, or like.
Well, the problem is if you escalate to that level and you don't already have a NATO army on your doorstep, you're about to, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm
you would have to
quickly
judge
asking
the situation was like that bad.
Russia can only use nukes to defend Russian territory proper. The problem is that they claim that Crimea is Russian territory proper.
I mean, so they can use them. I mean, that is their stated policy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what they have to do.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's just a policy.
Exactly. Yeah. It is. Yeah. Exactly. I'm asking. I just asked ChatGPT, and 50% of the Australian population resides in Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane.
Yeah.
It's
depending where it's drawing. It depends where it's drawing the boundaries of like Brisbane and Melbourne, right?
Well,
if we're taking the metropolitan areas,
we're talking like Greater Brisbane, and yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's probably pretty close to 50 to 60% live in those three like. I mean, Crimea is the only port that doesn't. I mean, so yeah.
No, they've got Sochi.
I mean,
they've got Sochi.
They've got and you can run stuff out of Vladivostok, which is not a great option. But if you need to get out of port, I think the Russian warm water port thing, that's more from a strategic. That's a bigger strategic angle. I don't think the loss that you incur in terms of the strategic situation, in terms of using a nuclear warhead.
Yeah, that's a nuclear warhead is like, if you use a nuclear warhead as a sovereign state, it's almost suicidal because you almost guarantee a response.
You have to, and the response may be not nuclear, but you would expect a serious blowback.
Well, you know what it was. In the case of Russia, Ukraine, like the Americans picked up conversations within the Russian high command where they were talking about a tactical nuclear weapon. And essentially what the Biden administration did is they went to the Russians and they said, we will respond conventionally if you do that. And the conventional response would be so devastating like that. And that was enough to actually stop them because I don't know what they would have said, but maybe they would have said like, we're going to sink the Black Sea Fleet or something like that. And obviously Putin just made the calculation like, it's not worth that.
Yeah. And that's just the strategic calculus on tactical nukes is much fuzzier than strategic level bombing, which for Chat's benefits means using on a battlefield versus using it on cities or warfighting infrastructure.
So now, how far do you think Russia would have gone if the day one Kiev rush strategy worked? I think they would have won. They would have won the war if that had worked. If they had, they would have cleaned it up. If they had gotten into Kiev, they would have done regime change. They would have killed Zelensky and they would have killed like all the Ukrainian leadership, and they would have installed like a puppet regime. Probably. Who's that guy? Who's his daughter is? Yeah, no, not Yanukovych. It was Putin's daughter. His daughter was Putin's granddaughter. I'm going to find him.
Did you see the reports that Trump is going to recognize independent Palestinian state of Netanyahu?
I don't know if that's true.
I don't know. I would say that's. Look, I think it would be odd if. I think it would be extremely odd, but not so. I think it wouldn't be odd.
I was thinking Medvedchuk, by the way. Medvedchuk. It would have been a puppet regime under Medvedchuk.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Trump severely remonstrates Israel, for several reasons. But you could, they do seem to be losing a bit of power in terms of AIPAC's ability to influence American politics.
I think, Swindon, you're actually right. Like, so if they had been successful in Kiev, they would have formed like a regime. They would have formed the puppet regime in Medvedchuk. You asked, would they have gone to the Polish border? I don't think There's literally no chance they could have ever governed Lviv. Like, it would just be such a hostile population.
That would be a rump state.
Yeah, maybe they would probably take everything east of the Dnieper River and like Kiev. But the thing is, you are right. Like, they would have had the mother of all insurgencies. It would have actually been like the worst insurgency. It would have made Afghanistan look like a cakewalk for the Russians. It would have actually been like the
porous European border for Western countries to flood it with
Oh, dude, it actually would have been like
horrible.
The crazy thing is, it actually would potentially have been worse for Russia long term if they had won. That's the crazy thing. I don't know. Like, do you think is it possible? It would have been like it seriously would have been like Iraq or Afghanistan on steroids, surely.
I think it just would have been brutal. Like as most of those insurgencies, and Putin's usual like modus operandi in those is to go in quickly, crush everything, and then like fuck off. And I just don't think he could have done that. You would have been drawn into an Afghanistan style continuous deployment, and it would have just eaten men and material.
If you look at Crimea 2014, Obama failing to do anything is actually like the biggest disaster ever, because it actually taught Putin like, oh, you can have these like flash operations where you will meet no resistance. And that's like, he thought that was going to happen in 2022.
Yeah, but they had spent some time building up the
They had built it
Ukrainian
up,
arsenal. Yeah. And the US finally learned. Yeah.
So spatial threshold. We're talking about the Pakistani nuclear threshold. Spatial threshold. The military penetration of Indian armed forces into Pakistan on a large scale may elicit a nuclearized massive retaliation, if and only if the Pakistani army is unable to stop such intervention. So essentially, like if the Pakistani army were to be like broken in the field and like India was about to conquer like Pakistan, like that would be what triggers a nuclear exchange.
See, I actually don't think a lot of these, while these might cross the stated threshold, I think once you actually get to that point of deciding to use it, I think you get squeamish. I would suspect that most leaders would get squeamish.
Do you reckon?
I think for some of the softer thresholds, like the economic, so the stated economic threshold. I haven't read.
The economic threshold.
I think I've always thought that like below a nuclear like first strike, or below a like really significant state like capital threatening like push, I think most states would not opt to go a nuclear. They might opt to pursue a cease. Like there are other options on that table before you go nuclear, or you may go nuclear, but you may do it as a demonstration, a sort of French style a French style demonstration, force de frappe, kind of, blowing it up somewhere where it's not, you're not actually going to hit anybody, but like you've pushed us to our brink. Like if you go any further, the next 10 are going on army formations, and the next 100 are going to go on cities. So like back the fuck off.
How many nukes do they even have? Is it like 150?
I mean, it's a little opaque, but I guess it's around 200 to 200. Most of those countries maintain around like 100 to 250. That's a sort of good enduring stockpile.
This is an interesting question, but like, what is Pakistan's actual delivery capacity? Like, how many of these can actually be delivered?
I mean that's the other option. So I actually, if I have a look at can you click on the break? Can you click on Pakistan and weapons of mass destruction? So give us a quick rundown. Because you would really be hoping
Pakistan
for
has more than Israel. I think Pakistan has more than Israel.
Nah, or I mean, so it depends. I think Israel has
like 100.
Israel has 80 to 100, and they're even more opaque. And I guess most of those would be gravity dropped or launched from the Dolphin from the submarines. So that's
170.
Yeah, so stockpile. But we want to see the delivery programs. Yeah, and Pakistan did help. Pakistan did help, and Saudi Arabia helped Pakistan fund it.
That's so mental. This comment by Sweden, doesn't Israel deny that they have them at all? Isn't it strategic ambiguity where they don't deny?
It's strategic ambiguity, but we're like everybody.
Everyone knows that they have them.
Everybody knows, and for Israel, it makes strategic sense. They are a very strategically thin country. They don't have a lot of.
They've got 10. Like some of the, if I've read discussions by like Israeli generals where they basically say, oh, well, if the Palestinian state did exist on the West Bank, then our strategic depth in some parts of our countries would be like 15 kilometers. And if you drove those 15 kilometers, you divide the country in two.
Yeah, and that is why it makes that you need to have a nuclear deterrent if you're Israel. and two, that it needs to be survivable. It can't, in the cases of like China or Russia or the US, be fields and fields of missiles because it is so thin. So you're really forced into either an air-dropped bomb configuration, which is not particularly survivable. You can lose those fighters on the ground, or the fighter bombers in this case. So you really are forced into the most survivable leg of the nuclear triad, which is the SLBMs. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, again, sea-based is hard, and that's If it's and Pakistan having more land, like a land-based deterrent of missiles, which don't have to be intercontinental, they can just be short-range ballistic. Whether those are road mobile or static, a lot easier for a country to possess.
Oh, holy shit. So the Pakistani Minister of Railways warned that any attempt to cut off Pakistan's water supply could lead to a nuclear response. That's pretty mental.
Yeah, and again, it could. I mean, that's a level of ambiguity.
Yeah, it's always ambiguity.
That being said, look, how much do you believe him on this is another question.
Here's a question.
But a lot of Pakistanis' agriculture and major cities rely on that water source.
Here's a question, Chris. Do you think it is possible for states to exchange nuclear weapons without going full mutual assured destruction, like killing every single major city?
So, I think potentially, in a purely rational world, you could have nuclear, and there is an underpinning theory of this. It's called nuclear utilization theory. Nuts. So
and you're looking at like the step of the escalation ladder.
Yeah, and you're looking, and you can get to a point where you're like, you've blown up a couple on the battlefield, and both states can come to a point where they realize, okay, like there's only one way to escalate from here for both of us. And you can, and that can, in theory, that can be used as a pause to go, okay, let's not do this. And again, we haven't tested this because it's very hard to test.
And we would prefer not to have that tested.
Let's not have that test. But I suspect that one day we will. Eventually, somebody will use them again. Eventually, one day.
If you had to guess, who do you think is most likely to use them of all the 9 states that currently have nuclear weapons?
Probably these two.
Israel, that's true. India, Pakistan. I think that actually is like
in terms of a rational actor scenario. Like we're not going for and there's a very recent book by this you can all find on the shelves, which posits North Korea as a first launcher.
That book by Anne Jacobson. Jacobson. I thought that there are some people who say that book is too alarmist. Do you think that's true?
Yeah,
I read it.
Too alarmist.
Yeah, it is.
I read it. And
I read it too.
I think it's a nice story.
It's a well-written book.
It's very well written. A lot of the facts in there are incredibly well researched, and there are some things that even in my study of this, which as you'll know is pretty deep, I didn't know. But they're minor technical points. I don't think the scenario as presented in that book, given the rationale of the North Korean state, is legit. Sorry, it's just. They have them because they don't want to get knocked off like Gaddafi and Saddam. And that would just directly endanger the North Korean leadership to do so.
Dude, if they did that, it's actually full-blown suicide.
Yeah, it is suicidal. The US would render them to dust.
Yeah, and they know every single thing.
And she does miss a trick there. She doesn't talk about the latest American technology in this. Which I think is probably reasonably possible of defeating the bunkers that she describes in that book. So I think it's a little bit
defeating their
but that's really fine. That's really fine technical data. I don't know that for certain. That's my feeling is based on the technical reports we do have from the United States that they have accounted for this situation. They're not always dumb.
With advancements in nuclear tech, how much can they kill today?
How much can they kill today? I mean, from the effects of the blast, I mean, are you trying to maximize death and destruction? So a lot of targeting for nuclear weapons is done. Sorry, it's become a nuclear weapons stream. This happens to me.
It is interesting though.
No, it is. It's a really fascinating nukes are a fascinating topic, and the logic behind them is very pure. It's probably the purest form of state survival. It's the purest form of international relations and state survival. And that kind of the world. In terms of what we would see from if we're talking about a general nuclear war between all states, you're probably looking at about over 1 billion dead immediately. well, within 24 hours, you probably see 5 billion, 6 billion dead over the course of 12 months from.
So you think the nuclear winter? Because
breakdown.
I've had some people.
I don't know. I don't know about nuclear winter is a bit of a. I think you would definitely see nuclear cooling, whether that's a winter.
And there would be
the real thing is the mass famines from the supply chain breakdown. Let's forget about the winter. Let's say the crops grew perfectly fine. The fact that you don't have glyphosates, you don't have fertilizers, seeds, animal, that would be the thing that killed people. And most places aren't food secure. I think Annie does raise this in the book. That Australia and New Zealand would be fine mostly because we're in the southern hemisphere, and the way that even if you have a nuclear winter and fallout, most of it's contained to the northern hemisphere. If you wanted to basically kill everybody on Earth, and you targeted it correctly, you could do it. You could probably get most of humanity in one shot. You probably wouldn't kill off everybody. People will survive. We survived the Ice Age with a population of under 10,000.
It went down to 5,000 people or whatever.
Yeah, it was nobody, right? It'd be humanity will survive.
Humanity could survive, but it would go down to 10,000 people.
Yeah, you could it wouldn't even be 10,000, but people would survive. People who already live that lifestyle. Yeah,
would be so terrible. It would probably be almost worse to survive it.
It would. The people who would likely survive in places where they're already pretty much living a subsistence lifestyle, and they probably wouldn't notice much.
True. Just hunter gatherers in
probably not the Sami, but the Amazon, Papua New Guinea,
Kalahari does that shit.
Yeah, places where they're already living like that. I think that it would take 10,000 years to go back to anything approaching civilization, or even in the Bronze Age. But it would happen.
That's fucking scary to think about. That
it's a chilling concept.
10,000 years to get back to the Bronze Age.
Yeah.
Do you think what was the other thing? If there was just say there was an exchange and it was just India, Pakistan, would that be enough for global nuclear winter?
No. It would be there. Look, I think the effects to get nuclear, you really have to have a mass burning of shit. To get
the massive wildfires.
You basically need massive fires over most of the world to get that.
Yeah,
and you get some of that.
Eurasia.
Yeah, so you get some of that, and you see this in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which are for those of you who are going to Japan, I sort of recommend going to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I went because I'm personally invested in this stuff. It's a little bit. The museums are interesting. If you've never been to something like this before, well worth it. But a lot of that. Yeah, you should go. I mean, I thought Fukushima was better, but I'm a sick nerd on this.
I'd love to go to Fukushima too. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I can recommend you the
anyone, right? Fukushima didn't kill anyone.
It didn't kill. It killed maybe directly. It killed maybe 2 people. If you want to go to Fukushima, I will send you the company I went with. It's run by some really great people, and I definitely recommend for both you and anybody in the chat who goes to Fukushima to stay in the local town nearby. It's a really beautiful place. There's still areas that are off limits in the town, and you can go walk up to them, and you'll see the big red signs. Don't go over them. But yeah, it's all. And
have a look
really
at this
beautifully.
Have a look. The green light teams that were supposed to go behind enemy lines.
Yeah, Saddams. Saddams are wild.
Dude, actually, suicide, it's like nuclear suicide bombers.
They knew it. Well, I mean, most of so were the bomber pilots, right? Well, if you were taking off from either the air bases in the Soviet Union or in America, you're basically on a one-way trip. Particularly if you're going through Europe, you're going to have to dodge missiles before you drop the bombs. And if you get back, and this is mentioned in the book for those who want the consumer grade version of this, but what are you flying back to, right? Even if there's a runway, if you land, what is left? What is left?
Fucking scary, dude. Look, that book was scary, except it is a bit alarmist in the sense that it literally just depicts North Korea starting a mutual assured destruction exchange for no reason at all.
Yeah. And it does make the Americans look a little bit dumber than they actually are. Which
because it basically says they've got no chance to stop it.
I mean, they may not, right? And I think the scenario with the short, I'm really glad they added the short course interceptors in there, as missile defense. But again, it's a bunch of, well, what if this, what if that, it was a lot of very perfect scenarios.
It's a scenario. It's like a scenario.
It is the
of what would
worst.
happen.
It's like one of the worst case scenarios, really. Like like the way it's presented is really like up there with like Russia just deciding one day we're going to do it, while America's, like it's a fucking, it's they're having inauguration day or something. Like that's the kind of bolt out of the blue. It
literally it does depict a bolt out of the blue strike. That's the scariest thing. But really, no one's suicidal enough to do a bolt out of the blue strike.
I mean, it assumes that you're, are not even a reasonably rational actor. You'll just have self-preservation in mind. No, they wouldn't necessarily need to kill themselves. You're right, Pickles. But like, if you're doing this kind of land mining with the Saddams, like again, you get back to that same thing as what are you coming back to, and do you think that you can set this down in front of an advancing tank column and get away before it goes? And the sort of the thought internally was that if you're being sent to do this mission, are they gonna are you, or are they gonna let you? Like, is the bomb just gonna go off immediately? And if I were designing a munition for that, I would think about that. I don't know if I'd do it. But again, would the soldiers themselves go like, well, okay, like this is my final hurrah, like, it is much better to get vaporized by the nuclear fireball than to live, to get radiation poisoning and die like 6 days later of fluid loss.
Yeah,
much better. Always one of the better ways to go is to just be vaporized.
What's your response to this one where it goes, I doubt that any nuclear power has the power they claim because tritium degrades over years, so without testing it, you can't know if your mathematical modeling reflects reality.
So they do run some beautiful supercomputers in the States to do this modeling. You're actually kind of correct about testing.
One thing Annie Jacobson points out is that like they've spent trillions and trillions of dollars on this.
This is like, if you're going to do one piece of defense correctly with max money, it's this. That you can replace the tritium. And even if they're not, even if they're only by the point that they deployed boosted fusion or fission bombs, like it is still a serious amount of power. The only in turn, like you're not going to be able to pull off those. I don't know. That's an interesting question. If you were to have every bomb set on their fusion max fusion only setting, what result you would get? The destruction would still be immense. The destruction would still be absolutely immense, even if they were degraded.
Yeah,
but they all spend a lot of money on enduring stockpile tech. You won't use megaton nukes. Well, it depends how good your targeting tech is, right? And a lot of the reason for those really early large bombs is because you don't have the precision to drop a 500 kiloton, which is enough for almost everything, or 100 kilotons on a target precisely. So you just go, okay, we're going to make it 50, 5 megatons, 8 megatons of Chinese, 50 for the Russians in the Tsar bomber. You just go, it's going to fucking flatten the whole thing. They're city busters for a reason. As you develop more precise targeting methods and you're sure that your missiles are going to get through, you can downgrade the size of the nukes and go to multiple reentry vehicles, which are a lot more useful because of cube laws and because of targeting instructions. Yeah, Fat Man was tiny.
This is a question, Chris. Obviously Russia has a stockpile of about 5,000. There's a lot of corruption in Russia. Their state is in some cases pretty much a basket case. How many do you think of the Russian nukes actually would still be effective?
I would guess everything that's on active service is probably I would guess all the ones in the subs work, if nothing else.
Fuck, that sucks.
I'd say all the ones in the subs work. That's kind of their job, right? The job of any SLBM force is to be that last leg. That's the most survivable leg of the nuclear deterrence.
The sub, yeah.
I couldn't put an exact number on it. I'd say a good portion, and certainly more than enough to ensure a second strike capability. So the point you're trying to make there is moot. If you assumed though that all the submarine ones were fucked, or you were willing to take the damage, there probably was a point in time where the US could have, if they committed a first strike in the cardinal sin
in the early 50s.
No, not either in the early 50s,
or in the 90s.
Either in the 90s or in about 2008, 2011, there were points in there where they had like not they had.
Still it would have been
significant overmatch.
unfathomably evil though. It would have been.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. It's
like because
horrendous.
like especially in the
Should've won
90s,
that.
like they literally were no threat at all.
Yeah, and I think we missed a big trick there by not integrating them. If you're gonna die anyway, you had a choice of how to go. How would you choose to go? Again, the nuke. Like that's sick. Like to be, I think that's a very solar aspiration.
I've read that the least painful way to die is like air. What is it? It's like is it like air loss or whatever? Like when you're like really at a really high altitude, apparently induces like a euphoric.
Euphoric hypoxia. Any recommendations, boys? Look, if you want to really consumer grade stuff, again, and this is really widely available, I would recommend Andy Jacobson's book. It's
it is actually really good.
It's really well
good,
researched.
Like as a general primer, it's actually a pretty good book. And it's well written. It's really, really good. I remember I read it in like one day because it was just like it reads like a thriller, which is like actually really easy to read.
So if you're Australian or you're living in Australia, there are several books about Australia getting the bomb. These are all really cool.
Like Hugh White, you're thinking
of? Not so much Hugh White. I think it's. I'm trying to think of the best one. There's one called Maralinga that's really I personally like. It's book Maralinga by not Judy Nunn.
Maralinga.
There's like by Frank Walker's Frank Walker's Maralinga is not bad. Again, as a consumer grade stuff. If you want some of the like more technical literature, you want to pick up a book. Let me just try and find it in my OneNote for this stuff. There are a couple of academic books. I'll just pull them up. Shoigu sold the submarine nukes to buy himself a second Italian villa.
I wish he did that. It'd be great. We love Russian corruption. We want the Russian military to be as corrupt as possible.
Is the Poseidon real? Yeah, look, it's nothing in there is technically infeasible. Do I think you're going to get like a super hell wave, like nuclear tsunami, fallout enriched tsunami? No. Would it be good to drop one into a port if you're, Russia into the US? Yes. So it's more about a survivable, low detectability first strike option. Russia has superior supersonic missiles to US Kinzhal.
Oh no, that's bullshit, Max. That's
we've had supersonic shit for ages. Like we've just had
the Kinzhal's been shot down by Ukraine, hasn't it? Patriots shot down.
Really, look, when we're talking about nukes, like strapping it to an ICBM, which we've done since the 50s, both Russia and America, is superior to tricky Kinzhal. Like, why would you have a hypersonic vehicle when I can make it go like high hypersonic through the fucking atmosphere? Like, this is just why? There are some use cases, but not for a strategic conflict. It's like a really sick tactical way to do it. But again, issues there.
Max, the US Patriot systems that Ukraine was using shot down a Kinzhal supersonic missile. So they would do a lot of damage, but they're like not invincible. None of this stuff is really invincible.
Yeah, I mean, cool. 11 to 12 times the sound barrier, that's cool. But
America has stuff like that too.
I mean, it's sort of you get the problem of when do you use something like that? Like if you're using it with conventional weapons, unless you're doing very particular strikes, it's kind of useless. It's kind of like a why? Why would you? It's a very expensive exquisite piece of kit. So unless you're doing target assassinations or decapitation strikes, why would you use it? If you're using it for nuclear warheads, why not just use a fucking rocket? Honestly, it is faster and is less detectable, less interceptable. It's not going through the atmosphere. There's very little. The use case is very marginal, and they build these for those marginal use cases. But
actually, here's a good one to quickly discuss because we're talking about hypersonics and everything, and I was trying to think in my head what are the best use cases for them. People call them carrier killers, right? So how dangerous do you think they are to carriers, Chris?
I think reasonable. The problem with with shooting a carrier strike group is that they're moving, right? And so you got to have exception. Like the issue is not actually if you knew exactly where it was, you could hit it.
Yeah.
But they're constantly moving. They move quite fast. So the American carrier groups move very fast.
They move at like 30 knots an hour, right? Like they do move pretty fast.
They move quickly, and every hour that area of uncertainty expands, and how you're going to target it is going to be the issue because they can change course. They're not just moving in one line, and you would have to have something to target it near it enough to keep eyes on it. If you can solve those problems, which satellites are sort of hard to do with that, then you have a shot at killing it. In terms of intercepting it when it's coming in, American carrier groups have the capacity to defend against them. Could you do a saturation attack? Yes, but you could do that with any sufficiently good normal cruise, supersonic cruise missile or subsonic cruise missile.
This is a brutal comment. That Julian bloke was so annoying compared to this guy. He's knowledgeable.
So yeah, well, what you've done is engage my actual field of one of my actual fields of knowledge. So
yeah. I mean, like if we were talking to Jewel about biochemistry and shit like that, he could talk.
Yeah, you get the same shit. Yeah. This is unfortunate. This is my area.
Okay, what do you think about? I mean, this is again.
Yeah, this guy sounds like a nerd. Yeah, I am. So what?
What do you think of the current Chinese military capacity when it comes to Taiwan?
Look,
I mean, no one knows really. It's so hard.
So you can read the CCS war. You can read several wargaming reports. They have a bunch of scenarios.
All the American war games apparently point to China winning. Unfortunately,
that's not true. That's actually not the. If you take sets of it, So depending on how you run the initial scenario, you get different outcomes. Obviously,
yeah.
I think in the most likely outcome and not the baseline outcomes that some of these run. I think you get stuck into basically a war of logistics over the Pacific. Do I think Taiwan falls? It's sort of at that point. It's kind of, and I know this sounds bad. It's kind of irrelevant. They're not going to get the thing that they want out of Taiwan, which is the human capital or the semiconductor fabs. It's really at that point.
Chris, I actually don't think it's really the human capital and the semiconductor fabs.
No, they just want it anyway. They just want the thing.
Yeah, I think it's just literally it's like a kind of ethno-nationalist.
It's a dick measuring context. Yeah, TSMC will be wrecked, and I'm sure the Chinese know this. I'm stupid, right?
Yeah. They're not doing it for TSMC. Some people think they're doing it for TSMC. It's not that. It's like ethno-nationalism for them.
At this point, they will know that it's rigged to blow. Those facilities are really clean. They have to be. They're obviously very clean facilities. The second you put a brick of C4 in there, if nothing else, it's wrecked. You might as well start over and build them in Fujian. In terms of them getting over, it's an incredible feat of military logistics if they were to get them over that straight.
This is a good
roll on.
Yeah, Pickles they do use this quote: "The hardcore nationalists say keep the island, leave the people."
Yeah, and that's very possible, and they will know that they will never get any of that.
You're right. It would be. You're right in terms of the crossing. It would actually be many times more difficult than D-Day. Many
times. It's huge. Yeah, and D-Day was barely contested compared to what this will be.
Yeah,
and that comes with the porcupines. That comes with Taiwan's porcupine strategy. Again, maybe I think the only way they could, realistically do it and not suffer massively is to basically just blockade Taiwan until the Taiwanese give up.
But that gives the world a lot of time, and it
gives the world a lot of time.
Also, the reputational damage from that would be disastrous.
I mean, China's reputation is pretty shit anyway. But yes, it's pretty bad. I just don't think it. Look, I don't think it's a winning scenario for them to take it in the long run. In the short run, I think they could probably look. If the Americans didn't turn up or took too long to turn up, they could take it. I think what you would see afterwards is a mass region-wide movement against China. And they would basically struggle to make any footholds, both economic or military, ever again.
Yeah, I know that's true. It would be such a disaster for them.
I don't think it makes them the hegemon it thinks it might make them. you would probably see a nuclear cascade all through the whole region. Would
everyone, dude. Japan, South Korea, Australia would probably go nuclear.
Japan's probably about a month away from enough nukes to flatten Beijing, and about 2 years from enough to compete with Russia and America. Like they have so much nuclear material.
Because Japan and South Korea are nuclear threshold states.
I don't think you see a region-wide movement. I think you would see the countries that, to be quite blunt, the countries that matter would move. The countries that I don't expect the Malaysian government's going to get Ian Miles Chong in a building building nukes, right? I mean, I wouldn't want him in there anyway. He'd probably touch him inappropriately. But you would see South Korea and Japan inexorably move to much firmer powers in the region, and you would probably see shifts from Indonesia as well. I think Vietnam would also feel quite pressured, but they have a good history.
I think Max is just like, he's just fallen for all these boomer YouTube videos where they're like, oh, the Chinese can knock out all F-35 comms in a day and shit like that. Like, I think you're underestimating the Americans, Max.
Yeah, and the Americans can knock theirs out. Like, it's a game. It's not a.
They both have these capacities.
Yeah,
it's not uncontested. Like, it's not just like China clicks its fingers and they're just completely uncontested here.
Yeah, they can make the Chinese can make the Taiwan's that part of the area very contested. The US can also make it a very contested area with various technologies. The problem is the longer it takes for China, it's just more draining it becomes. That's without being ridiculous.
These are, this is The Economist. These are the Chinese live fire exercise areas. So they are literally practicing right now. They're practicing right now how to put it under blockade.
Yeah. Look, and they do have an incredible naval capacity.
They do. They've got more. They've got, in terms of volume, they've got more ships than America right now, unfortunately.
Oh yeah. But the problem, in some ways, they're the wrong. Like, they're the right kind, but they're the right kind to do those the brown water, that littoral inner zone, and that I would say includes Taiwan.
Yeah.
In terms of projection,
that includes Taiwan? No. Because the Taiwan is 200 kilometers.
It's 200 kilometers. I think if there's anything that they build their specs to, they can do that. That's probably about as far, and they can do that, and they can operate in littoral waters. I don't think that they cannot project power like the Americans can, or even in some ways the British were getting their shit together. The British.
This is a good point. So The Economist was talking about this, and they were saying that there's you distinguish between a full naval blockade and a sort of quarantine where they use the Chinese Coast Guard, and like that becomes a lot harder. But I mean, it still would look like an act of war.
The problem is that every day that you do this, you're buying time for the US to move stuff.
Yeah, true. That's true.
The problem.
That's true.
And all you've got to rely.
That's the question. Do you think America actually commits? I don't know. Sadly, I don't even know right now.
I don't. I think they. The problem is, once you get into that scenario, it just takes one. It takes one silly flare incident, right? It takes one.
Yeah.
It takes one fucked up radar lock. It takes one. It's all in.
They love to play games with Western aircraft in the South China Sea and shit. Like, remember when they dropped flares into the engine of an Australian plane and stuff like that? Like, they love to fucking play these retarded games.
Yeah, if you want to,
it almost blew up in their face. Remember when this is actually a really good example of it. The Chinese were buzzing an American aircraft in 2000. It was weeks into the Bush administration. And then the guy was trying to do a really dangerous move near the American aircraft and just killed himself.
Yeah, and
China's the one I'm talking about? I'm going to get that up.
Kevin, China's going to try and push China's going to push the boundaries, and yes, they build their navies differently than we do.
The Hainan Island instance,
at the same time, what they're for better will of the world, the Chinese history of warfare is fucking shit. They lose. They lose bad. I'm sorry, but they lose almost every war they fight outside of China, and they lose most of those internally as well. They do not have a proud military history. They're kind of shit. That is That is a reading of history. Now you can argue that I'm sure they've certainly made strides in not being as shit, but we haven't seen them tested, right? And
they haven't fought a war since they haven't fought. The last time the Chinese military was used in anger was literally Tiananmen. Like they haven't fought an actual war since Vietnam.
The last time they fought the state on state war was like properly.
They lost to Vietnam.
They lost to Vietnam, and before that was Korea, where they basically threw meat at the problem.
Which is crazy.
Those are easy to
Kevin
false.
does make a good point that they did do well in the Himalayas against India, unfortunately.
Okay.
That's a very different type of warfare, though. That's extremely different type.
That's mountain. So that's a mountain. That's a different kind of mountain warfare, and India has a pretty bad track record as well. Like these are not the top kids on the block.
Look, India has like basically smashed Pakistan every single time there's been a war.
Yeah, well, that's like you smashing a 3-year-old brother. Like it's not. It's like a 10-year-old kicking the 3-year-old in the head. And then, like, the 14-year-old coming back and giving the 10-year-old a chokehold. These are the kind of strengths we're talking about. Like, India should body Pakistan. I'd be surprised if they didn't.
True. That's actually facts. That is actual facts.
Yeah. And then the 14-year-old gets. And then the 14-year-old goes down to Vietnam and gets like ambushed by his sister and like clocked over the head with a just.
There's a really funny. Chris, the Hainan Island incident. The Hainan Island incident is so funny. Like the Chinese, they were making close passes, and then on the third pass, they actually just hit the larger American aircraft and just like killed themselves. Like just. And the problem was that the American crew, like the plane was so damaged that they had to land in America. They had to land in China, and then China like got to like hold them hostage until like America put out a statement going like, "Oh yeah, you win." But like it was actually like explicitly China's fault, and they were really retarded.
Yeah.
One J8 destroyed, one pilot missing, presumed dead. It is actually like a really retarded episode, and they love to do this shit. They love to like just play footsies with like American and Western aircraft in the East China Sea and the South China Sea and everything. They love to go right up the edge. What do you say?
Yeah, they love to play footsies, and the problem, and if you increase if you see global tension meter in the Hearts of Iron 4 game, one of those just pushes it over the edge, right? You'll
if this happened
one
during
bad missile warning, one flare, one naval ramming incident away from a regional fucking war.
So bullshit. Like the Chinese, of course, like disassembled the aircraft. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's such a disaster.
Yeah.
After the collision, China briefly lessened aggressiveness in monitoring the reconnaissance flights, and then they resumed it.
Okay, I'm going to respond to Kevin and then Max's comments, sort of in one blow. The Chinese naval operating carrier naval air operations in combat is not a skill that you pick up outside of doing it. And the Americans and the British have spent inordinate amounts of money maintaining that capability and practicing it whenever they fucking can. It is, and even then, I'm sure knowledge has been lost. And the Americans know that like we don't know everything anymore. Like we've lost information because we don't have people that served there. The Chinese have not had that time to they have not had a conflict to even build that to even begin to understand where they need to build that capability. I'm sure they've stolen some of the information. I'm sure you can figure some of it out, but without doing it, I'm sure there are things that you don't know and you haven't trained for. They basically, the Americans have been doing it and they perfected it ages ago. In terms of the carrier killer, mate, if carriers were shit. If carriers were shit, why the fuck are the Chinese trying to build them at a massive rate?
Yeah, exactly. That's the perfect point, right? If they were already obsolete, why is China building them like crazy?
Yeah, why is it an obsession, right? Like they are smart. Their A2D strategy is quite good, something that we should copy as Australia. But like, why would you build them? Like if you think that they're worthless trash, you wouldn't spend them. You build more destroyers, you build helicopter carriers, you build drones, you build submarines. Why would you build carriers?
That's so funny. Like I love that it's like the cope that a lot of the Chinese propagandists love to say, like, oh, the American carriers are already obsolete because we've got hypersonics. It's like, why are you building carriers and retards?
Because
like,
Americans have hypersonics. The Americans have a lot more naval warfare than you, and then you probably wouldn't be if you were trying to do an asymmetric scenario, you just wouldn't build them. You wouldn't build them. You wouldn't build and then crew them and then train on them. You would. It's a huge invest. Like they're a huge investment of time, money, and resources to build and maintain and to use. That's the reason we don't have one, much to our shame.
We used to have them. We literally used to have them.
We did. We did. It's and
crazy to think about.
And I mean, we still sort of do. So
one of them was involved in a collision, right? That was like really.
Yes, my grandfather was aboard that. Was
that's crazy.
That. Yeah, he was serving on that.
When that happened.
Yeah, when that happened.
Wow, holy shit! I've read that was a big disaster in Australian naval history.
Yeah, it's not a great day. But yeah, so I mean, we lost them because it's an expensive capacity to maintain, and we were scheduled to buy an old one from the British. Then the Falklands happened. But fundamentally, the two
we shouldn't have them. It's not right. It's not right for Australia. It's just. I mean, we could probably do it, but then we'd have to lose so much other capacity to do that.
I mean, you would have to expand capacity totally. The things that we have, like, you might want to go for, like, at this point, maybe unmanned drones are better.
74 dead as a result of that. That is such a disaster, the Melbourne-Evans collision.
Yeah.
Such a disaster. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Modern carrier surveillance can be detected as soon as they leave port. No hiding under. Yeah, so the satellites aren't God. Like they have passes, they have pass times, they have pass like the bandwidth. Like Max, just, like, dude, stop reading.
I think Max watches all these like BRICS propaganda sites where they're like, "Oh, the carrier's dead" and stuff like that. And again, if that's
this is it's either cope from 30s. You can't build and maintain a carrier. So that, like the B is like arguable. So the R, you know, like the third world shit states who don't matter, and then the Chinese who are building them, and the Russians who have them. Like you know,
the Russian one is pretty shit. Hey, the Russian one is
the Varagya is shite.
Yeah. Like I remember when it was like fucking breaking down.
That's a joke. Let's not even talk about that one. It's a fucking joke.
Soviet carrier, like it's so obsolete. Hey, such a joke.
Yeah, no, it's like Australia's advantage there really is, and I'll agree with Dodo here. It is in terms of leveraging technology, to like you have a lot of money.
Should we just have the porcupine strategy at this point, Chris?
Look, I mean, it depends whether you want to go for a forward defense or you want to go for porcupine. It depends how much of the region you want to cede. I think.
Yeah.
The problem with changing Australia's defense strategy more broadly, and I'm going to be a little bit, as you might be able to tell, I'm going to be a little bit circumspect about what I say here. Is changing it is very hard because it relies on underpinning. So you sort of have a couple of strategies. You either go all in with the US and you go for a very highly expeditionary focused force, which is what we've been doing. Which is what we've had.
Yeah.
You can either go for a fit for purpose force in terms of like we need to be able to do a little bit of expeditionary stuff and do some island hopping in this, you know, in our region, and also have some home stuff, or you go for like totally like home defense, you know, kind of vibe. I don't think they're all mutually exclusive. Depending on the platforms and the things you build, I think it would be a fool's errand to totally forego expeditionary capability and for like full homeland defense porcupine strategy stuff. I think you should just dump the money.
I agree there.
Double the defense budget. Another 2 trillion to defend. You know, Raytheon stocks just shut up. You know, 6%. Right, line go up. Right, I think the line has to go up no matter what you do.
You know how there have been some people who've said like it's silly for Australia to get tanks, for example, because like we wouldn't be using it in that. Like, what do you?
I think it's important to have an armored core, like a tank armored core, if you want the option in the future to maintain that.
Yeah, true. Because you can't lose that knowledge. Yeah,
it's foolish for us to go like buy 200.
Yeah,
I would rather buy 200 HIMARS. Right, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a way better use of the investment.
You guys sound like neocons. We're just talking about like a realist Australian defense strategy right now.
This is so whether you like it or
we
not,
were literally considering Australia withdrawing its completely.
I think you're referring to like double the defense budget, $2 billion. No, I think this is not neocon. This is not this is an interesting one. So unless you're on the Greens, basically, like everybody on both sides of all sides of Australian politics is in on we need to expand the defense budget. It just depends on how you prioritize it.
It's so funny that the Greens, dude. How funny is it that the Greens want to get rid of the American alliance and cut the defense budget in half? Like that's like literally.
You can end the American alliance. You know, you just gotta. I've got bad news about what you have to do.
You've got to have conscription.
You've got to have. It's not cutting the defense budget. I think it's tripling it. If you think I'm, going overboard, you should see what happens if you want to get rid of that. It's called like enjoy your 5% of GDP. It's bye.
Retarded.
Dental on Medicare? No. I think you mean
there's not going to be dental on Medicare. If they cut the defense.
No Medicare unless you sign the conscription papers.
That's the thing. Like they don't realize that. Yeah, if you cut the defense alliance with America, you have to have such higher defense spending in Australia, so much higher.
Yeah, bringing conscription again. Look, I've seen this floated, and I will come back to the thing I've always said about conscription for the last couple of years, which is why the fuck? Sorry, and to be quite blunt, why the fuck would I defend this country sometimes? Like this, and I think this is part of the problem Defense Reports recruiting has, right? Is that
they have big shortages right now.
Drew, pull up the social contract image, right? Pull up the fucking social contract.
Okay, let me get that. Nicholas.
Yeah, this is the Nicholas and. There is an Australian one. It is
where I haven't seen. Where can I find it? I'll just get Nicholas ends up for now.
Yeah,
unless you've got the Australian one, which is funny.
I did see it in my files the other day.
Actually, I found it. I think I found it.
Yeah, pull it up, right?
Okay.
Because I think this really I think this should be shown to defense and then also like the rest of the ministers in cabinet, because currently, as you'll see from the social contract for Nick 30, what the fuck am I fighting for? Basically, like I'll do it. Like again, if Australia was under direct military threat, yeah, no problem. I'm not so even though I have a great belief in the cause of fighting China, like the precondition of anybody going off to fight an expeditionary war should be you need to fucking fix things, because if I come back and I'm coming back to the same shit, you can basically get fucked.
Because
like no way, get fucked, fuck off.
House prices,
infinity. House prices, infinity, fucking, just all of the, just look at this. This is why, like, I would say
Simon
no way.
The Simon Cruise.
I'm a prime fighting age, prime fighting age.
We both technically have prime fighting age, right?
Yeah, prime fighting age. I got everything I need to go straight to Duntroon, as one of our friends did, Drew. But like, why? Right? What? It's not really.
I love what the social contract means.
Like society fucking hates. Yeah, society fucking hates you. Right, basically.
Yeah, it does seem that way a little bit in the West these days.
A lot. It's like society fucking hates you, right? Like, why would I?
I love how it goes to Abdul shooting. That's so fucked. Such a good system. Such a fucking good system, hey.
It's a beautiful system.
Well, I actually did look into this. You know the guy who did the Manchester Arena bombing where they killed like 30 kids? Like, they lived on social housing their entire lives, their family.
Yeah.
That is like, so fucking insane. That's that actually is, at the end of the day, unfortunately, what that was you were subsidizing a guy who then did a terrorist attack against you. Like, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, it's insane. So I think they can try conscription. I think the pushback from it will be incredible, and the party that like
there's a French
there's another one.
I like how every country has a version of Karim. It's
all Karim. It's all Karim.
Someone did this. It's so funny. Someone did this for Turkey, I think. It's every country, dude. It's literally every country. It's amazing. Even Turkey.
Ibrahim, Muhammad. And Abdullah as well.
Even Turkey has it. Like every fucking country on earth has a fucking social
It's
contract.
broken,
like
right?
this.
It's broken, and like
It's
why
in every
would
country.
you?
I saw one in India.
Like-
I saw an Indian version of it as well.
There's
so many of these.
Kareem to enhance his social contract.
There's an American one. Oh, they put Israel in it.
Taikisha. Yeah, I mean that's true. 30 billion.
I want to try find the one where it's like they had India. They had. Oh, this is Indonesia. Someone's done it for Indonesia. Like, oh, it's every country on earth, dude. It's so funny.
Beautiful.
Like in this one's Harvard Hafiz. I don't
George,
even understand.
and then no, go down to the bottom. George Williams 39 stealing his girl. Oh,
is that like like the
We're
Bali
the
trip?
Kareem. We're the Kareem, bro. We are the Kareem.
That's amazing, dude. So that's like they're complaining about like Aussies going to Bali.
Oh, well, we're going to
That's
Malaysia.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's fucking dude. That's amazing that every country on
contract
earth.
social. Are we on this?
I love it. They did it in Indonesia. How fucking good is this? We need a North Korean one.
Philip Morris. Damn.
Where's the Philip Morris? Fucking hell, that's so funny.
Okay, these are good. Yeah, I love these. These are
The
bang up.
Indonesian ones are amazing. I've never even
to
seen
bring it
Indonesian.
back to bring it back to conscription. I think they might try it. They'll float it and they'll probably get rid of it because it's a clanger, right? It's a clanger, right? If I should if I am not buying into it, then who the fuck like as Drew has pointed out, I'm quite right wing. I'm the perfect age. I'm quite insane. I'm quite into this shit, as you can probably tell.
This is so funny, Chris.
And even I
they've
go,
got one for,
oh, why?
They've got one for
fuck
Russia.
Yeah.
There's one for fucking it goes to fucking Kadyrov.
Bashar. Beautiful.
It goes to Bashar. That's so funny. But you know where they didn't put enough. I mean, they've got their own version of Karims. Like they've got like the
like they do.
Oh my god, they did one for yeah. This is the India one. This is the India one. Holy shit! What the fuck?
Yeah, no, pickles. You actually make an exceptional argument there. Like people in India and Africa fought for Paris, London, in World War II, got shit all for it. Yeah, what happened in a lot of those places? Like you just get like what you've just. So let's say you do it. Let's say you do conscription. You send a bunch of young Australians off to fight in a war and die, and they come back. And then it's still fucked. You know what's going to happen next because it's called fucking chaos.
They put Tibetan Uyghurs in the China one. Fucking hell. So mental. This is so mental.
That's okay. That's quite funny.
These are so fucking mental, dude. There's so many of them.
Oh, the Bashar. Beautiful.
It does kind of exist in every country on earth. Is this a Turkish one that's saying that it goes to Israel? What the fuck?
I mean...
Fuck. It's entertaining.
Beautiful.
It's fucking amazing.
Beautiful.
We may as well go to 5 hours and just end it. Like,
yeah,
this actually
been
an epic stream.
Yeah, you can always get me back on to talk about this shit. I can.
I mean, it's actually been a goated stream, to be honest. I love how it's Abdul shooting back at Nick. That's such a good one.
That's true. Yeah.
What are you sending? What are you asking the link for, King of Korea?
Oh, the page,
I just typed in Nicholas social contract meme. What's the Italian one? Hang on, where's the Italy one?
So, Kevin, I'd be like super interested, really, to know where you're getting that from. Mine's from Al Jazeera, so possibly, many such interesting articles on that website. Why slavery is good?
What are we talking about? It's Al Jazeera. Yeah, USA social contract's fucked. Look, to be honest, every single one is kind of fucked. This is a gerontocracy.
Every
country on earth is a gerontocracy.
Yeah, forget boomers. So forget Israel. Forget BlackRock or the IMF or dirty colonizers.
It's just boomers. It's the eternal boomer.
It's not the British. It's the fucking boomers.
It's literally the eternal boomer. Fucking hell. I can't believe they did one for Indonesia. I'm so confused. Like, I don't even understand any of this shit, but it's so funny.
Drew, that's Malaysia.
Oh, Malaysia. Shit. Sorry, my bad. I didn't.
This is where's Ian Miles Chong in this image?
They should have put Ian Miles Chong on. And then Ian Miles Chong would have been like an arrow to Elon.
No, he would be connected to Tesla and to George, and George watches, sends Patreon bucks to Ian Miles Chong.
The social contract, if it was perfect. Everything going to beers. Here, mate. So true. For the last 5 minutes, what should we chat about or look at?
Fuck. Chat. Any ideas? Chat.
What should we talk about for the last 5 minutes?
Chorus.
Because I'll end it after 5 hours. I think this is actually almost my longest ever stream. I think 5 hours.
You got me on here talking about Spurs
just shit,
stuff.
talking politics, and going to 1 a.m.
Yeah, powerful.
Drew, you should tell your chat to like the video more regularly. Guys, yeah, if you're watching, like the video, and make sure you're subscribed.
Why do we hate boomers? We don't necessarily. I think that's actually not a bad one to end off on. The boomer question, the BQ.
Well, why do they have to fuck us over so badly economically? That's a good question. Why do
talk on the boomers? They and this is borne out through they inherited a mostly peaceful world for however long their lifespan will be, and having intentionally been not put under the hardships that their parents and their grandparents were a very large cohort, which is a benefit to them because it allowed them to accrue massive political power and consumer power over, and then therefore, and maintain that consumer and political power over their lifetimes.
How true is this, Chris? The baby boomers just have it as bad as us, mate.
Fuck off. This is boomer. boomer propaganda. Yeah, no, they were the spoiled generation. And they've spoiled it for the rest of us. So for those of us like Drew and I, who are, that sort of, the first Gen Z, it's like we've come to this house party, and not only is the party not going on, and everything's been drunk, there are not only there are dishes everywhere. It's about 2 days later, and there are maggots starting to get in everything. Right, there are maggots everywhere, and it just kind of makes you resent and hate them. And you shouldn't want to do that. Oh, gee. Yeah, look, there you go.
Dude, someone had a funny meme where they're like Queensland looks like the Bloc Quebecois party. Like, it's like the Liberals look like the Bloc Quebecois, like just Queensland Quebecois. They've got like, how many seats?
Quebecois.
Yeah, Quebecois. They've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30. Like, dude, more than half their seats are from Queensland. That's crazy.
Who got fucked most millennials with Gen Z?
Gen Z, 100%, surely.
Oh, it's hard because they really fucked up millennials something bad. No, so millennials will be a larger demographic than Gen Z, so they'll kind of accrue like a shadow of the boomer power. They are the children of the boomers after all, which is why they're cringe. Potentially neither of those options, and potentially it is Gen Y. XY? Yeah, Gen X. It's Gen X.
Oh, the next, like the alphas, like the next ones, they're fucked.
No. Gen X, guys just after the boomers who had to live in their shadow their entire lives, and they're just fucked, right?
Yeah, true. But don't you think the guys who are younger even than the Zoomers, like the Gen Alpha, is it Gen Alpha? They're
Gen Alpha,
dude. I'm worried for them because half of them can't even fucking read because of like TikTok.
Brilliant. Yeah.
That one's actually like fucking like nerve wracking, to be honest. Like they've made themselves
like,
TikTok.
No, well, no, like they're not old enough to have made themselves anything. They have been made, like they have been lit. This is an impugnment upon the society that has been built. This is not a
good point, actually. Good point. That is a good point, sadly. But like I am worried. There was actually this is a really good one to end on. ChatGPT. It was like New York Magazine, and they're basically saying like the current generation of college students is like just illiterate, and we're fucked.
Yeah, like why would honestly why wouldn't you?
I don't have a subscription for New York Magazine. Fucking hell, it's so annoying how this
just tell ChatGPT to write you the article.
Oh, okay. Someone's got an archive link. Okay, let's get this up. This is actually a good way to end it because it is fucking concerning. Okay, got it. Like there were just guys who were like using their own name, just like literally boasting, like, yeah, I just like cheated through everything and I don't care.
Oh, that's what happens at like I'm doing uni now, and that's like between the actual like normal physical cheating and the like chat GPT cheating. It's like why like
It's pretty
particularly
bad,
for
just disaster.
Look, I don't think I could have used it. Like I you run it through because you're like, what does it spit out? It's the answers are really good for technical stuff.
Sometimes
it's really good.
It can be sometimes good, but I think a lot of the time, like if you ask it to write an essay for you, it'll be retarded. Like a lot of the time.
Yeah, it works. It works worse actually. I would say on arts, it produces not passable art stuff better, but it will never get it entirely. Much like arts, the liberal arts themselves, it will never get entirely wrong. It'll just draw the wrong conclusions from the wrong people, and just make something that doesn't work. Like on first pass, if you don't know what you're talking about, it reads okay.
Yeah, exactly. Like to a layman, like it'd be like 70% there, but if you
Whereas for something technical, as long as it gets the maths or the science right, it's fucking astonishing.
I do like kind of like using it as a tool, like because it's a good point. Like if you use it the right way and you're building off it, like it can actually be really helpful.
If you're building off it, it's incredible. I pretty much use it as a second tutor, right? I feed in all the course content, and when I want to revise stuff, which I'm going to have to do this week, I got a test on fucking Friday. You can feed in the course content, you can feed in practice questions, and you can have it run you through shit over and over again, and you don't feel embarrassed, right? You don't feel like you're wasting time. You can have it re-explain it. You can ask it, okay, like I want to do this, but I need to do this on this certain kind of calculator. How would I do that faster? I'm still not fast enough. How can I be faster? It's good for that kind of stuff where you couldn't. And in terms of this course, I can't ask another person in this course, right? They're all like the English level is not great, and they're not really like, and they're really isolated, and it's very weird. Like the cultural boundary of a course that is like almost 100% international students, and I can't do that going in, is really alienating. Really alienating.
What do you think of this whole like, will it be a calculator thing?
Holy shit! Who's calling you at 1 a.m.?
GF.
Is that Ozpil? Is that Ozpil? Is that Ozpil?
No, it's my GF. It's my GF. I do have to get off soon. Last question. Because Jeff wants to say goodnight. Okay. Do you think it's like the calculator question?
I think I'm going to be. I don't know. This is predicting the future is very hard. I think its biggest role in the future is kind of like the calculator for all the bullshit you do at work. And Drew, you won't have experienced this because you're eliminating like boring shit. You're a useless tax leech. But for those of us who've done an email job, it's a lot of bullshit, and I'm sure chat knows this. It's a lot of bullshit, and it helped and doing like writing those dumb emails, writing like taking a slide like a set of Excel, like an Excel spreadsheet, and going, okay, I need to extract all of column A, column B, column D, column E. I want you to put it into a Word doc, and I want you to remove all the countries it lists. It does that like much faster than you. It is just an automation tool. It's not super smart, but for the things that it does well, it's fucking incredible. And it's a tool like any other. There is a skill in using it. So I don't think it's the like killer of like all jobs, but it may make it will cause some level of labor market disruption, because it like I remember when I remember when I was managing somebody, and I had I had an AI and I had a an underling, and they were great. Between that, like my entire job was just delegating tasks that I think like was splitting up tasks, giving the good stuff to my supervisee. and I would do the harder or really cancerous tasks myself with the AI, and it was a really efficient way of working. Like I was really getting a lot of work throughput. Yeah, if you don't learn to use generative AI, like unless you work laying bricks, like you're fucked. If you're working an email job, learn to use it or you're fucked.
Yeah, no, I do. Do you think I'm worried that it might make people dumber in the sense like they use it as a crutch for everything?
I mean, sure, like it might, but I think it will change. I think it will just change. Much like the internet has, it will just change. Like it'll be more seamless than I think people think in terms of changeover.
Yeah.
What if you work in bricks? If you work in bricks, bad news. Bad news. Yeah, you're going to lose you lose your job.
Look, maybe we end it here. That was an epic stream, honestly. That was like literally the best one I've done probably so far.
Yeah,
Chris, you were actually epic guest. Holy shit, you actually did you did a lot of lifting in that stream. That was fucking good. And the new really interesting.
I can talk. Yeah. I'm not going to fall into the trap of trying to do this professionally because I don't have the stamina to come on and do the same thing every day. But for those things which I'm good at,
trying to do it professionally, but
yeah. But anyway, I would prefer to write. You can read my Substack, which I don't have because I don't care that much.
You should do that actually. Well, that would be good. I'm trying to do Substack as well. Yeah,
you can read the Substack AI generated papers, enjoy the schlop.
Here. No, you should do a Substack, Chris. That would actually be epic.
Well, I don't do it for money. Like it's not.
Yeah.
This stuff for me is intellectual exercise.
No,
unfortunately, I'm not an anime GF. I'll probably change this by next time. We'll find some other egregious image to piss Drew off with.
Actually, honestly, such an epic stream. Thank you, lads. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
Did a lot of heavy lifting. That was actually epic.
A lot of yapping. Thanks, Drew. Thanks, chat.
Yeah, no, salute, guys. Salute. Thank you, guys. Holy shit, it's 1:35 a.m. here in Australia.
Banger stream.
All right, lads. All right, see you guys.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye. Thank you, guys. No, thank you so much. That was cool. That's cool. I'll end it now. Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching for so long. Really appreciate it. That was good fun. We're getting better at the streaming. That was a great stream. Good stuff. All right. See you, lads.